with me. You got a problem with me? Love, you don't want it with me. Man, you won't ever stop me. Who y'all really got a problem with? Who y'all really trying to solve it with? Who don't really like the sound of this? Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down where you best at. Better check that with a fresh map, get lost now with no extract. Like look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see beating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Ayy, sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts, you owe us that. My truth lurks, say y'all collapse. Now scoop first where your homies at. Cause my team with me right now. My team so mean right now. But what you mean y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, Nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Love, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone, man. Cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire map, get lost now with no extract. Like look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see me beating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Ayy, sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts, you always that. My truth lurks, say y'all collapse. Now scoop first where your homies at. Come my team with me right now. My team so mean right now. But what you mean y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, Nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Love, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone. Man, cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. They don't want it with me. You got a problem with me? Love, you don't want it with me. Man, you won't ever stop me. Who y'all really got a problem with? Who y'all really trying to solve them with? Who don't really like the sound of this? Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down where you best step. Better check that with a fresh map. Get lost now with no extract. Like look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see beating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Ayy, sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts, you always that. My truth lurks, say y'all collapse. Now scoop first where your homies at. Come my team with me right now. My team so mean right now. But what you mean y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, Nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Love, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone. Man, cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me.
goers. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already, emotional work and devotion. We put in this time, look.
You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. You take us down, keep fighting.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Snapdragon Pro Series Warif, and I'm with me, Fira, and also I will be accompanied with Aaron.
Hi, my name is Pando. Welcome back to the Warif Series, Snapdragon Pro Series. If you're joining us today, then we'll be in for some exciting group stage matches as we get up head-to-head with some of the best teams in Warif across the Southeast Asian nation, and we'll be seeing some really good rivalries and some teams playing it out as they battle it out for the last few spots, and kind of excited to see where it goes from here. Fire, what do you think?
Yeah, especially today would be the last opportunity for any team to actually get top 5, because only 2 teams will be eliminated and only 5 teams will be competing at Thailand on their offside. Woo!
Yeah, it's
So-
kind of exciting.
Yeah, not only that, we have seen about the new patch, and today, who knows, maybe Gwen will be in play.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see Gwen. Like we've seen like some of her power spec. We've seen how she's been used. So it'd be interesting to see how she gets played out here, and the way that the items have been shifted. The 2 new support items, the bunch of magic items, a bunch of shifts to reduce health values for magic items. So like we'll be seeing a lot scrappier, a lot more assassin heavy comps. And if you're joining us for the first time, here's kind of the format here. We had the open qualifiers here, where a bunch of teams kind of fought it out to see who could be the best, to be the qualified ones, and then you have like the sort of like the remainders going into the next part, which is the open groups and finals, which is a best of 3 here. So they scrapped it out here in teams in a tournament format bracket to reach up to the top, get the champions, and that's when you move on to the next stage, where you have the challenge groups, where it goes through a round robin where people fight it out for a piece of the pie, which eventually culminates in like, you know, the end game towards the tournament bracket in multiple different sets, multiple different rounds, all the teams fighting for supremacy within largest sort of setups. And the challenge playoffs, you have 5 teams in a double elimination tournament format to see who can finally come out on top, who can win that little ticket to Thailand to make it to the bigger aspect international Wild Rift competition. So a lot of teams playing it out, who's going to be coming out on top, the most scrappiest sort of like combination we've seen yet. So many teams fighting for supremacy, and so many teams with the chance to come out on top here at the challenge playoffs with the 5-team double elimination format.
Yeah, for the challenge group, we're still looking for our top 5, especially today. And might be tomorrow, they might be a tiebreaker if EVOS and Buram have to shift their game, because they are at the bottom, I think 6th and 5th. So whatever happened today is actually play a good point towards them, an important point towards them. And right now, for the prize pool, at the first place, 40,625. When you know Malaysian ringgit, right? So it's like quite high for. It's not only Malaysian ringgit, Southeast Asia. So it's quite high. You're getting it in dollars. And on the second place, 10,000. On the third place, 4,000. And fifth place, and also the fourth place, will be 3,000. While on the 6th, 7, and 8, the eliminated team today would get $2,600.
Yeah, quite the amount here actually, especially with the way that the USD has been going up. This is quite a large sum of money for our challengers here, but it's not the end. They could definitely be looking at greener pastures. Even bigger prize pools await them if they become even stronger and get to the bigger international stages, where they have the chance to win even bigger prizes under the Riot tournaments, and see where they go from there, because there's so much there to live for, so much there to fight for. And we'll have the leaderboards coming up soon to show you just where each team stands and how close they are and where they place right now. So the tiebreaker, you said, is within EVOS Esports, and it was
It was supposed to be like EVOS have to win so that they can actually compete with Buriram. Because Buriram is already on top right now. So right now it's a little bit careful for EVOS. If Team Flash loses, it's a win for EVOS, but EVOS still have to win.
yeah. They it's kind of their last chance here. They're gonna have to pull all the strengths together and make sure they really light that fire there, because if they don't win, like you said, they might not have the chance to make it back in. Buriram from the same region has been sort of towering over them. They need to sort of break that sort of status quo and try to get back into where they were before. And the rest of the teams, as you know, Rex Regim Kionda has been absolutely dominating Cerberus Esports with a similar sort of scoreline here, 5-1, 5-1. There's some really successful teams there, and also a tough fight between Buriram United Esports and Ningba Galaxy. 4-2, 4-2. Absolutely no slouches here when it comes to competition, and whoever's really strong in terms of skills.
Yeah, and we all know for Esports and also Process Esports, both active Indonesia, even though they are the 7 and 8 place. You have to remember, it's their first international tournament, and here is scheduled for today: RRQ versus Nigma. On our first match and the second match, Persis versus Flash, while afterwards we have Eco versus Cerberus. And the most important part where we have to look at, can EVOS beat Buriram to stay in top 5?
Yeah, this is going to be a nail biter for them. This is their final chance, and this is where they draw the line between them being closer up there to the top, or being, relegated towards the bottom. It's a final chance, their final last breath. They're gonna have to pull out something out of a hat, or they're really gonna have to concentrate on their energies and the chakra, because this is the final lap. This is the last chance.
Yeah. And especially for Team RQ, they probably wanted to secure like a better place. They need the win so that they can actually top off from Team Cerberus. But right now, there's something about Cerberus they have been constantly being good at. And with the current patch, we have seen on Team Flash, Team Cerberus, where Flash actually beat Cerberus. And it's for us, for the Malay panels, where we thought that Cerberus could actually be more consistent than Flash, but we were actually denied about it. And see how they played during the game. And even RRQ, at first 2-1, 2-1, but towards the end, towards the new patch, they are dominating. Relic Shields have been popping out, Meteor Chan also been popping out. It's such a good play by Team RRQ.
Yeah, it's like you said, like as we approach a new patch, it's been more of a scrappier sort of opportunity.
Yep.
There's been a bit more shift in terms of like survivability for the mages. A lot more scrappier compositions going around
Yep.
with the changes, the new items, Riftmaker, and a bunch of little changes to the relic shield, the additional stuff that sort of all stacks up together. It makes for a sort of scrappier team composition, like you said. Maybe something that favors one team over the other. And moving into this patch, we probably see some teams that do better in this patch as opposed to the patches before, especially with how mages are now, they have less health, because a lot of health base stats have been removed from a lot of items, which means they're a lot squishier. So that means before like an Akali can go in, before your usual Veigar can send from the back, they have to think play a lot more safely. They can't be as crazy as they were before, but they do get some better items in return. So scrappier.
Yeah, but for me, for the itemization, like Relic Shield and also the Sickles, you have to remember, you have to get a minion. If you don't get the minion, you won't actually get the upgrades that you needed. We have seen last week where they did not actually took out a minion, and because of that, they can't actually get any goals. And so without the upgrade. But here it is for Team RRQ. This is the lineup for today. Team RRQ. We have Hyde, Charles, Helios, Viper, and Axel. So we have to see Axel have been playing around quite nicely in this patch, and the MVP for last week.
Yeah, Axelson is one of those really feared supports on the battleground, the type of support that really makes a difference, really shows some tangible effect on the game, and it really shows why support can be considered one of the second best roles in the game in terms of like impact, in terms of what they can serve. Axelson is an absolute terror together with the usual mainstays, Helios, Chaz, Hyde, Viper. They all been really ridiculous within the last few weeks.
Yeah. And what I have to say about Charles, we have seen him on Classics, the damage, and also even on Shivana. It's a lot of, and this is the highlight last week where we have seen that team process have been negated. And RRQ, what I like how they played is they played slowly at first. They were actually losing in terms of kill, but all of a sudden it was a landslide for Team RRQ, and it was a quick win for the during Process Esports.
My gosh, that Riven was being absolutely unkillable regardless of what the CC. An absolute domination. Well, like you said, they were behind. That I think I saw Meteor enchant there. That's interesting. It's been like
they were the only team that actually used 3 Meteor enchant.
Oh really?
Yeah. Everyone okay. Let's only do 1, but they were no. We want 3 because they also got 6.
Yeah.
So like Meteor enchant, Mega Inferno Bomb. Okay, it's a 4. It's a 4 bomb over there.
Yikes! So it's 25% max health damage, 3 stacks together with a Ziggs bomb with the base.
Yeah.
That's insane. Like we haven't seen a lot of Meteor enchants in solo queue, but now here we are with Nigma Galaxy and my man Aaron, another Aaron on the desk there within the mid lane. Demon Kite, Draw, Justy, Chami, like these are our mainstays. Chami in particular has been one terror on the Rift. Nigma Galaxy has shown really good by the book plays and also some outplays. So you know that they have the chops to play what's meta and what is out of the meta. So like Nigma Galaxy has been one of the forces to look for. Demon Kite has also been quite the terror on the Rift, I would say.
Yeah, but for Nigma Galaxy, I think they have a glass cannon, especially Demon Kite. If Demon Kite don't have his enough goal or actually progress with enough damage, they will actually be in trouble. We have seen many times, whenever Demon Kite is outplayed, Team Nigma Galaxy will be declining on their performance. And here, Nigma between Echo, yet again we can see the Frost have been taken by Team Nigma. And if you want to know, Nasus plus, if I'm not mistaken, Karma combo have not been losing at all. And with Ashe on Nigma's side, they know how to find the stuns.
Yeah, exactly. It's so easy just walking up there with the slow and having even more slows from the Ashe. You can't escape from the slows coming out from the double combo and like a really good like arrow, some really good Meteor enchants on the way. I see another Meteor enchant. Like been playing so much solo queue. I haven't seen any Meteor enchants, but like it seems that it's a lot more popular in like a competitive context where you can sort of stack it and a lot more coordination. It's so much harder to land in a solo queue. So I can't wait to see if we're going to be seeing a lot more Meteor enchants and like. Bringing it back to Nigma Galaxy is one of those teams that doesn't really give an inch. I think I've seen some top teams give like a few kills out in the early game and then sort of swinging it back towards the late game, but Nigma is a type that likes to be dominant throughout. As we look at the team synergy, the team comps, the way that they play around things, and you can see the sort of team that they are. They're just kind of spinning his book there, having a bit of a good time, and you know, focusing hard, but not taking their eyes off the prize, I would say.
Yeah, I think for a while we have seen people being played like you look like they're casually sitting around, but they're actually competing for professional scene in Snapdragon Elite. And the key player for Nigma Galaxy is Chami, with Ragnar, Garen, and also if I know Kassadin. Yeah, Kassadin. And the damage per minute 1,000. For me, when Chami play Kassadin, that's where he shines the most. We know how stacky Kassadin can be. Late game Kassadin is a force to be reckoned even though towards the new patch.
Yeah, it's still kind of a problem. It's still really difficult to deal with. And like there have been some bad Kassadins, of course, but like if a Kassadin manages to get that threshold in terms of farm, like there's really no stopping it. And Chami, I would say, is like one of the higher GPMs we've seen. Like I think we average around 700, around 750, give or take, for a lot of really good players. But Chami is one of the few that I've seen breaking the 800 threshold, and that's really impressive in terms of what he brings to the table, in terms of his KDA, which is also really solid, above the average 3-point KDA to about 5.7. So Chami is one that you have to watch out for, and when he gets ahead, he gets really far ahead. That's just how much of a terror Chami can be on the open rift. Yeah,
but we have to see the head-to-head between Team Nigma Galaxy and also Team RRQ High versus Chami 5.8, 5.7. if you look at the GPM, it's still on Chami's side, and even the damage is still on Chami. But we have to know how Hyde plays, where Hyde actually play a little bit more slower pace, and at the same time, Hyde actually progress just to actually stop on the lane. So Hyde is not looking for a kill. It's more like, okay, if I got a kill, that's actually a good plus point for me. But I actually want to cover up my lane first so that my jungle and also my dual lane can actually move faster.
Yeah. Like you said, I think Hyde is more of a consideration type of person.
Yeah.
So he will back away if he doesn't see an opportunity. It's kind of the difference in terms of KP. You can even tell there that Hyde kind of likes to bide his time. The KDA is high. It's 0.1 higher than Chami, so like still equal impact. You can tell Chami likes to take more opportunities, and it doesn't really affect him as much as it's supposed to, which is why his stats are higher. But you can tell Hyde does play a lot more consideration. He puts a lot more thought in whether or not he should engage. That kind of culminates in the better KDA, despite the fact that his KP is slightly lower and his GPN doesn't necessarily break 100, but it's kind of like insane to break 800 in the first place. I would say that's more of an outlier than it is like the normal thing.
Yeah.
You know, everyone.
Yeah, and for everyone who's watching at Twitch, don't forget to actually put on your prediction about this match RRQ versus Nigma for me. And also, I don't know, Ajapando, what did you vote for today's match?
I mean, I think we've all been voting for RRQ. Like, every single time we look at the list, like, every time you see the prediction sheet come up, like, there's a lot of times, okay, maybe this team can sort of pull something off, but I think anonymously we've been putting that thing about RRQ in the bracket. Like,
And then I say, and anyone who fight RRQ, okay, RRQ is the winner. But if
yeah.
I'm at it, if I'm with Ikuto always say, "Oh no, Fira, you copy no." But it's a known fact
What are we supposed to do?
how strong RQ is. So it's a known fact right now. But here is for the prediction on the English newspaper. We can't deny how strong RQ, especially on the current patch, especially on current meta. I think they made their own meta where they actually put on 3 meter enchant plus with 2 relic shields.
yeah.
And I think on the first time on the I think it was Saturday last week where the first patch was actually been going towards the tournament, and then they actually get towards Bulwark of the Mountain.
Yeah.
The last item. They were the only team that actually consistently get their goals, get their minion, and they understand the item despite only be 1-2 days.
Really, the
patch.
only team to get Bulwark.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
that's
the only
surprise.
team got Bulwark, and they were the fastest team to actually got Bulwark of the Mountain.
Oh, okay. That's a surprise. I thought it would be a lot easier, but maybe in the heat of the moment, it's hard to like figure out when you're supposed to stack up to get your Bulwark, because you do need to hit the minions to do so. So like, it is a new concept here. I'm very happy about my prediction score here at about 19. No one to beat me yet. Contra really close. The two errands here are dominating the prediction leaderboard. Our RQ, however, has been a mainstay. I have bet against them before. I think I did lose. Nigga,
I think that's the only lose.
yeah, that was the only loss. In terms of, okay, so talking about the playstyle between RRQ and Nigma. So let's talk about the Nigma side. Do you think that Nigma has a chance here? Because we're looking at the playstyle, right? Do they have the spear that takes to break through the defense that what we call RRQ?
For me, what Team Nima have to do, they have to stop from Team RQ to get their farms.
Yeah.
They are known to actually play on the late 5 to 7 minutes for Team RQ, so they don't even mind about the first 2 kills. We have seen RQ, oh no, they're losing, but but if you see on the objective side, more goals, more even on the threaded side compared to the kills.
Yeah.
And that's how strong RQ is. So what Team Nima have to do, they have to withstand on the first match and also make sure that they are constantly gaining the goal. Maybe who knows, if you can stop RQ to actually get their objective from the goals and also for the turret, it might be a win for them.
Yeah, in terms of like playstyle, especially for Nigma has a more consistent what we call like all around board score. So you see the games where they do win, they have a very solid line in terms of goal. Like, so it's like here, straight line, and then it's down, like it's just straight. No, maybe not the down, maybe unless they lose. But like Nigma has a more consistent overall like play throughout the entire game. But you say RRQ is a type that doesn't have a big impact in the early game. They prefer like late game champions. They prefer like scaling champions. The way that it sort of like peaks towards like the late game. So like, You know, RRQ, maybe they give away in the a few kills in the first half. So like a little bit here, a little bit in the early game. And then after that, like, but when they hit the late game, like, they're decisive. They pick out, they get picks. They find you when you're weak, and then they get that weakness and they crush you down. That's the difference. So Nigma, I think they're going to have to fight back against that. Their style is like, they're very consistent, but if they get poked the same way that they do with RRQ, because RRQ likes to poke at that weakness, they will crumble in the late game if they don't have an answer for that.
Yeah, true. For Team RRQ, we have seen where, if I'm not mistaken, it was between Team Echo or it was another team. I think it was Burira, where actually Team RRQ was 7-0. But 7 points towards their enemy team. So we were expecting, it might be 2-1 for RQ. But suddenly, when the Cassidy actually pops out for Team RQ, and then been pushing it towards if I'm not mistaken, it was towards the Dragon Lane, because they know the Dragon without Demon Kite. It was without Demon Kite.
Yeah.
They can actually push towards the dual lane, and it's much harder for Team RQ to actually get the point. And afterwards, it's a smooth sail for Team RQ.
Yeah, they just turned that around, like, and it's something completely in character for them. Like, I don't think any of us were surprised when that happened, because like we knew, that's what RQ likes to do. They like to turn things around towards like the later half of the game. That just sounds like something they would like to do.
Yeah, for Team Nigma, what I would like to see is actually Demon Kite to actually be protected by 2 people instead of 1.
The hyper carry comp, yeah.
Yeah, we know it's more like Demon Kite and friends. For now, I think for Team Nigma, it's Demon Kite and friends, because Demon Kite is actually the playmaker for Team Nigma. We have seen whatever damage Demon Kite dealt towards any team, it's high, it's fast, it's accurate. But one Demon Kite being caught off guard, that's where Nigma slowly loses their points.
Yeah. Honestly, in like one of the older compositions, we did have a hyper carry like comp before.
Yeah.
If you remember the Jinx meta with the Lulu and like a bunch of supports like
Yumi
the
behind.
Yumi, everything. So like Demon Kite being the damage dealer that he is, I think he would have been really happy in that comp. But like currently the meta does favor the RRQ style of play, because like it's more scrappier, a lot more fights and team fights going to be happening, and RRQ enjoys that sort of play. They enjoy having initiators, they enjoy having up in your face sort of champions. So I think it's going to rest a lot more on Chammy's performance here. So Chammy does choke a little bit sometimes when it up against like stronger opponents. So if Chammy can get more fed this time, if he can sort of like spiral a little bit more out of control, because like he is up against some strong competition in Hyde, because Hyde can hold his own. He doesn't have the same stat figure as Chammy, because Chammy has the higher stats here in terms of GPM, damage dealt, and all that, not all the other stuff except for KDA. But he can hold his own, and that's the difference. Chammy needs to kind of get fed. He kind of needs to be able to be strong so they can deal with whatever RRQ is going to be throwing that way in terms of scrappiness, in terms of duels. And that's going to be the Gwen taken out, unfortunately. So I guess we won't really be seeing the Gwen in this game.
Yeah, it's possible that Gwen will be banned out throughout the whole day today, especially a new champion, and also with the item right now, currently it's a good play where a lesser cooldown for Gwen, but Nasus is in play for Team Nigma. I have to agree about the picks for Team Nigma, but sadly there's no Senna.
Yeah,
they're not
no
not Ash.
Ash.
So who would be composition with Nasus? It might be Lux. We have seen Lux.
Could be a binding. Could be something with a bit more like what's it called, long range. Maybe Morgana. Morgana might be a good pick if we're taking like Morgana jungle. Into sort of like the CC stack up that we see on the Nasus to sort of frontline there. But like I think RRQ is a bit more they try to counter a bit more with the Senna and Ashe takeaway. So that's going to be a lot of like strength siphoned off from Nasus. And if you don't really have if Nasus falls behind, then he's a huge paperweight, especially if he's not on the top lane.
Yeah, it's probably going to be on dual lane with Ziggs on his side. But currently, what I love about Team RRQ, this is actually the same composition they did last week. That they won with 3 meter enchant. And so probably today, we're going to see 3 meter enchant.
Can already see what's gonna happen. They don't have the Ziggs there. It looks like NGX has risen up a little bit to their place, the meter enchant. So might have taken away the Ziggs for that reason. But the triple 25% health stack, damage stack from a Meteor Enchant, 3 of them onto an Asus, that's going to be a lot, especially if you don't have a dash to get out of it the same way Riven does. So that could be a bit of a problem for Nigma's side, especially for the Nasus.
Lee Sin have been taken out. They don't even have Yumi. They probably going to focus on the mid to the jungle lane for Team Nigma. So I think Nigma also will be put out. Maybe Kai'Sa, banning Kai'Sa is a better ban for RQ. We know how strong Kai'Sa in RQ's hands.
Yeah.
Shyvana also could be banned out.
So Shyvana might be a better pick here for Nigma, I would say, like getting to the backline. But if RQ takes that away, then that would be another card pulled away from NGX, because NGX comp is shifting a little bit around the Nasus pick. So Nasus first pick is a bit harder to resolve, I think, because like it's very easy for the other team to sort of like pull away a lot of the champions which make Nasus strong in that comp. Yeah.
It might be like
Akali gonna be taken away, so they can't. But like I'd say that Akali would be stronger at Nigma if Nigma managed to pull the Akali. But I guess pulling it away would keep the Ziggs free, and now they can open up to a lot more squishier type champions, especially if you pull away the Kha'Zix and the Akali, which are like the more dominant like assassins now. So if they decide to go for squishier champions now, they can, because there's a lot of assassin stuff pulled away from the champion pool right now.
Yeah, but look at Shyvana being wide open for RQ, taking in Shyvana. We know how RQ plays Shyvana. Very objective reliant, or they need the dragon for Shyvana passive. And at the same time, we know how strong Shyvana could be, especially with Ashe and also Karma on her side. So it's much more easier to actually stance and also get the health, pop out the shields for for Shyvana compared. Will it be a Garen side and jungler Riven?
Yeah. I think that might be a possibility. So you have the Zed there. That's one of the last few good assassins that you can pick out to get to the Ashe and send a combo without necessarily getting CC too heavy. Yeah. Because it's a lot harder to catch a Zed with a Senna than it is like the other assassins here. Oh, the Katarina.
Oh.
No, that would be an interesting choice, because with the new items, Katarina let me tell you now, Katarina with the new items on late game shreds. It's disgusting how much damage she does. But like versus the comp that I see Nigma have right now, in my head, I don't think Katarina would be a good pick. But they shifted over to Diana. So while I was talking here, looking to the side, they shifted over to the Diana. So all the theory crafting I did is out the window. But I think the Diana is the better pick compared to Katarina.
Yeah.
It just wouldn't have fit with the comp.
It's a scary composition looking at how Nami is now being picked by Team Nigma. But for Team RQ, everyone could actually put out a stun.
Yeah.
Everyone. So how could Team Nigma actually put on the back lane? Will it be Zed's jobs to actually deal damage towards Senna Ashe combo? Looking at how Diana on the mid lane, I don't think it's a good compatibility for Zed. Especially Zed can actually like move away from Diana. But at the same time, for the team fight, RQ team fight will be actually more sustainability compared to Team Nigma. It's my personal opinion.
Yeah. I think Nigma is going to have a harder time to get to the back. Like you said, every single character is a CC. So right now they're going to have to rely a lot on Jussie, on Riven, to be able to dash and like kite out a lot of their stuns, or just eat a lot of their stuns. So the Garen, Riven goes in, eats out a lot of the stuns, and then try to bait out the CC from Senna, from Ashe, the arrow, everything. Make sure that the CC's down before they send in Zed to try and get in on the Senna and the Ashe, because those are going to be the two key members that you need to take away from this. Like, get them out of there, assassinate them. That's what the Zed is going to be for, right? But you can't get to the backline, like if you said, if all the CC is up, and they have so much CC options. They can use an Ashe arrow to sort of stop the Garen, stop the Riven from going in too close, and then Senna would throw in like her stun to make sure that you didn't get any closer. So like so much stacks, and like I can tell you Nigma has a chance. It's just they're not gonna have a very good time.
Yeah, especially right now, I'm thinking about the composition for Nigma, who is actually going towards the Baron lane and also dual lane, because they got Nami Nasus and Zig. So will it be?
It should be Ziggs, Nasus bot lane, I think, and then it should be Riven in the jungle, and it should be, what was the last one?
Nami.
No, sorry, Nami and wait, could it be
Get
Nasus in
it.
the background?
Yeah, that's why
Okay,
it might
yeah.
be Nasus towards the battle lane. It might be.
Could be, yeah, because like it's gonna be very difficult for him to like get gold outside of that. Oh wait, no, actually, yeah. So
Oh.
it is the bot lane.
Okay.
Oh wait, I don't think they went with the Nami. We kind of
Oh,
they
okay.
swapped it out, yeah.
Because I saw Nami. Okay, I'm
Yeah,
sorry
yeah.
about. I'm sorry. About
I think because when we were looking at each other while we were talking, our eyes were at the screen and it kind of switched out there. But yeah. So interesting all around there.
So who's actually going to give out the CC towards Nima? Nasus alone going in front and seeing that's Ash and also Senna and Diana
Yeah.
combo. It's quite hard to Nigma actually put on like a 1v1 fight, or actually they can't fight up front.
Yeah.
If they did that, it will be an easier win for Team RQ.
So we're kind of looking like it looks like Jesse's going to be their only form of CC, going to be a lot more disruptive. I don't think they're going to have a lot of like strong CC initiation down towards the mid lane and everything. So they're going to rely a lot more on the scrappiness, a lot more on Ziggs sort of dealing consistent damage from the back line, while they try to disrupt like the RRQ backline as much as possible. That's what it looks like to me, because like the overall health pool is going to be a lot lower for RRQ side for three of their champions. So that they have to be very, very scrappy with the fights that they take, and they have to get in as deep as possible. So if they use so many flashes, if they use a lot of their skills and stuff to get in or get out, then I'll tell you now that Nigma will lose a lot of team fights, because they have to get in deeper than RRQ does.
Yeah, but looking at how Nigma and RQ plays out right now,
Gonna be Jesse getting in too deep to try and get the Krugs out from underneath them, but looks like Chammy's in there to try and back him up, and that's gonna be a scot-free getaway for both sides. And you know, a little bit of a boo-boo on Jesse's side trying to get in deep there.
sadly that poking was not enough for Team Nigma. But right now Nigma, I see that they try to do what RQ is. Both of their dual lane have relic shields, so we know how the composition will be. They have to be on more focus towards the minion. Probably going to play it a little bit more slower in the early game compared to what they used to be, because last time, if I'm not mistaken, Team Nigma was playing more towards the sickle instead of the Relic Shield. But since they know they're going to compete with Ash and also Senna, so they're probably going towards that stability side more compared to their previous game.
Yeah, interesting with the double Relic Shield picks. So yeah, it does actually make sense. So unlike the PC version, there's no like actual fall off in terms of gold for getting 2 relic shields, and you get 100% more gold from the minions. So like even if you kill it out. So I think Scythe gives you a penalty if you kill a minion, but I don't know if relic shield does. If I recall correctly, it does not.
It does not.
Yeah, so actually, yeah, double relic shield, both same amount of gold coming in for both your team members, and an opportunity to get both of them fed, which is huge, because NASA's going to need a lot of gold, and putting him in a support role always like made him fall behind really heavily if he wasn't scaling up to par. So
Yeah.
it could be really interesting.
So right now for the dual lane, I think this is the more important lane for towards both of the team, because their composition, how they work, how their team play relies on the dual lane, especially with Nasus towards Team Nigma, while Karma Ash towards Team RRQ. So I wanted to see how would Team Nigma actually pursue towards the bottom lane. For me personally, the mid lane or the jungler might have to be more focused toward the bottom lane. If they have one chance to actually shut down toward the Ash, it's already a good play towards Team Nigma. And look here, Riven's coming in. They probably wanted Ash.
All gonna get countered by the Scouter, gonna be get CC'd, and now Jesse's a bit in too deep. He didn't manage to quite get in as far as he liked to, but that was prime opportunity for a dive, even though there's barely any damage there to be done for a sort of soften it up. And that's gonna be RQ licking their wounds, however. Gonna force out the flash out of Exosin, and now he's gonna be removed from the equation, I think, because he can't afford to be deep in there for a dive, so they're gonna try and stop it with all their might.
still, sadly, they still don't want to go back to Team RQ trying to defend their bottom lane. And this is what I wanted to see from Team Nima, focusing on that play by Team RQ. Almost got it. The Mega Infinite Ball almost got
did.
it. But sadly, if they have more damage, maybe they have to wait out a little bit more to actually get the damage, especially because of Relic Shield. We understand when Relic Shields, you don't have that enough, what we call, how farming compared to...
Yeah, you don't have enough like early game damage
Yeah.
or like enough to consistently be able to clear the wave as fast as you would with like an attack item. Yeah, like you said. But I'd say it is the win out for NGX here. Like, maybe except for Jesse, because Jesse's going to be missing out a lot of farm with that gank. He had to linger a lot. But like they got a lot of damage down on Ashe. They managed to trade it back in. Looks like the Dragon might be taken out here from RQ. But it looks like Nigma is ready, have their eyes on the prize. They're going to be sticking around, having the Zed, but they don't have the jungler there with the smite available. So it's going to be the Herald Slain on the trade for Nigma Galaxy. I think Riven can be using this to get a lot of plates, get a lot of gold, and get himself like fed up. Oh God! Shammy barely there with the Skin of his teeth. Like I couldn't even see the health bar. I was overlapping with the borders, but now it looks like Hyde's in trouble. Jesse's there in the nick of time, and it's going to be a lot of turret plates with the Baron lane tower going down as well. That's huge for Nigma. There's so much early game goal that you can get from the plates and from an early game push there.
Yeah, this is what Nigma needs. They need the early game, they need the objective, and it's much more higher compared to Team RQ. By the goal difference, 3K difference towards Team Nigma, and I'm hoping they could actually consistently be for Team Nigma, especially towards Team RQ. We know how RQ wanted to play late game, so if they focus on the early game, take on the hits, take on the objective, make sure that RQ have no chance on actually taking back their goal, and it might be a good play by Team Nigma. For Nigma especially, if it's only on the 5th minute and they already got the top lane. And not even the top lane, Diana was also taken out.
Yeah. Gonna be Chaz really deep into Aaron. Aaron's used a lot of his skills to get onto the Diana, and that's gonna be another takeoff for Chaz. Chaz getting the Dragon NC, like he's gonna be the one scaling him, and now it's gonna be both junglers here with a lot on the line. Though Jesse's gonna be higher up with the gold that he got from Dragon, a lot more funnel gold there from the tower together with the plates, and that's why you need to get your early game.
Mega Inferno Ball right on the...
Deep in, a lot of meteor enchants, and that's Jesse. That's a lot of gold out there, a lot more of an item spike here for him on the Black Cleaver to be able to pull out that base health damage on Shyvana. And now it's going to be really difficult for Viper, going to have to be flashing over the wall, and that's going to be a free turret available for them with the Demolition and, you know, the Ziggs bomb. They're available for you to get a free turret at tier 1 down the mid lane.
Almost getting on the mid turret, and this is what we want from Team Nigma. Shutting down Shyvana on the early game is a good progress for Team Nigma, especially we know how scaling up Shyvana could be. Backs away for Team Nigma. They don't want that team fight, not yet. They are not ready, but sadly, looks like on the battle lane, I don't know how Team RQ did, but every time they lose as a point, they get back their points.
Yeah. they trade it really well. Like honestly, they're not out of the woods just yet. They're not out of the game yet. And like the goal differential is nothing. Like we're looking at barely a 1K difference, despite the fact that NGX has been playing a lot better in the early game half. That's what we talk about when we talk about the RQ effect. Even though they're losing some key things and objectives, which make it seem that they should be on the back foot, but they never ever give up headwind. And like late game, I think Nigma might be biting off more they can chew here, despite the fact that Jesse, who is the one who's supposed to be fed, is getting really fed. So RQ has to consider that possibility as well.
Yeah, up next time by
Crystal
Ashe.
Arrow into the Ziggs Demon Kite there. Like he's really close to being taken out.
Yeah, sadly there were no damage dealer by Team RQ. If someone was there, they probably could. It might be even if they have Shyvana on their side, it's much more easy to take out Team Nigma. But I love what Nigma is doing. They're actually implying on the gameplay by RQ, but looks... almost going to take someone, but it was not easy. Meter Ichan was being outplayed, but have not been hit by anyone. They're probably going to take on the bottom lane. But look at Zack trying to put on the left mark, but not in... Finally! they could took out Shyvana. Death Mark plus with 2 Meteor Enchant.
The Meteor Enchant's coming, and that's gonna be Demon Kite knocked up, and now it's Helios and the rest on the back foot. RQ completely returning the favor that was given to them by NGX, and now they have a lot more priority, but NGX already had their eyes on the prize. Justy wasn't there for any of that fight because he knew that that was going to be a free Rift Herald for them to take. Dragon's nowhere close, still a little bit of time left on their hands. Going to give Justy a lot of side push there on the lane, but Meteor and Chat's just keeping people away from the turrets and on the toes, which is it's been kind of disgusting coming out from them.
Yeah, and look at how Nigma's doing. It's the same gameplay the RQ played, but better towards Team Enigma because they make sure that Senna and also Ash won't be available for any team fight. We have seen how they actually poke on Senna and also Ash and can't see where Shyvana was doing what was doing, so we can't actually see any enchanted crystal arrow, and that's a good play by Team Enigma. And also a second header for Team Enigma, making sure they can actually get their objective. Mid lane is in trouble if header is being played.
Absolutely right. It's going to be a bit more mid lane pressure. They're going to have to sort of manage a minion wave a little bit so it doesn't push into them while they're trying to fight for the dragon. You see a lot of bit of clear there. Both sides are not willing to take this, however. NGX already cleared the Rift Herald. They're not going to have anything to put their attention away. They need to kind of focus on contesting this dragon because they know that Shyvana is about to hit a point where she's scary. If she didn't have 8,000 gold, they might have been willing to let this dragon go, but she has 8,000 gold. They can't afford to let it go this time.
Yeah, for Team Nigma, what I want to say, they're actually split pushing on the mid and also on the bottom lane so that they could put on a pressure towards the jungle of Team RQ. Because looking how Team RQ played, we have seen how they can slowly actually get their goals. Not a lot of difference between Team Nigma and RQ. And the pressure on the mid lane, it's a back and forth play. It's like an unpenetrable shield and also a spear that can actually do anything right now. So it's a standstill towards both of their team. The dragon might be in play right now, yes, probably going to be competed by both of the team.
Going to be using the opportunity to try and clear out the wards, but they put another ward there in the river brush. And going to have another ward down the Charbage to make sure there's no unpleasant surprises when they do get pushed back on the flank. But they do have the Rift Herald to provide pressure there on the bot lane. The minion clears on both sides to make sure that nothing goes too crazy. But here we go, here we go. Gonna be Chaz getting it really close. They had to flash away, use a lot of their gauges. That's a lot of their gap closers being used up. But High gets caught out there on the side. A bit too far away from the rest of the team. Aaron's gonna be able to get it, but he has the Zonya Hourglass there as the answer. Chaz is kind of going around, but it's one member down. A lot of things on the table, and now they are free to take Dragon with impunity because Exorcism is really low as well.
Yeah, Team RQ, they have been stuck. Even so, a lot of CC available to Team RQ. They can't actually use the CC on the right moment. Especially, we have seen Nigma playing it safely. They know how to actually, I think it's not played by Team Nigma. They actually kite in Team RQ, so they only took out one player. They don't even need to do a team fight. They only need one player taken down, so they can actually take on the objective. One turret and also a free dragons for Team Nigma. This is the high pressure probably haven't been felt by Team RQ for a quite long time.
Yeah, the Rift Herald pickup was absolutely glorious for that dragon fight. The timing, they already knew the time was coming down. Rift Herald's coming down slightly earlier, so they took it and they used it for that sort of push in the bot lane. They had to sort of answer, but then RQ being a little bit too separated, they had to kind of go around that little brush area, and you can't use your flashes because using your flashes again in the fight is going to make it too costly for you to get in that fight. So High getting caught away so far from the action with the turret down, that kind of just opened things up once they managed to get a catch onto Hyde because Justy was already close. He already had the initiative, and that was going to be a pickup for them. And you know, a really strong initiator down for RQ, one they can't afford to lose before the dragon fight. Sorry.
Yeah, but for Team Nigma, this is what we wanted to see, where they're constantly actually pressuring in Team RQ, and without the dragon, it's much more harder for Shyvana to actually take out her passive. So for Team Nigma, what I want to see is, can they actually cut towards the back lane, especially on Ash. I'm just afraid if we come in towards team like the 20th minutes or even the 80 minutes where we've seen Team RQ popping it off by their damage also and by their scalings. So to prevent that, they have to scale one by one.
Shot to Crystal Arrow, barely missing. It's curving away here instead of into here, so that's a bit unfortunate. Meteor Enchant's going to be getting down for a bit more extra damage. But that's initiation tool gone, and that's a little bit more like a relief on the Nigma Galaxy side because they don't need to think about that for about another 30 seconds, give or take, on the cooldown.
Yeah, but we have seen Team Nigma. If they actually got hit by the enchanted crystal arrow, it might be RQ trying to put on a team fight. Thankfully, because of that, they know they can actually now. Oh, looks like they want. Oh, someone's going to be taken down. This is what they want. Renekton is in trouble. Coming back lane. Oh, Zed with the death mark. They can't get away. Look at the meter enchant. Shyvana scaling up on Zed. Now they are in big trouble. Look at the double meter enchant. Coming with a stasis, but look in front of the Nigma, have to run away, being stuck with all the CC by Team RQ. It's quite hard for Nigma to run away, but finally, thankfully, Nigma could actually move back.
Oh no, gonna get caught out clearing minions there. Didn't want the minion waves to manage to go too far because they had to go back on that particular site. But they see Jesse get caught out with the ward over there, and it's gonna be a lot of pushes. Couldn't secure the kill on high, couldn't secure the kill on a lot of them. Aaron had to go in deep, didn't quite get the kills they needed. Jesse wanted to go in deep as well. That's a brilliant turnaround from RQ, and now their goal differential has been decreased by somewhat, giving them a lot more opportunity. But as a mid lane scrap, gonna be a lot more twisting and turning there for Chami, getting caught up by so many. Here's going to be the out, but another stone plate. Hide. That's twice in a row.
Oh my god, look at Team Nigma, Team RQ. Sadly for Ash, the 2-time missing her enchanted crystal arrow. If he actually got to get it, it might be a good fight for Team RQ, but still it's a good win towards Team RQ because of the fight on the battle lane. They actually could compete with Team Nigma, and Nigma now they are in a little bit more trouble if they force a team fight. What Team Nigma have to avoid is a team fight, a full-scale team fight by Team RQ, because RQ are known for their scaling, very aggressive team fight. If they can't actually get a 1v4 or 1v3, I think it's better for Team Nigma backs away and plan up a new plan, because a 5v5 is not something Nigma could actually withstand towards Team RQ.
A lot harder, but I gotta see the items again. Like I really want to see it. I want to see if Ash got in the very quick blades just to get that ultimate charge out really fast. From what I've seen, it's been coming up ridiculous. 20 seconds, 15 seconds, because the crystal arrow has been coming out like any regular skill in terms of like cooldown. It's been available for every single team fight, and it kind of scares me what is available for RQs in terms of initiation.
Yeah, and we have seen Team probably Ash. Oh, probably because Ash, we have seen that enchanted crystal arrow won't hit anyone, but still we can see that they can locate where Team Nigma is. Ziggs actually push out Team RQ from the Infernal Dragon. They don't want to give the Infernal to Shyvana. If Shyvana gets the Infernal, it's going to be a dangerous battle towards Team Nigma. A Mega Infernal Ball has to be popped out. They have to waste on their ultimate just to save the dragon, and I think it's understandable for Team Nigma. They have to do it, or else they are in a lot more trouble. The item currently. Ooh.
Yeah, so it doesn't look like it's in a very quick blaze. We're seeing 2 Meteor Enchants on both sides of the teams. Ziggs absolutely scaling the heck out of everything right now. So could be a chance of Crystal Arrow going to be missing again. Jesse almost gets caught up, but he dashes away just in time, and he's going to be able to get away scot-free. Nasus is there to try and equalize things, but looks like Chaz going to be coming down with the Shyvana ultimate to try and keep things pressure to Meteor and Chance to keep things off, and RQ doesn't manage to get any pickups from that despite the really deep engages and the really, really deep commits. It looks like a lot of the skills are still available for Jussie. His flash is still up, Aaron's flash is down, but they still have enough to be able to take out the tower. Gonna be the freeze, gonna be a lot of them trying to get in. So many arrows, but there's so much damage from the Zig side. One Mega Inferno Bomb and a lot of Meteor and Chance are going to keep them off, and damage is being pulled away from all sides here. It looks like RQ are the ones who are not necessarily being able to take things too carefully. That tier 2 tower was just saved, but only barely, buying them more time for them to keep themselves alive in terms of tier 2s.
Yeah, for Team RQ, they have to be a little bit more careful by the split pushing done by the Nigma. We have seen Zed on the bottom lane just now. So I think the tier 2 turrets, look at all the health. On the first, we have seen on the battle lane, even on the mid lane, barely can actually, it could crumble anytime. 1 or 2 hit by the minion, even by Team Nima themselves, it might be harder for RQ to actually protect or be on the defensive side. And this is where Team RQ are being forced to defend their side compared to Nigma. We usually see on the 20 minute RQ would pot up for damage, be more aggressively, but now they can't. They have to be passive, and look at Team Fight coming in. Deathmark trying to put in Mega Inferno Bomb, but that haven't hit anyone just yet. They probably just wanted to push RQ away from the dragon, and this might be a chance for Team Nigma.
That's going to be a lot of damage onto one of their main damage users. Like you said, Exosen is getting taken too low. 1 Mega Inferno Bomb, 1 Meteor Chant at the same time. There's really nothing you can do, but they can't afford to give away this true dragon. That true damage execution is just what you need to be able to equalize things. And with the slight gold lead that we see out from like NGX and a lot of their like longer range damages that you can put out from the Ziggs, like no, RQ can't afford a way to give this True Dragon, because that's going to be a definitive game over for them, especially with the amount of long-range tools at our Enigma Galaxy's disposal.
Yeah, Meteor Shower Meteor Enchant just being popped up to see what happened towards the dragon right now. All alone, Diana is not in play, too far away. This might be a chance for Enigma to actually do something. They lost a turret, but it's okay. RQ, if they don't stop on the dragon, it might be a hard fight. Oh!
A beautiful crystal coming down there, coming in the back lane. They waited for their opportunity. They were so stacked up, and now it's going to be 2 people down for Enigma Galaxy. The rest of RQ still on the back foot here. Here we go with Nasus getting chased down, going to be pushed towards the tower. That's going to be an opener. That's going to be a stun. That's going to be a back off, and that's going to be the dragon for RQ. Jesse was waiting in the sidelines, trying to steal it away. He knew that there wasn't any wards, but that's going to be the true dragon. There's nothing that Enigma Galaxy can do about it, and that's going to be a free run towards the Baron Pit. They didn't lose anyone. They have all the resources available to get the 2 biggest objectives in the game and potentially close things out in what was supposed to be Enigma Galaxy's favor.
Yeah, especially we have seen, I already told them, Enigma, they can't play a full-scale team fight, especially with RQ ability. We have seen the stun, compared to everything, and the Stacy's helping on towards Shyvana on the right moment. Even so, we seen lastly I seen, if I'm not mistaken, it was Senna pressuring towards Nigma, and they can't do anything, backing it off, and because of that, Nigma loses 2 large objective. This is a win for Team RQ. 1 opportunity was enough for Team RQ.
Oh man, yeah, like you said, they couldn't afford to give that away. And like the amount of CC available, they were so patient and waiting for a good place to use the Crystal Arrow, and the Crystal Arrow getting a 4-stack stun. That was pretty much it for them. That was pretty much the only opportunity they needed. Enigma Galaxy played such a good game here, and they did everything right. They just, when it mattered the most, they happened to make a huge mistake, and now RQ is potentially going to be able to bulldoze the game towards an ending.
Yeah, especially with the Baron buff inwards their hands. Tier 2 turret have been taken away. Only the tier 2. I don't think it's be easy for Nigma to defend themselves. Top lane is in trouble, even on the mid lane. They're coming in towards the fight. Mega in front of the ball, trying to put someone, but look at that damage! Team Nigma, they're going to be on a hit, and Nasus might be in focus right now. It's a play for Team RQ.
Oh my gosh. What just happened? What just happened, Fire? I'm pretty sure that Nigma had some very convincing lead there. Lead there.
You know, the funny part is actually Crystal Arrow did not hit anyone towards the game except for the last team fight.
There was a
the
few
important
hits.
fight.
We saw some pickoffs, but that's the thing about having a 20-second cooldown Crystal Arrow. You can miss as many times as you like because you just need to wait another 20 seconds and you have another Crystal Arrow. That is disgusting, especially the cooldown reduction coming up from a max stack relic shield. Then oh my gosh, that combination was something
I
disgusting.
don't know who's supposed to be the MVP for Team RQ just now because it's literally one moment towards Team RQ, and here's the highlight just now for the first match when everything happened.
The thing when everything fell apart. Here's the moment that Nigma saw the writing on the wall here. That's the end. That was the end of it. Did you see that?
It's so disgusting how Team RQ played it, especially. We've seen Enigma was having a higher chance towards they're winning the first game.
They had the momentum control, they had the zone control, the ward control, everything, but they kind of got really lax. They all stood. You know what they say about spacing? Don't keep all four of you in the same spot, space at once. All getting Crystal Arrow at the same time, and that's it. That's done.
Arcula is like playing dominoes, collapsing towards the Enigma, and how the face toward Chaz with seven kills.
Yeah, look at Chaz 7 kills. That's something we didn't even expect or look at because we were so focused on like everything else going down, especially Exo some of his arrows. But what's even stranger to me is Demon Kite. Demon Kite there. Demon Kite here with 1-4, despite his damage numbers being some ridiculous, insane amounts of output. Like you saw the damage coming down from 1 Mega Inferno Bomb together with a Meteor Enchant, and he still didn't get any kills. That's really unfortunate there for Exosun, despite like the performance that he managed to put up against RIQ there towards a lot of the team fights.
Yeah, Demon Kite actually packs a lot of damage, but sadly, like I said, Nigma, if no one is actually protecting Demon Kite, it's really hard for them to engage their team RQ. RQ, they have seen the Mega Inferno Bomb plus Meteor combo, so it's much more easier for Team RQ to move away towards Demon Kite. But on the point that Demon Kite have been taken out, it's an easier play for Team RQ, especially towards the Dragon lane just now, where they actually focus a team fight towards Team RQ. I think forcing out the team fight was indecisive for Team Nigma. They were actually playing like, should we take the dragon or should we stop? Should we actually backs away? For me, putting out all team fight towards Team RQ with the composition they're doing, everyone was stunning. Diana was coming like, okay, Moonfall pops in and you can't do anything towards the dragon. And Team Nigma, it was declining towards the goal. We have to put an applause for Team RQ because it was on only like the last 3 minutes.
Yeah, this is the quintessential RQ graph. This is what I see in so many. This is what I see in RQ games. The heartbreaker. The thing that RQ does is they allow you to like have your graph be blue. So like, hey, hi, look, blue graphs. And then suddenly RQ is like, okay, you're having enough fun now? Crash all the way down to the bottom, all the way down towards the side of RQ. They get all the gold, they get all the objectives, and it's a huge skew.
Yeah, it's like they're playing Forex.
That sounds like personal experience.
I'm putting all my Easter eggs on one basket.
all your money into like one coin and the crash.
And then everything crashes. And that's what happened just now. Suddenly crashes.
Thank you so much. This was brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, who made everything possible. Snapdragon Pro Series, some of the best chips that you can find for gaming, especially if you're playing Wild Rift. You have some great frame rates, some absolutely fantastic graphics, and powering some of the best phones in the world. And also brought to you by Monster Energy Drink, who give us the energy and a lot of the taurine that we need to keep this entertaining and do a lot of screaming. Me and Farah might have had a little bit too many Monster Energies. If you'd like to join the discussion, join us at discord.gg of Snapdragon Pro Series. Series, you can come in. You can come in there. Maybe find some of us there arguing about the results, arguing about the strategies. Maybe me and Farah arguing about who's right, and maybe we shouldn't put our money in forex, crashing things down. But we're about to be heading into a game 2 with Enigma Galaxy versus RQ. So do stay tuned. See if RQ is going to continue the dominance and letting people have a taste of what it might be like to win before destroying them and absolute capsizing, or whether or not we'll be seeing a return to form from Enigma Galaxy, potentially a stronger draft pick, potentially a stronger composition.
Yeah. See you guys after the break. We're coming back later.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
I gotta get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Yeah, welcome back to Snapdragon Pro Series. What live with me and also Pondo and also Fira. Just now, game number 1, Enigma versus RQ. it was a domino effect.
It
by
was
Team
yeah,
RQ.
domino effect. Yeah, that was crazy. We already saw the team. We already saw the team comp come for RQ. We already saw like, okay, this is the sort of team comp where if you get stunned once, CC really hard. They have all 5 CC chains. They have a bunch of ways to get in and disgustingly destroy. So, but no other team would be able to do it the same way. It's because RQ's goal was still so similar to Nigma.
Yeah.
Even though they lost the Justy turret, the first tower plates, they lost both the Rift Heralds, they lost 2 dragons.
Yeah.
But it apparently didn't matter because they all had a ridiculous amount of gold for the turnaround. So they were still really packed up.
Yeah, the key player just now Chaz as Shiva. It actually if we've seen Chaz on the first. If you saw Chaz actually only died on the first 5 minutes, and that's the
Yeah.
only death. It
7
was 7-2. Yeah,
kills.
7 kills,
Yeah.
2 death. The 2 death was only like on the first early game, and that is enough for Chaz. Okay, I don't want to be that. Let me farm first. Let me take all the gold. Let me have that damage. But on the late game, we know how so Shyvana could be.
Oh god, like you can even see the damage taken per minute was not high. But that's not even a bad thing. It's because Chaz was so focused and only came in during like the breakpoints when they're doing the team fight to cause havoc in the backline. That's why he didn't take any damage, because they couldn't do any damage. He was pretty much already in between them. And here you already see the RRQ like trademark, which is gold per minute above 800. That is what keeps them so dominant for us. They were supposed to be behind. They were supposed to be so far behind in terms of like objectives, in terms of like waves, in terms of minion management. But I don't know how RRQ does it, but they always consistently have some sort of 800 gold per minute sort of deal that keeps them in the game and makes them really strong in any upcoming team fights, regardless of how it goes.
Yeah, if we look at objective, we've seen Team Nigma actually not only just the Herald and also the Tier 1 turret, but it's probably because of the Relic Shield that they could actually compete the goal towards Team Nigma. We know that if we took our minion, it's going to be 125% of goal. If I'm not mistaken, 125.
50 to 50%. So like, I think like my memory for numbers is horrible, but I think within the ballpark, like back then, if you missed the minion, it would be like 9 gold for like range minion. I think like around 26 gold for cannon minions, something give or take. But like, okay, we're going to pick and bang soon, so be able to do a lot more theory crafting in terms of like the new team comp and what Nigma is going to be doing to try and get back at RQ as a response. But yeah, so talking about it earlier, Relic Shield doesn't have the limitations that the PC version does to make sure that only the support can gain the most out of it. So we're seeing a double Relic Shield comp. The gold differences between the 2 champions is the same.
Yeah.
They don't need to have the thing where they sacrifice and pour the gold into the Dragon Lane mainstay, like the Ziggs or the ADC, is still gonna have the most gold, yes. But like back then, if the Nasus was in the support role and the Nasus was behind, he was behind. There was no getting back from that because his gold was already so ridiculously far behind, there was nothing he could do. But now with the double Relic Shield comp, Nasus gets so much more gold. He can stay in the game, and even if he doesn't manage to pull off enough plays or can keep himself in a winning position, he still has enough gold to make himself relevant towards the late game, and I think that's a really strong like composition. We have already seen it with the way the Senna and Ashe play off it, because now Ashe is gonna have enough gold to be able, and also the cooldown reduction from like a support item.
It was too fast.
It was fast.
It was quite you seen how, like for Team RQ, we don't mind. Crystal Arrow doesn't have to hit. We just want to know where where all Team Nigma is. We only want to know the location of our enemy. Okay, scoot out where Team Nigma is. But only one hit where that Crystal Arrow was.
Just one. I remember I was talking about it in the mid game. I was like, it's okay. They've used the Crystal Arrow.
Yeah.
They just need to wait 30 seconds of them
They
not
wait.
needing to think about it. But as soon as I finished
Exorcist was
talking,
abusing the Crystal Arrow like,
it's like, I missed. Oh no! I guess I'm gonna have. Oh, okay, it's up again. Okay, shoot again. I missed. Oh no! Shoot it again. It's, oh my gosh! You have unlimited ammo, and like that was the key. The comp that RQ had. It was a comp where if you got CC'd once, you were dead. But what if you could get CC'd every 20 seconds?
Ooh.
That's so much more opportunity for you to beat. So Gwen gonna get picked out here. So I think Gwen is pretty strong, purely for the zone. That kind of nullifies a lot of like the long range engagement type styles that we're seeing come in favor in the new comp, especially with the Meteor enchant coming up and a lot of them be able to do damage from a distance. So yeah, Gwen pulling out the zone. Gonna be a little bit harder against the Zed.
Will it
and the
be a
Ziggs.
jungle or a better Gwen?
We'll have to see like what comes out next. Because like if there's a better jungler picked out next, Gwen will probably go top lane. But I don't really like Gwen in jungle because like I said, it lacks hard TC. And jungle, you actually get a lot less gold unless you're getting kills. Yeah, so that means you have to get kills if you want to be a jungle Gwen. Because you don't have hard CC to be relevant if you're losing, and you don't get enough gold to be strong. But Garen gets picked out, so maybe you're right, it could be a Gwen jungle.
Yeah, it might. I think it might be a Gwen jungle because together. And I love what Team RQ doing to take out Ashe. They put out a Rakan. It's a good play, especially Rakan have his own immune. Comes in with a Garen entrance, could actually stun up Ashe before Ashe put up a crystal arrow. And Ziggs bomb probably could deal damage towards the game. So I love what Team RQ is doing with. And we know how strong Team RQ with a Z in their side. So in the mid lane, Team Nigma really have to think of who could actually fight off, you know, Z. Probably an Akali might be in play.
Akali could be a good pick, especially with the deepen onto Gwen and onto the Ashe. Garen's not going to be able to do much to stop an Akali, especially the Shroud up. If we're talking, NGX does like to take things away from RRQ, but like sometimes it backfires on them because they don't use it as well as RRQ does. Because RRQ likes to set the pace in what they choose.
Yeah.
So like, I do think the Rakan's a good pickup against the Gwen because Rakan's the type that needs to go inside the zone and they're able to knock you up. But what you said about Rakan being able to get the Ashe, if Demon Kite was close enough for Rakan to knock him up, then he's not doing his job as an Ashe correctly. He's not supposed to be anywhere close by. He's supposed to be shooting crystal arrows from a distance using a relic shield and all the CDR that's afforded to him to be able to shoot crystal arrows the same way RRQ does. But that's what the Ziggs is for. That's why they picked the Ziggs back on the Nigma Galaxy side to make Ashe less of an issue.
Okay, now I'm confused because Team Nigma is taking on Vi. Vi jungle? Is it going to be Gwen mid? Will Gwen
No, that could be a thing. That's really strong. Gwen mid.
Versus with Z.
Well, it won't be fun for Gwen. It won't be fun for Gwen, but it will, like, she can survive. Okay, so if Gwen went up against a Zed, what she would need to do is that she would need to have her dash saved up or her flash saved up, and she would need to flash away or dash away and then use her zone. The Zed cannot be in the zone to use his shuriken or anything on her. And if he dashes away after the ult happens, then Zed will need to save his shadow, he'll need to save his flash if he wants to follow up and get the kill. So it's still possible. The Morgana pick here, let me just tell you that Gwen is screwed by Morgana. It's like, I think Morgana is a huge problem for Gwen. But I guess that's why the Galio is up here, that's why the Garen's gonna be there. So there's a lot more bodies to throw in front of Morgana, but like, I see Morgana, I kind of shudder.
Okay, this is probably going to be a Morgana jungle. It feels like
Yeah,
Gwen is
100% Morgana jungle, yeah.
Gwen would be on the better lane. They're putting on Garen in the mid lane to fight off with Zed.
Okay. So just using some armor boost whenever Zed goes in and then maybe go for a Sunfires or a Thornmail? Well, it depends on whether they want to go for a tanky Garen or they want to go like the Black Cleaver Garen.
I probably it's going to be a Black Cleaver Garen.
Yeah.
It might be a Black Cleaver Garen. Looking at the composition Team Nima is doing, but Fiora fighting on Gwen, I think it's more towards Gwen. Fiora.
Yeah.
If you see Fiora and Gwen playstyle, they actually almost the same. Almost.
Yeah.
Looking at how poking skill wise, the bruising type wise, and up front, like Fiora and Gwen, they really have to get close to actually put on a fight.
Yeah, but Fiora's more of what we call a lane bully. So like the thing about Fiora is that with her dash, she kind of and she heals. It's a true damage proc, and you get a heal every time you detonate a mark, the thing that appears. So that's why they call Fiora a lane bully, because she just kind of dashes in, hits the mark, and then she can use her counter attack to sort of like block off all the damage and then run away. That's why they call her a lane bully, because she can do a lot of damage and she can get away scot-free. Gwen is not a lane bully because she has to go all in whenever she wants to do damage.
Yep.
And like when her zone only protects her from things that are outside. So during team fights, but it's not very useful for when you're fighting one-on-one, especially with a melee champ, because you have to be close. So theoretically, Fiora would have an easier time, but Gwen is strong in close range, and Fiora needs to get close. So it is kind of a skill matchup. But I think the zone is going to be useless against Fiora, and that is one of Gwen's like biggest abilities. And if it's useless against Fiora, then there's not much that you can do. There's a mosquito in the room. Oh my gosh!
What can I say? Actually, for Team Nigma, they have to play like the first game. It was a really close fight for Team Nigma, and if they could actually consistently took out on the second game, it might be a win for them. Especially right now for Team Nigma, they got an, if I'm not mistaken, they got an Ash, so they could actually prop out Crystal Arrow more often towards Team RRQ. It's just that with the meter enchant by both teams being played, we've seen how aggressive Ziggs can be with the meter enchant plus with Mega Inferno Bomb. It's like a 2 Mega Inferno Bomb towards the game, and this is it. For game number 2, Team RRQ versus Team Enigma Galaxy.
Oh, exciting to see where that goes. But like, I guess we're gonna see if Enigma Galaxy has the chops to be able to win the same way that RQ does in terms of team fights and decisive outplays, because that's gonna be what's on the line for them. Whether or not it's gonna be a complete steamroll or a very good fight, I guess we'll have to see with an early fight up again here from Exosun, who gets in way too deep with the Rakan. And not quite the equivalent amount of damage because of the base stats coming on a Galio. Way more tanky to be able to get things up, but Relic Shield should be able to heal a little bit of that mitigation up.
Yeah, what I love about both of the team, they are heavily focused towards the dual lane on the early game. They know how important dual lane is. So for Team RQ, they can't play too aggressive compared to the first game. It was almost a downfall towards Team RQ. On the mid lane, same thing is happening. Bruise a lot. The
double flash to going for the engager both, and that's the ignite, but it's gonna be the honey fruit to save Aaron's life in the nick of time. The double flash there. They both had the same idea for the engage, but yeah, just missing each other by
Are they
inches.
having the same coach right now? I'm so confused. How Team RQ and Enigma play right now? Like, it's the same as Team on the first game. The gameplay was so well inside.
Yeah.
Double flash at the same time with the same composition, with the same ability played out.
So they were they were so low. Aaron clearly had his silence up, procced it before the flash to get a cheeky auto attack for the insta kill, but it looks like Helios had the same idea for his flash as a surprise to try and auto attack him with that 50% extra first attack damage passive that Zed has. But both had the same idea at the same time, and flash at the same time. Oh, okay. It looks like Gwen is going to be winning out here on the dueling sort of combat. That's barely enough HP to deal with Gwen Fiora right now.
Yeah, if you have seen Team Enigma, they are playing more aggressive towards the first early game compared to the first game. Team RQ, they have to be a little bit more careful. I love how they are actually bullying all 3 lanes. We've seen the damage being played by Team Nigma. They wanted to hit a little bit of stun by Morgana. Will it be enough?
Using the black shield to make sure that Vi can't cancel the LT using her dash attack. And yeah, just gonna be more scraps here. NJ's kind of pulling slightly ahead. I like that double demolition. So you see Vi going so aggressively here to for that early game ganks and for that early game dives and pushes because of the fact that they both have demolition, and that is an easy like 4 tower plates if you time it correctly. They kind of pushed up, so they didn't manage to get it. There's a chance of Crystal Arrow to go catch him up, and it's going to be a lot of follow-up, and it's going to be first blood for Enigma Galaxy, once again proving that they have Enigma Galaxy is the king of the early game, and that is a fantastic start up there for Enigma Galaxy, you know, to start game 2.
Yeah, even on mid lane, Garen doing just Garen thing.
Garen's doing Garen things, yeah.
Yeah, look at that. He can't actually do anything with Garen in mid lane. Probably sustainability is more on Team Nigma's side, and I love how they put on like a really close fight, but also they actually pinning down to a Team RRQ on the early game. They wanted to do the same as the first game, but with a better execution right now. For Team Nigma, they need the hurdle, they need to get their objective. They don't want RRQ competing towards their goal. If RRQ took on the hurdle, it might be harder towards Team Nigma.
Yeah, indeed. But like we've seen RQ before, they don't care about things like objectives. They don't care about like having stronger early game. Aaron gonna be really deep in there, but Vi is already here. Here comes Justy to get him support, and that's a lot more coming in from Crystal Arrow that barely misses. Here comes the grand entrance to try and salvage the situation, but they didn't quite need it. It's gonna be a flash in from Hyde, and that is a kill to finally solve that duelist issue between Chami and Hyde with a victory up from RQ side on the Baron lane.
Yeah, RQ side mid lane have been pushed towards Team RQ. RQ have to be a little bit more careful. Morgana coming in to help. Stunned by the binding by Team RQ, but not enough. There was no one to support her. For Team RQ, they probably wanted to play mid game. Well, right now, I'm thinking, I think Fiora alone can actually pit off with Gwen. Let go of the battle lane. They can 1v1 all by themselves. But if Morgana rotates to the mid and also the bottom lane, catches out Ashe or even catch out Garen, it might be a good play towards Team RQ. And with the objective being played Herald and also both of the dragons is here, it might... Oh, looks like RQ starting on the Herald. Usually we don't see them taking on the first Herald.
Yeah, that has always, like you said, always been an Enigma priority. Gonna be Mega Inferno Bomb coming in. They're hankering for more here on the quickness here, but even despite getting all those bodies up with the proc on the quickness is not gonna be enough for them to get in. They didn't have the abilities up. They didn't have what it takes to take too much damage. They're probably gonna be dragging out for Enigma unless RQ can get in there, because they do have ward, they do have vision. Vi gonna be trying to get in. No, gonna flash, gonna steal away. Is it gonna be the steal? No, gonna be there for Enigma. They're gonna get the dragon in return for the Rift Herald that was taken from them by RQ, but RQ's got the tier 2 turret all the way to push. They were just so distracted by dragon. That's the macro side from RQ. They just know when to push other lanes, even when fights going and down there on the dragon side.
Yeah, they mentioned Justice because the arrow almost hit, but flash by Team RQ. If it hits, it might be another kill for Team Enigma. 2v2 right now on the kill zone, but one key difference towards Team RQ. Now RQ is on the lead by their objective, so I wanted to see how RQ play right now. We haven't seen RQ be more aggressive on early game, so they probably don't want what happening on the first match to be done on the second match currently. For Team RQ, they have to be a little bit careful for Dimension Justice by again. You probably see, it's only Dimension Justice, but the damage done there on the mid lane is actually quite high.
It's definitely going to be something they have to watch out for, especially with especially with how many right targets that Garen has available with his damage output. But yeah, like, so this is something that's in play for RQ. We talked about it before. RQ always has two brains when it comes to the macro and it comes to like a lot of their decision making. Like we saw the last match, Enigma Galaxy going for the Rift Herald and the Dragon. They kind of lost the Dragon. They get the Rift Herald. And they managed to sort of pick things up on the Baron lane, get the tower plates, but they sort of left it, and they sort of like, okay, we got what we wanted, we're going to call it quits. But we saw RQ time the Rift Herald and the drop for when the Dragon was up. and then pushing up to the tier 2 turret, almost getting it there. And that's going to be Aaron in a very precarious spot. That's going to be Helo's going to get free pickup there with the LT. It was practically guaranteed. There's so many flashes. And now Jesse's way too deep in for comfort. And Granite just try to get them there. Going to try and get him with the dark binding, but he's going to be able to get away. A lot of his teammates are to back him up, but that's going to be a free takeaway from Aaron. Potentially RQ, but they want to chase things down, but no opportunity movements have been used. And that's going to be the ulti taken off from Fiora as well. But that frees things up for RQ considerably to be able to manage the minion waves, push things on both ends. And as we see, Macro on RQ side is impeccable. The way that they're playing things around and they're keeping all lanes occupied at the same time.
Yeah, this is a chance for Team Arcade to actually took on the bottom lane. On the Dragon lane, it's going to be a free tier 1 turret for Morgana. And more gold for the jungler right now. But on the top lane, Crystal Arrow hits, but sadly 2v1 flash have been wide open. Mega Inferno Bomb at the back. Oh no, it's actually Hero Entrance coming in towards the back. Will it hit? Fiora finally took out a kill. Galio will be actually taken out right now. Mega Inferno Bomb, not enough. So 1v1 kill just now towards Team RQ. But, I think it's a close play by Team Nigma.
Team Nigma has the right idea here with the way that they're playing things out and the dives with their composition. But the fact that they didn't wait for Hyde's flash to be up before committing so deeply, Vi using her ulti to try and get in close, but she hasn't been able to get successful dives so far. They've committed so many resources, but like every time she went in, the flashes were available, the dashes were available. We could see like back when Exosun was being chased down, he just got so far back and Vi was really out of position despite being able to survive and leaving Aaron alone. That's going to be a catch. Crystal Arrow far enough for a long enough stun. That's going to be a lot of engages. Going to use the ulti to prolong his life, but that's not going to be enough, and that's going to be a tier 2. But immediate clear out there from the Mega Inferno Bomb there, and Viper using it to absolute perfection and stopping that push. And now the Rift Out's going to be available for them to get a tier 1 tower down in mid lane. They won't be able to converge on this because that Rift Out is going to get the tower no matter what.
Not enough.
Yeah, maybe not enough.
One more hit for Team RQ, but for Team Nigma, I love how Ash being played by Demon Kai. Every hit on Crystal Arrow means a kill towards Team Nigma. Their losses on the mid lane because of the Ziggs. We know how strong Ziggs is. It's not how strong, it's how easier for Ziggs to actually took out a turret, especially with the ability in Team RQ. What RQ is doing right now, they are going to capitalize on the early game. The replay we have seen where they wanted to took on the kill and Nigma almost lose the Riven, but we have seen how Garen comes in. How strong is it with Mega Inferno Bomb, and they can actually protect themselves. And Vi, I think it was a outplay where she wanted to come in, but the backup was a little bit late, so she loses her life. So Team Nigma, they can't do that final point.
Oh, expecting that Crystal Arrow had the dash available, ready for that, using Grand Chance to get away. But they've already used their movement skills. Going to be opening things up with the Vi ulti to try and get in there. Here comes the Damascene Justice. A lot of skills coming up. But Mega Inferno Bomb, so many more AoEs. Meteor and Chan here. But it looks like Nigma Gatsu is on the back foot here, despite starting up the team fight. But so much more gold on the RQ side. And that's going to be Demon Kai taken out as well. He's going to be so far well. And that's going to be pretty much a wipe out there.
I think it was a triple kill by Zed Jana. The death mark on point combined with, if I'm not mistaken, that is a 2-time meteor enchant by Team RQ yet again. And for Team RQ, I think I understand why they were pursuing more aggressively on the game number 2. They don't want Team Nigma to actually capitalize on the early game, and this is how they did. Putting on Zed is a good match, especially they wanted to take on Ashe. And look at Ashe. Without Demon Kai, it's really hard for Nigma to actually pop out a stun. Galio, we have seen actually pop his ultimate, but it was not enough to stun up Team RQ. RQ flashed away, and Infernal is in play.
Oh my god, the Black Shield, the timing is impeccable, and RQ is gonna go back in there for another fight. Meteor and Chance coming down like storms here. They're not gonna have enough to deal with it, but Aaron's gonna get taken out, but Helio's dangerously close and gets taken out as well. Hyde and Zat Chaz, wait, the turnaround. Is Nigma gonna pull this around? Stoneblade to keep him alive just a little bit. The Demon Guy gonna be fight that out, and what
It's
just
an
happened?
ace! It's an ace and also a Dragon for Team Nigma. Well played, especially because of Galio coming in and the damage towards Guan just now. Mid lane, it might be a tier 2 turret for Team RQ, probably a tier 3 if they want to. They can't because of Zed coming in.
That's what the Crystal Arrow is for. No, that's just going to be keeping away, not necessarily going to be using the opportunity to push the tier 3. But what just happened? That was supposed to be in the back for RQ. They managed to Black Shield the Crystal Arrow. A lot of initial CC out. But I guess like having a Gwen right in the middle, still alive. Jussie and Demon Cut alive for the duration of the team fight pretty much turned things around. Helios couldn't assassinate the key members of NGX in time, and leaving things open for Nigma to sort of turn the fight around and completely turn back for 2 turrets and a dragon.
Yeah, I think because they did hack Garen and also Galio, they actually absorb all of the damage by Team RQ. We have seen that even for Demon Kai, if I'm not mistaken, he could sustain himself back lane. So there was no one actually missing for Team Nigma, and all Nigma had to do is just push out the damage towards Team RQ, and they did. They won towards the fight. They got an Infernal, and this is the time for Team Nigma to actually pursue. By the difference of the goal, it's not much of a difference for both of the team.
The Nigma Galaxy and RQ really like to keep things like on a solid line in terms of gold values. Is never always skewed, but yeah, it's interesting to see the way that things played out. So every time one of these teams engages, when they don't have enough initiation or they've already used their dashes or their engaged skills, like that team loses a lot of tools to get it, especially if they can't get the key members, because it looks like Demon Kai is going to be the driving force here, the hyper carry setup that we've seen so many seasons ago. And Viper's kind of using his Mega Inferno Bomb and a lot of Meteor and Chance to come down to sort of damage them away, keep them out of the fight, but it's not going to be very useful when things are already heated up in one direction and the shielding's out and everything is too deep in when the rest of your members. Chaz already used his Black Shield there, and he didn't have it available for the fight. He didn't have it available to keep his one of his members like CC free. You know?
Yeah, probably the Black Shield was too early. I think it was too early for Morgana. They found someone. Rakan can't do anything. It's a 1v3. It's a brawl fight by Team Nigma. Losing Rakan means it's much more easier for Team Nigma to take on another hit. Of Fiora is a little bit trouble. It looks like Team Galio is coming in the back. Sadly, I don't think they actually want. Oh, they probably want. Okay, 4v1. 4v1.
Dive, knowing that everything has been used up. The rest of their members potentially not around. The ward's not spawning them up. They do have one in River, so they know that some of them have moved up towards the Baron to try and get some vision. Maybe some minion controls using that to potentially threaten the dive, not necessarily getting it, but getting a tier 2 turret, which is really good all the same. Now, opening things up for them if they ever want to go for a Baron or potentially push for a tier 2 Baron lane turret.
Yeah, for Team RQ, they have to be a little bit more careful. They can't get caught in a 1v1 fight or even 1v3. What are Team RQ doing? They are on a silver platter. They're actually providing all the gold, all the ability for Team Nigma if they lose a team fight. We know how Nigma could, and I love what Nigma's doing. They can't win a 5v5. Okay, fine. Let's actually take out 1-2 players before we took out all brawl attack towards Team RQ. And I love how they're focusing on the key players for Team RQ. Took out Rakan, took out Six, or even Fiora, and we seen how Morgana could not survive alone. So it's a good opportunity for Team Nigma, especially on the defensive side. They have Vi, they also have Garen and Galio. 2 people actually could absorb all the damage done by Team RQ.
Yeah, I think the lack of the front line is really starting to show its head, because like Chaz being in the front line, having Exorcism be the only engage here, or the only available like frontliner here, is Chaz will have an easier time of it if the Rakan goes in first. but not having a stronger like maybe a Garen potentially, or like the Galio, the same team members that Nigma has, makes it a lot more difficult for Morgana to have an opportunity to land a good Black Shield, to get a good grand entrance in.
Like, if they got a Renekton also, compared to Fiora, yeah, Fiora got a damage, but Renekton got a sustainability,
Yeah.
the defensive side towards the RQ. Right now, if Rakan actually move towards the front line of Team Nigma, it's hard to actually Team RQ because there's no one else to actually for Team RQ to put on the front line.
A Renekton would have been a great choice, actually. Disruption, here comes the Crystal Arrow, but the Black Shield is there. Gonna be blocking up. Chaz having the timing, knows when the Crystal Arrow is available for. Gonna be Demon Kite finding the key member. Now, that's gonna be Nigma on the back foot. They don't have any good damage emos and key members. And it's gonna be available. Stasis gonna keep him alive for a little bit longer, but nope, that's not enough. Chaz really low, but that's going to be a free Dragon for them, potentially a good push towards middle tier 2 and Dragon tier 2 right now, because they already took out Chami and Demon Kite, and Justy is not going to be enough damage for all of them. Maybe Aaron is also not going to be enough damage for all of them, even though it's painful for me to say as an Aaron.
Yeah, I think this is why they took out Zed first. With Zed on RQ side, it's much more easier to take on the back lane, and that's what we wanted to see for Team RQ. Nigma losing Demon Kite is really hard for them to actually look up to scout out over Team RQ, and also look at how the Baron is going to start up. Oh, but the damage by the Defensive Justice! Galo coming in the back, but they stop on towards the Baron. The Mega Inferno Bomb. With Crystal Arrow at the moment, not enough! Gotta be taken out, and it's a killer's with Team RQ. I don't think they even need a Baron right now.
That was slightly uncoordinated there. Just slight few seconds off for all the attacks that were coming in. The grand entrance supposed to be saving lives, but coming in to just become another snack for RQ to feast on the Crystal Arrow with the right idea, but the timing, the way it landed, the two bodies in front, that's not going to be enough not enough to save any lives. Surprising that they're not going for the Baron here. They have all the bodies. Maybe it's deciding that like the death timers and like Vi, Jussie being a constant threat is not worth what it would take to get that Baron. So going to be hankering for the Dragon that's potentially going to be coming up again. And that's going to be a true Dragon. The true Dragon is the true game ender of objectives. Any team that gets the true Dragon's pretty much going to win the game. Just like that's a higher possibility.
Yeah, right now for Team RQ, will they actually took on the Dragon? We have to remember, because Nigma tried to took on the Dragon and they loses the team fight. So Team RQ, they have to pick. Should they actually took out a kill first, a split push to pressure on towards Team Nigma, pressure with the minion wave right now, or they took on the Dragon? Right now, both the team focusing. Okay, we can't lose the Dragon, we can't lose the Baron. Watts are up. They have to be a little bit careful. Gylo actually picking in kiting in Team RQ, but IQ isn't being baiting out.
I like that though. Keeping the Black Shield on Exosin. Oh, wait to see they're engaged. Gonna be taking out so much damage. Justy is barely alive right now. The GA is gonna be procced here to keep him alive, but he's a sitting duck now in between. All they're gonna use his ultimate to try and keep things equalized and go into the backline, but nope, that's RQ ready to clean up the rest like a janitor. The Master Justice to try and get a kill, at least to keep them out of the fight. Here's the zone. Here comes Gwen with the true damage. So much here on the zone. Wow, look at that damage proc up here. Gonna be the stasis to keep things interesting. Oh no! The taunt wasn't enough, and they survived by the skin of their teeth with an ace, and that's going to be free tier 2 turrets for RQ, but not without casualties. They don't have enough HP to push things too far, but they are going to be able to get tier 2 and an inhibitor turret for their troubles, potentially pushing all the way up into Nexus.
Yeah, I think they're going to win the game. There's no one else to actually got 15 minutes for Team Nigma, and it's a win for Team RQ yet again towards the Elder.
Wow, okay. We talked about that team fight differential. We talked about the way RQ is, they're equal in terms of macro. In terms, no, okay. Actually, no, they're better. They, like I said, they do the side lanes, and their team fight is impeccable. They won 3 out of 4 team fights that happened throughout the later half of that game.
Yeah.
And all of it was decisive. Like the only particular one was that Crystal Arrow that caught off guard, getting Exosin out of left field, but like for the most part, it never really swung in Nigma's favor, you know?
Yeah, what I could say about Team RRQ right now, see how this is where they put out a fight for Team Nigma. Black Shield have been popped out, even the meter in chance, and the fight towards the Dragon Lane actually played a role towards Team RRQ. They tried to put a hit, they got the kills, and their backs away the status time in, but Gwen can't survive all alone. We know Gwen she's squishy. She can't actually go towards Team RQ.
She's the squishiest of the barrel laners. That
Yeah.
much is certain. But when you this particular team fight, look at the amount of damage that Gwen can pull out. That's kind of why she's really ridiculously strong right now. They were on the back foot. They were about to lose. Look at the true damage. Look at the zoning. Look at the amount of damage coming out from the ulti. Getting so many kills. And potentially could have been a huge turnaround if he had the cooldowns up. And that was enough to sort of keep things coming. But no, that was like Tormented Soil. And that was the end. Gwen could have potentially turned that around. It was so close. That's why I think Gwen is really strong, but like there's only so much you can do when the rest of your teammates are already dead. And there's not enough to turn things away from you and to get their attention off of you. But look at the score, look at the way that's gone down, and like unbelievable performance from RQ, completely setting the expectations that we know RQ is always on our prediction brackets because they like to pull stuff like this.
Yeah, what I would say for game number 2, we've seen RQ actually be more aggressive compared to how they usually played. On the early stages, we've seen that, okay, let's pressure on Team Nigma again and again, and that pressure actually shines towards the mid game. But Team Nigma, they actually defend this are quite comparable compared to on the first game. We've seen how Demon Kite took out a good Cruiser arrow, pops in Team RQ. It was an ace for both team, but for Team RQ, the timing out of the death time, they were okay. Everyone, it's an ace. Let's all go towards the Nexus. 3 players comes in. The damage being dead by Viper and Hyde.
Look at those damage graphs though. Just look at what Viper was dishing out. Like a complete 10k differential from like when Demon Kite was on the Ziggs, and the way that the Ziggs had the difference in philosophy. The Ziggs was using a Mega Inferno Bomb to clear waves, using to get damage from a distance. But Viper was never ever close to the action. I've never seen the Viper close enough to get hit by anything. Not a Crystal Enchanted Arrow, not a taunt. And he's playing Ziggs exactly the way that I expect the Ziggs to be played, and like contributing so much despite being so far away.
Yeah, what I love about Viper, what he was focusing was actually, okay, clear lane, and then it's okay, I clear with Mega Inferno, I still have meter enchant.
Yeah.
It's a two bomb for me, so whatever happened, I will still get the damage done. And this is a new graph for RQ.
This is new. Usually RQ would let them have the graph towards the first half of the game, and then you see the crashing down. But it looks like RQ decided to be scrappy. But I do like the fight that NGX put up here. Like you could see it skewing either way, and it's proof that NGX is putting up a good fight. It's just they didn't put up enough good fights to win every single team fight, and I don't blame them. RQ was coming down like a storm.
Yep, Team RQ, they wanted a 2v0 for their game. I think this is the game where they're going to be more than, if I'm not mistaken, above Cerberus right now because of the win. So for Team RQ, it's an outstanding play on the second game, and I think they respected Nigma.
Yeah.
You seen on the first game, on the first match, we've seen how Team RQ, that's their normal game style. Wait for the last minute, wait for the mid to late game. Don't let all the kills towards Team Nigma, but they seen the pressure Nigma could done towards them. So on the game number 2, RQ was not playing. Okay, we can't let Nigma
We're not
anything.
playing. Okay, we'll be going into an interview with Hyde soon to kind of see their mentality around like how RQ was playing and the macro that they had. Like we're just gonna dig through their mind a little bit, so stay tuned for that. But yeah, what an impressive performance there by RQ versus Nigma. Just can't wait to see it again. So yeah, we'll be getting to that interview soon though. Like, so let's see what Hyde has to say about their performance versus Nigma Galaxy. Hi there, Hyde.
Hi, hello.
Hello, hi. So what did you thought about Nigma on the first match, on the first game? Especially they tried RQ gameplay. So what was your thoughts about it?
they are good opponents because they are Filipino also, and
Is it just because they're Filipino? Is that the only reason they're good opponents? Do you guys have the same headspace? That's why you're like, oh yeah, I feel like I'm playing against like someone from our own country. I can feel like the play style is the same.
yeah, the playing style is same because Filipino so good. Filipino number one.
Wow. Okay, I like it. I like the,
Filipino lang malakas.
the country patriotism. That's great. So is it because that you guys are playing from the same region that you know like their play style? That's why you understood what they like to do and you countered them because of that. Was the champion draft like that because of that? Do you think?
Sorry, again.
Sorry, like, do you think because you're both Filipino that you guys played like so well together?
Again,
Yeah,
sorry.
okay, never mind. I'll let Fire do it. I think she can do it better.
Hi. What the Pondo was saying, like, because both of you guys are Philippines, so your game style are quite the same. So is that why it was an intense match towards the game number 1 and game number 2?
I didn't know. I'm lagging, my friends are lagging.
Okay, all right.
It's all right. Okay, but okay, hi. Who do you thought will be the MVP for the games just now?
What? MVP?
Who will be the MVP?
Yeah,
Will it be
MVP.
you? Will be the Exocet? Who would you think will be the MVP?
I think Helios.
Helios.
Oh.
Yeah, well, Helios did do a good performance, so we're gonna be seeing that.
Oh.
It's gonna be Viper. Okay, well, yeah, understandable.
Do you agree with
Six. Yeah.
Do you agree with hi Viper
Yeah,
as
I
MVP?
agree.
Oh.
Viper so good. So good.
you can see the amount of damage per minute he was taking. He
But the damage
barely
taken.
took any.
Yeah.
That's 400. That is the almost the lowest I've seen. But like, I guess that is what Zig is supposed to be doing is barely taking any damage. Do you like? What do you think? Do you think it was a hard game for you, Hyde? Like, do you feel like it was a hard matchup for you?
Yeah, it's a hard game because yesterday I'm in Boracay and now I got bootcamp.
Oh yeah, so you had a
I
lot
got
of things to
vacation.
go through all at once, right? So that's why that's why you're feeling a little bit tired because you've had so many things to do in a row.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah. So hi, are you excited for Thailand?
Thailand.
Yeah.
Yeah, super excited. That's my first time to go inland.
Oh yeah, it should be interesting. You finally get to see what it's going to be like in performance at a Riot Games event where it's going to be a lot of production value. So it's going to be really interesting if you go there and like see all the flashing lights, all the crowd there. Are you like it's going to be so excited for you. We can't wait to see you guys there representing your country, the Filipino teams. Like not just think about Galaxy, RQ being one of the strongest teams there. And yeah, you got to make a splash here, Hyde. You got to make sure the RQ does well, okay? If not, we're not going to forgive you since we keep putting your team on the predictions, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good luck to Team RQ. Good luck to Hive towards Thailand. And also for Hive, well played just now.
Well played, Hyde. Good job,
Well
Hyde.
played. Nice game.
All right, thank
Yeah,
you so
thank
much,
you so
Hyde.
much.
We'll see you soon.
Yeah. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, I think for Hype, they were so confident about Team Philippines. And I
Yeah.
think the good part about Philippines people, they are so confident about their teams and also their enemies within the same country.
Yeah, they have a lot of pride when it comes to their games and stuff, and like the way that they play, they have so much patriotism. And all this stuff was brought to you by Snapdragon Pro
Snapdragon.
Series, Snapdragon Elite Gaming. Yeah, like what you would like to say. And Snapdragon is the best choice for a lot of your gaming needs, especially on phones. The way that it runs smoothly, some of the best chipsets you can find in phones, and some of the best graphics you're gonna see on most of your devices. So do use the Snapdragon when you pick your next phone. And also brought to you by Monster Energy, kept me and Fyra in the fight because we needed that energy to go through some of these high moments with you. And Monster Energy has the energy to carry you through it. And yeah, do remember to join the discord.gg at Snapdragon Pro Series. That's where you can go for a lot of discussions. If you do happen to find us there, do come in here, debate us. If you feel like we're wrong on a lot of the strategies, if you feel like you want to talk about things, or like if you want to meet people to play Wild Rift with, or any other type of game really, because Snapdragon has got you covered on a lot of things. Up next, we do have versus Esports versus Team Flash. So what do you think about that matchup, Farah?
Okay, for Persis, we know they can't. It's like even though they're going to win, they're still going to be eliminated. But
Yeah.
for Persis, I think it's a good way for them to actually understand the international level. The first Indonesian team to actually compete on the international level, and we have seen good playouts by Team Persis. But for me personally, I'm hoping that Team Persis play around on the champion pick. Especially, I don't think Lee Sin is such a good pick towards the international aspect for Team Persis. But who knows what's going to be for Team Flash? We see you in a bit.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know they see us walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high rises, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
Welcome back to Snapdragon Pro Series with me, Fira, and also Pondo. And we're currently on our second series between Team Persis versus Flash.
Yeah, should be an interesting one, like you said before. Flash gonna be racking up the experience at the international level. So it's same with Persis. So this is a chance for them potentially to take some of the edge off, like get some of that pressure off, and maybe try new experiments, try new team comps, or potentially get more used to having more international competition, as you said before. Yeah.
For Team Persis, I'm hoping they can actually understand more towards the new patch. I've seen they tried to do the 2 relic shield, but sadly it was stuck at the relic shield, even though if I'm not mistaken, on the 15 to 18 minutes on the late game. So they have to understand the item first. So it's a new week, it's a new day for Team Persis, and it's also where do or die, they're still going to be eliminated. Sorry for Team Persis, but right now let's check on the leaderboard towards Snapdragon Pro Series Wild Rift RRQ 6-1.
RRQ with an absolute dominant lead here. Like, they did lose a single game, but like it's hard to believe that they lost that game in the first place because they had been so dominant before. Gonna be seeing if Cerberus Esports gonna be joining them on that stage eventually, but Team Flash here with something to prove, and Persis Esports here to try and, you know, remove themselves from that bottom spot on the ladder and prove that they have more of what it takes to be able to get up there with some of the best.
Yeah, right. What I could see right now for Team Flash, if they lose this match, it will be a place where they can't secure their wins, because EVOS need Flash to lose. So for Team Persis, if they won, they're actually helping on Team EVOS right now. But for Team Flash, they can't lose this battle. If they lose, it's going to be a 50-50 chance for EVOS.
Yeah, that. In that case, like, okay, we're looking into Persis Esports rosters to see what what is up against Team Flash. So this is the Persis Esports roster: Indonesian team, Tufts, Jiro, Techmaturgy, Dewa, and Tobu. Some of the fresh faces that I think they've been one of the first times they've been doing an international circuit.
This is the first time for Team Indonesia.
Yeah, so yeah, the Indonesian team, a lot more to prove, but definitely they're last, but definitely not out. I would say Indonesia has some of the biggest potential we've seen from a lot of the other regions, especially when it comes to improving themselves and getting better. This is going to be one series out of many. I'm sure we're going to be seeing a lot more Indonesians at future tournaments. And like from what we've seen so far, they have so much more to offer, especially when we go to the Persis highlights right about now.
Yeah, this is a highlight. Last week we have seen Team Persis, they tried to actually put a team fight, but it was quite hard versus RRQ. And this is where Team RRQ acknowledge how their gameplay with the double meter enchant at the back. But for Team Persis, they actually were not that too far off on in terms of their gameplay. It's just that the execution, the micro play was not there yet. They don't have the experience towards Team Persis, and this is where they can actually gain the experience and fight off maybe in the future international leagues.
Yeah, you can see they're learning so much from these team fights. Like, they're scrappy. Like, and now we're looking at the Team Flash. The Team Flash roster, this is some people we've seen before, definitely not like new to us. MT, Shai, Zaisu, Koyot, and Ellie. A team that has a little bit more to prove. They can't afford to lose here because that would put them up against EVOS Esports, like you said, a 50-50 chance, put them in the same ranking. They can't lose here. This is kind of their final chance. Persis probably gonna have to put up a better fight if they want to put up against Team Flash. Team Flash does have a bit of a better track record, but I definitely wouldn't count out either teams just yet. Just gonna be seeing how it goes for either side.
Yeah, for Team Flash, we know how strong they are, but they have not been consistent on the current patch. And look how they fight for Team Buriram. Team Flash, they could be really aggressive if they want to, and I'm hoping for Team Flash don't make a minor mistake where they actually are not supposed to force out a team fight. So for Team Flash, I'm hoping this round they understand the composition of themselves and probably a better gameplay and more consistent by Team Flash. That's what I want to see, consistency for Team Flash.
Yeah, definitely. Like you said, it's definitely an adjustment period for a lot of teams going into the new patch, and like some teams have had a little bit of adjustment period, especially with the amount of changes being brought up by that patch and the way that it completely shifted the meta in terms of the rally shields and the way that it brought a lot of other things to the table. But yeah, Team Flash will be seeing their key players here and what they brought to the table in terms of like stats here. And wow, look at that damage per minute. That is really high. One of some of the higher ones that we've seen in the tournament. KP is a little bit on the lower side, and go per minute is not quite up there with the RRQ levels, but that is some really good damage per minute numbers and some of the highest that we've seen, especially with the low amount of damage per minute taken, which is what you do want to see on like on a Dragon Lane like team member, because their job isn't to be hit by things. They have to be doing damage while staying away from the rest of the other teams.
Yeah, with Ali playing as Lux, Varus, and also Morgana, what I love about whenever Ali play Lux, the final spark always be dealt towards the enemy, and I think the poking done by Ali with the binding, he knows how to actually gain the momentum to stop on a team fight, and this is what Team Flash wanted to. The damage being that high, so what I'm expecting for Team Flash, they're probably going to do, okay, swift towards Flash, swift towards the dual lane and Ali. If they get their damages, if they get the itemization, it will be an easier win for Team Flash. But look towards Team Dewa, it's a huge difference for their teams. Well, gold per minute is still towards Team Flash, but the damage per minute, 1,000 versus is a 300 differences towards Ellie and Dewa.
Yeah, that was going to have to be making up the difference in that upcoming fight if he wants to be to put up a good fight against Ellie. The KDA is also something that needs a little bit of readjustment, but the goal per minute is close enough. Hopefully Dewa can adjust his strategy, learn a bit more from the outcomes of whatever match that he's played. And the kill participation is definitely better, so props on Dewa for being there in more team fights there to make things more equalized. But probably has to keep away more from the action to, you know, keep himself alive for a lot of the team fights.
Yeah, looking how both of them like to use Lux, it might be a chance for Lux to be banned out. But for those who are watching at Twitch, don't forget about your prediction. Through us, you can vote in the Twitch chat below, so you can actually pop up the flags. Yeah, you can pop out the Indonesia flag for Persis if you want to. Who knows, like Persis fan over here, like. The underdogs, we think of the underdogs right now,
yeah,
but
the underdogs, let's go.
For Pondo and myself, Team Flash.
Look, don't hold it against us. We just really want our prediction score to be, you know, better, because we kind of have a little bit of a rivalry going on when it comes to the prediction series.
I think only the English table have the like really consistent numbers.
Look at that! Look at us! We're moving up in that world and so close here to Sasuke Hound, Victor Cax with the 16, 16, 16, 19, 20. Me and Contra just up there in the leaderboards, but it's okay. I'm pretty sure there's going to be plenty of chances for people to catch up to our stellar record of predictions. You know, it's hard being at the top sometimes.
The last opportunity is for Contra is only on the match number 3 and 4th match today.
Yeah, Concha's gonna have to pull something out of his hat, because I'm pretty sure we have the same predictions for a lot of stuff for these 4 matches. So I don't know where he's gonna be able to pull this out. He's gonna need an upside. He's gonna have to like go whisper to his ear, like, hey, I need you to win so I can win predictions. Because
please change the prediction for Pondo.
You can't do that. And no one go to my spreadsheet and change my predictions without my knowledge. But here we go. We're about to be going into the next match. So it looks like the team is about to be doing a little bit of soul searching, a little bit of like team strategies as we head into pick and bans. And let's look what both teams have up their sleeves. whether or not Persis will be able to do a Cinderella story, get another win, get the win off the back of these champions, or whether or not Team Flash will be able to keep their streak and keep their position without getting pulled down by Persis Esports.
Yeah, I think for Team Flash, it might be a Senna first pick or even Illusion first pick. We have seen how Team Flash love that type of composition. Guan have been taken out. The damage dealt by Guan, we know how strong she is and how abusive a Guan could be. No, Senna. It might be a Karma Illusion first pick.
Could be Karma, yeah, could be
might
Karma.
be a Nessus pick.
Well, yeah, depends on what they want to go for the particular chase. But like, I don't think Team Flash has really gotten into the habit of using that particular team comp. I think it's been more popular with a lot of the stronger teams, but I think some of the other teams haven't learned to catch up with that particular style of play just yet.
Yeah, for Team Persis Esports, the last ban before the first pick for Team Flash. Are you sure you want to let go Cassidy? Cassidy is in play. Shivana is also in play. Team Flash, they can actually. I'm not expecting that. Looks like the Team Flash, they are trying to catch up on a stronger player, a stronger team. With Nessus in play for them, it might be a Nessus Ash.
Yeah, I guess you were right about the Nasus pickup. Like, Nasus has been really popular for the patch, so Cassidy could be the pickup, but I think Ash is actually way stronger now. That CD, the Relic Shield like comp, been seeing way more Ashes, and the Crystal Arrows coming out consecutively, that's kind of been disgusting. So I don't know if Cassidy is going to be a priority pick for either of them, considering that Cassidy doesn't necessarily fit into these kind of comps as he did in the last patch, but it is on the table if they do want to pick up the Cassidy as one of their picks.
Yep. Renekton probably is going to be a side lane Renekton meeting up with a Fiora, but Fiora haven't yet been picked by Team Flash. What I would love to see, what will Nessus actually play with? It might be a Lux play. We have seen Ellie as Lux, the high damage, the binding, really helping out Team Flash on the composition. So it might be a Lux. Yep. It's a Lux pick, definitely.
Yeah, I would probably win in the predictions for team wins, but you probably win a prediction for team picks because like you seem to be getting it pretty heavily. But yeah, it could be the Lux. I thought it might have been a Morgana as well in the jungle because the Dark Binding might have been a good setup for an Nasus on the chase. But Lux does have very similar capabilities and doesn't necessarily need to give up a jungler slot.
Yeah, because if they actually put a Morgana jungle, they're going to be wasting Cassidy. Cassidy Shivana is still open.
Yeah, true, but I do like the Black Shield. Like we saw what Chaz did with the Black Shield on the Ashe comp, you know. So like, I do like the Morgana versus the Ashe pickup because it nullifies a lot of the Crystal Arrow, especially if you stand in front and you know that an arrow could be coming, so you Black Shield early to potentially block the arrow from hitting your teammates. So I do like it. But I feel like RRQ is one of the few teams that's good enough to actually pull that off. Because you have to like predict whether it's going to come. You have to like think whether or not they're going to Crystal Arrow since you don't have vision, or whether or not the arrow is going to be shooting.
But for Team Persis with Kha'Zix on their side, probably going to be the jungler for their team. This might be a Z Cassidy pick for
Oh, the
Flash.
jungler for their team. Now I'm going to predict it's going to be the support for their team. Yeah, support Cassidy.
It's going to be support Cassidy. It's going to be something new.
Hey, why not? If you get a Relic Shield Kha'Zix, then you get the pickups. You can pick up the minions, and then whenever they're isolated, you just go in and get a hit.
Leap in towards Team Flash. But I love how Team Persis, they know they can't meet with Zed. Zed have been taken out also with Corki. But for me, I don't think they should ban out Corki. I think they should ban Cassidy better, especially now for Team Flash. They already have Lux, so we won't see Corki on the side lane. A Ziggs ban is also could be considered what happening towards the patch where meter enchant is being played. I would prefer Ziggs ban compared to Corki ban.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But I think the Ziggs matchup would be better. I think it'd be better if they picked it, but I guess they wanted to go into something a bit more unique. So gonna have a bit of a CC heavy comp with what we call the hyper carry formation on Ashe, which is not something that we've seen for a lot of patches now. Like we haven't seen a hyper carry comp to protect the hyper carry in a long time. So it's gonna be interesting to see how that plays out, especially with Ashe there. With a lot more pick potential from the Singe, Renekton, and a lot of delivery
Ooh.
systems. Ooh, Jax. That could be interesting.
Okay, right now I'm confused with Team Flash composition. Will it be Garen mid lane, Jax on the Baron lane? So that Fiora might be the jungler?
I think it's Jax jungle. Jax jungle.
Jax jungle.
Yeah, Jax jungle was quite, the thing a while back. Because Fiora on the jungle is going to be quite difficult with the way it goes, yeah. Yeah, it does look like it's going to be that way.
Yeah. Okay, it's a Fiora jungle. It's a Fiora jungle.
It is a Fiora jungle? Oh my gosh, I have to eat my words today.
No, I'm so smart today, I don't know
what.
why.
You're getting all your picks right. What is going on? But yeah, Fiora jungle. Okay, that's very interesting. Knowing that the gold, you have to swallow a lot of the gold that you need to get a Fiora like very, very fed. But I guess a fed Jax is also good.
No, but the composition between I'm wondering what Spurs is going to do with Ziggs Ashe composition. Especially we know that both of them, there's no one to tank for them. There's no one's going to be the front line on the
Singe is a really good front line. What are you talking about?
No, I'm meaning about the dual lane right now because Singe is in the mid lane, so they're putting Ashe and Ziggs. What I know possible that Team Perse is doing is they want all the damage dealt, and also they're probably going to focus more towards bullying the lane. We know how easy for Ziggs to actually take the turrets. It might happen. It's just that
it's an Ashe Ziggs lane, so if they manage to dodge all the skill shots, they can just keep using arrow, volley, pew pew pew, Mega Inferno Bomb, more bombs, bouncing. So like
bombs, arrows, and then meteor. Bombs, arrow, meteor.
It's up to Flash to be dodging. Like they can get a good catch, sure, but like they are going to be under pressure to be like sidestepping every single like shot. And like I don't know, like if it was you, would you be able to like consistently dodge for like 5 minutes straight? Because that's gonna put a lot of pressure on your psyche.
Yeah, considering how fast the cooldown can be reduced by Team Perseus, I think this is a good composition for their teams compared to Team Flash. But we have to remember, Team Flash, Nessus, when whoever picked Nessus, they never loses. Right now, we have seen the never lose 100% win rate Nessus Senna, but currently with the new patch, Nessus never lose. Nessus never die.
Okay, yeah, that's true. That's a good observation. I do think that like when Ashe hits level 5 though, I predict a lot of meteor enchants on both sides, so 2 meteor enchants for both either side. If you have an Ashe arrow plus a Ziggs Mega Inferno Bomb plus a 2 proc on a meteor enchant, like isn't that like pretty much game over for like the bottom lane? Nasus does not have a lot of mobility. It's going to be very easy to hit with all of these skill shots.
I think for a Team Person, they really have to be bottom lane oriented.
What is this? Shenanigan? Okay.
I think Team Flash, okay, let's look what's happening right now. Flash probably going to focus on the bottom lane. But Perses have to help on because they already seen Garen.
Okay, pretty interesting. Don't know if he wanted to use the blast. He did just want to use up the blast cone to deny them the blast cone, but like blast cone is not on the list of priority things I would deny from the enemy. Like maybe he wanted to jump into their blue using the blast cone and like counter jungle, but
why?
I don't know. I don't know. Interesting, very interesting. I really like how that's playing out. That's very, there's a lot of strategies I've never seen before here today.
Yeah, okay, for Team Flash in the mid lane, they have to be a little bit careful. Persis also by Siege, when he throws you to the arrow, the threat, it might be much more easier for him to actually control the lane. But with Fiora on Team Flash side, I think Fiora is probably going to push over towards because they don't want to give Crisis any jungle.
This is the double stack here for the counter jungle is pretty. Well, what do the kids say nowadays? It's Monka-esque. Yeah, it's very Monka-esque. I'm a bit poggers here in the chat. They've got the ward here to see they're gonna take away the Krugs, Krug's surprisingly quite valuable, huh? We'll be seeing a lot of teams trying to take away the Krugs, especially with Jesse trying to get on the Krugs as well. There's going to be a dive, going to be some poison coming out. Look, so many spins a win here, and TF just doing his best to sort of flick things away, but the gold's been taken away from using the Krugs, and now they're going to try and get some damage down to make sure they don't get anywhere in particular. They already have a ward in a particular tri-bush, but it looks like his sweepers ran out just before he could clear the ward in the red side. That's unfortunate for him. That's going to be not just the Krugs, but also a Scuttle Crab for Team Flash. So interesting invade all around, I would say.
Yeah, I think Team Flash, what they tend to do is to prevent Kha'Zix to actually get any jungle. Especially we know Kha'Zix is heavily relying towards the jungle on the early game to have the damage right now. So for Team Persist, they have to rotate and be mindful towards the jungle, be mindful about the formation being dealt by Team Flash. Team Flash, they are... Look at it, I think it's twice they tried to invade toward Team Persist, so Persist to have to be careful toward the invasion being dealt by Team Flash.
The wards would definitely help in that, though. Like, the red's already been cleared, so the ward's going to be disappearing. I guess you get the timing down for when they decide to go back into the enemy jungle, but like, Kha'Zix is not down by much. He's around, oh, actually, no, it's increased about 400 gold difference. That could be the difference between an extra item versus one of theirs. But yeah, I'm not quite sure. You lose quite a lot of pressure that way. I do think Shy is gonna have a better time there. Jax is the quintessential Renekton counter, which is good.
Yeah, but I think Team Flash currently are playing a little bit more passive aggressive, looking how
Passive aggressive.
yeah, we see like they're passive, but on the top lane looks like Renata going to be taken down. The message Justin, but Crystal Arrow right on the game Sage with a throwback 1v1 is a good play, good defense by Team Persist, a little bit too overextended by Team Flash.
The Ashe delivery service has been in vogue recently. So many Ashe drones coming from across the map to supplant a team fight that comes up, and it doesn't matter to her. Look at the CD. See how fast that green circle is refilling. It's just already at half despite using it a couple of seconds ago. This is ridiculous. I'm going to say it right now. It doesn't have it available for a team fight at the bot lane, but did get so much more out of it on the barrel lane. But I think that turret is super low right now. So like, in a way, those plates have been going down really much faster for Team Flash, giving a lot of the gold over to Shy. So Shy is not as far behind as they would like him to be. So yeah, Team Flash is still ahead despite all of Perse's like responses to them. I guess it does matter in Go Generation who you decide to pick up and how much more macro you decide to put across the map.
Yeah, but with an Infernal as the first objective, Dragon Lane, what will they be focusing? It looks like for Team Flash they want the Herald, but for Team Percy they wanted the Dragon. So will Team Flash actually took on the Dragon after they got the Rift? No one is actually handling the Rift. But on the Dragon side, we've seen a little bit skirmish done by both of the team. They wanted the Dragon, but it's a little bit careful. Gonna have been taken out by Ashe. Move away is an Infernal for Team Persis.
I do like the Inferno on Team Persis because they've got a lot more champions which are very reliant on damage. So giving that Inferno is going to be a big boost to them and like a lot of their damage capabilities. It doesn't look like the Rift Herald's been summoned either. I don't think they want to use it for the tier 1 turret at Baron Lane because that's going to be a waste, and I doubt that's going to be able to make it all the way to tier 2. So they could be saving it for a bit of a pressure play as a team fight occurs later on. Potentially get a tier 2 once they take down the tier 1 turret. They only have a minute left to get those plates. Yeah, I think it's worth using it on a tier 1 turret just for the plates. To get some gold funneled into your, maybe to your Zaisu on Fiora?
I don't even need the Herald. Mr. Arrow comes in to have been stunned by Renekton. Persis, I think they're not confident to actually put a 2v1 attack on the battle lane just now.
Yeah, probably just to sort of like delay them because know that they wanted to quickly clear the tier 1, potentially put the Herald next to the tier 2, get a lot more. Wait, there is no plates on tier 2, so I guess they just wanted to clear it. Going to be using that to try and time the flip doesn't quite get it. Here we go. He's going to be chasing him down. Meteor and Chance coming down. So many slows here from the Ashe. Alien's ICU on the back foot, but there's no minions to back them up. And there's going to be a Rift Herald, however, to sort of counter push them. Going to be wasted, however. We're taking the tier 1 turret only, pushing here. And now that's free for Shy to take it because there's nothing Renekton can do to stun. Wall's counter attack is up, but now he's deep within the deep end. But it's you know, Jax. He's going to be able to jump away to any minion, any ward he pleases. So they know that, going to just back away. And it's going to be a free tier 1 turret for both mid lane and Dragon lane for Team Flash.
Yeah, all of the tier 1 turret have been taken by Team Flash. Look at the gold driven. Still on Team Flash with a bit of 2k differences. But for Team Flash, I love how they... Like why did I say passive aggressive? They were aggressive.
Passive aggressive. You said passive first, and you said a diamond. You're like aggressive, passive aggressive. I'm like, oh, that's a good play on weights. That's hilarious.
because if you see how they play, like, okay, we're coming in, but we don't want a team fight, so we're going to be passive coming in, but we still want to come in. So it's what I think this is what Team Flash is trying to do. They don't even want to force any team fight.
I thought it was a really good play on words. It was a really funny wordplay. And like, here we go. Shy's going to get hit by so many Meteor and Chance. Not going to get his retreat backed away. And that's going to be a free kill. Now that's open up there for tier 1 Dragon lane. But the rest of them are here to sort of back things up. They're going to be able to clear up the wave real fast with the Lux Light. And, you know, a lot of clear out here from Nasus on his Withering. But they're not particularly... discouraged. Tier 2 going to be given away to Garen LA. There's too many resources being taken away on the tier 1 turret, which they can't clear because they don't have any minions. And that's a free tier 2 turret. And now they're down to just 2 tier 2 turrets down on mid lane and Dragon lane. They're giving these away practically for free. 0 turrets on Persis' side. And a 3k advantage despite the 4 kills coming on the Persis Esports side.
Yeah, for Team Flash, I love they're not even focusing any team fight or any skirmish for their side. They are more focusing towards the objective. We get the tier 2 turret, and probably next time the Herald might be taken by Team Flash. For Persis Esports, I think they have to stop Team Flash from getting the objective right now. It's a really dangerous play for the late game if all the objective, even the tier 2 turret, is in Team Flash hands. Looks like they're trying to competing toward the Herald.
Flash being taken up. Here comes the Meteor and Chance to try and keep them out of it, but gonna get away here. Gerald trying to get away, but not gonna get quite as far as he wanted to be. Singe here going deep. Ham Touch trying to get in, but he got Lightbinder before he could get in there. And that's going to be a trade other side, Ely for Droll. But going to be a bit more HP on the side of Persis, potentially going to try and get a tier 1 turret. But there's so much wave clear coming out on the Team Flash side. They don't have the opportunity to clear these turrets unless they decide to like commit themselves to taking the tower hits.
No minion yet again for Team Persis. They can't even take tier 1 turret. They have to be a little bit careful. And finally, a turret being taken in the mid lane. The bottom lane might be taken later on for Team Persis by the itemization. Currently, Luden Echo have been bought by Lux. Crystal Arrow looking for a hit, not knowing who's to hit. Team Flash, they have to be careful for a team fight. It's already 10 minutes towards the game. Persis combo between Ziggs and also Ashe will definitely help towards the battle, and it's a free dragon. No one actually saw the dragon. Persis did not even concede the dragon, and it's a free dragon for Team Flash. And maybe are they going to trade for the top lane?
It looks like the way the minions are being pressured right now, like they're calling in their Rift Herald. They have no choice. They have to get the tier 1 turret. It's been a bit too long. They haven't been able to get enough objectives, but the minions have been pushing up towards their side. And it looks like Team Flash is hungry for a fight here. Here goes the Crystal Arrow. Not going to be quite landing just yet, but they are going to be able to take out Ely. Ely is a big part of their team fight right now, so they're going to have to back away. They got the tier 1 turret, however. Their objective accomplished. They don't quite have enough clear. They don't have...
On the bottom lane. On the bottom lane.
Just this is what it is. This is the macro. This is the split push. They saw that opportunity. So many resources were used to get this tier 1 turret, but there's so much wave clear on a single Lux. They don't have enough minions to push up to get a tier 2 turret. They're trying his best to try and dive it in. They don't have enough poison. Here goes so much damage coming from the Nastus and his one Luden's Echo. Absolute free reign for Shy to get a free tier 2. It's not like Tuts can do anything to a Shy anyway. Team Flash is happy to just take 5 turrets off the back of Persis, who can do nothing but watch in disbelief despite being up by 6 kills.
The kill differences won't make a difference because Team Flash still on the goal differences. Their economy is higher than Team Persis. Their income is definitely higher despite all of the depth towards Team Flash. What I want to see, Team Persis, they have to be careful the split pushing, the minor play by Team Flash. In a meter,
I have no idea what's going on with the crystal arrows. Like, I feel like they're going for the thing where you stun, then they throw out two meteor on a meteor enchants. They have 4 people, wait, 3 people in meteor enchants right now, or is it 4? I think they used one.
It's 4. So
there's 4 meteor enchants. I think they're trying to stack up, get a stun, and kill, like pick off people with a 4 stack meteor enchant. That's their play here. That's why the crystal arrows are coming out, not at the start of a team fight, but just to try and get a pick off here. We get Singe gonna be dangerously close, using the arrow, but dodging every single one of them. The poison gonna keep him alive. He's got so much tankiness here with the Rylai's, the slow. They've been put on the back foot, but that is an open season there for the rest of them to try and converge on them towards the mid lane as Ellie does his best to try and get them on the back foot. Here we go, but Baron's up, pretty much free. Red buff gonna be taken away, and now it looks like Joel's pretty much hasn't been able to get anything. He's been pushed away from every single one of his farms since the beginning of the game.
Yeah, right now I think I understand what Persis is trying to do, but I think it's a large gamble with the arrow, Mega Inferno Bomb at the back, but not enough. So they have the backs away. Flash have been used by Team Flash. What I
Flash has been used by Team Flash. Okay, I'm not gonna talk. You can talk. You can do the puns for the rest of the game. I'm not gonna talk anymore. I forget it. I hate it. Stop it. First, when you're passive aggressive and you're Team Flash using Flash. Why did they set me up here? And here we go with the gun. Come down onto the crystal arrow. Just a little much too late. Meteor enchant. This meteor enchant, you know, science experiment is not going well for them. Looks like they're trying to experiment something, but it's not quite working out.
Yeah, I don't know what Team Flash is doing, but the meteor enchant damage is actually lesser towards Team Flash. So it might be maybe something to do with the item build or the composition, making it a lot more harder for Meteor Enchant to put out a damage compared to what other game. But versus Esports, they are being pushed back by Team Flash. Mid lane might be a free. Mega Inferno Bomb have been put out, but Final Spark almost took a hit. Flash binding, but sadly Team Flash, they have to back away. Versus Esports.
Persis Esports trying some new strategies, not exactly working out for them. But like Meteor Enchant is magic damage. Magic damage is affected by stuff like armor or magic resist, so perfectly acceptable to build some magic resist to sort of mitigate some of the damage on the Meteor Enchant. But like the base armor resist is already good enough for it, and like you do need to be AP if you do want to run a Meteor Enchant. So like on an AD champion, it does actually scale with AP. So like if you're running on a Kha'Zix, you're probably not going to do as much damage as you like on like let's say a Ziggs for example. So yeah, I
think it's high risk gamble by Team Persis to actually use for Meteor Enchant with the composition they done. For me, Persis they probably need to find a one team fight where we can see Ash and also Zeke stun up and give it like that hardcore damage towards Team Flash. The dragon is now in place. Will they compete? It's a nice stun. Use the arrow.
Gonna be on a meteor and chance coming down, but that's not enough to deal enough damage. Here comes the volley, here comes the rest of them. The inside shot, keeping them away from it. That's gonna be first kill on Techmaturgy. Here you go, empty. Taddy so close to dying, gets taken out. And the rest of the team are free to try and wail on the rest of them, but meteor and chance coming from the side of Team Flash. Here we go. Here comes Zaisu and his counter attack. Gerald's the only one left alive. Tuts has been taken out, and now they're gonna be the one who has to run away. They don't have quite what it takes to sort of turn that around and back foot on it. But that was surprisingly close for Persis. I think they wanted to use the crystal arrow to try and steal away the dragon, but like it feels like it was a little too late. Little too late. Should be using it to start the team fight here. The pickup. No, gonna be Flash getting it. No, the Triumph saving his life by barely anything.
Sadly for Jax, Justin. I mean, I think it was Lux.
It was Fiora. Yeah.
I think for Team Flash, they can't be too aggressive right now, especially by the composition. It's better to actually stick to what their plan, do split push, because look at Jax right now on the bottom lane, but for the instant replay, Crystal Arrow, you can't run away. I think it was a wrong flash, and he doesn't want to actually dive in.
He was trying last ditch to get there. I think he wanted to get the kill.
Oh!
Feel like crit. Here goes a meteor enchant to try and punish Jax for staying away. More buffs to keep Jero off of it, but like going to be the blue buff going over to versus Esports. Red team does eventually lose the last tier 1 turret, which is good because that turret has been alive for way too long. Persis does need to start dealing with tier 2s because they are lacking a lot of lane pressure, a lot of minion pressure.
Yeah. On a better lane, they're probably going to start on a better later. This is the chance for Team Flash coming in towards, but baiting towards Persis. Persis, they can't get bait in by Team Flash. They have to be really careful what Team Flash is doing. Both of them backs away. They doesn't want to commit to a team fight. I understand. Find a spark just to clear away. Even though they have Ashe, they have 6, but it's much more faster for Team Flash to actually clear out their lane with Flux.
Yeah, like... Oh, here we go with the engagement. They're going to be flashing onto them, but it's really close. You're going to Redemption to keep things alive, but there's so many meteors, so much Mega Inferno Bombs. They're on the back foot. They've got so much damage. Here comes Tuts, going to be the first to get taken out, but Empty gets taken out as well. And now Zaisu is really low. He's got barely a meteor enchant away, but he's got so many tools. He's going to get taken out. Eventually, final spark to keep them off alive, but the rest of them are still healthy. They have the available... the chance to counter-strike back, maybe go for the Baron, bait it out, but there's so many wards in the Baron pit, there's no way they're going to be able to do it without, but the Crystal Arrow, are they going to be able to get anything? No, there's no proc there on Zero's like isolation proc. He's not going to be able to deal enough damage, and it's a tanky Ely on Garen for what it is, and that's another turret gone.
Yeah, I love what actually Team Flash did. They actually beat towards Team Persis. Every time a team fight is happening, Jax is doing something behind their back. Jax is actually finding the back door towards Team Flash, and they did pops up a window for them. Yeah, Jax did died, but I think it's a good play by Team Flash. Now Team Persis, they have to be in the defensive side with the inhibitor wide open, and you have to remember every team fight for Team Flash is actually a split pushing for them.
Yeah, Persis has no answer.
Yeah.
They're not doing... Like, they don't have a particular champion which can deal with the Jax as a singular, like, counter to that. The Crystal Arrows are coming out as fast as they can to try and get picks, but they're not turning things around. Like, here comes the Redemption, here comes the Meteor and Chance. They're going to get another pickup. They've been really good, but the team fights are going to pick up. Shai gets taken out first. Techmaturgy does get taken out as well. Tuts, they're taken out. There's so many of the frontliners gone. That's Tobu gone. That's pretty much it for Persis against Spurs. That's a team fight gone for sure. Goodbye, Gerald. Ace for Team Flash. Potentially a free Baron, potentially game end.
I don't think they even need a Baron right now.
Yeah, they could just end it.
Yeah, they're going to bulldozer towards the inhibitor, and it might be a win towards Team Flash. Looking at the cooldown of for them to actually pop out weak back, it's hard. It's a win for Team Flash.
It doesn't even look like they were trying all that hard, to be honest. They were just playing with their food on the Persis side. A bit like unfortunate here, but Persis didn't even have an answer for a lot of the pressure being going out. Hullbreaker was not on the table, and like
it's really weird because looking on the composition, I thought Persis would bully Lean. Look how they got Ash and also Ziggs. At least I was thinking, oh, if you can't bully the lane, you probably wanted like a split push. But even a split push was done by Team Flash. So it's really hard for Team Flash to do anything towards just now. But the replay, let's see what happened on game 1 between Team Flash and Persis.
Okay, so we're seeing the picks off. This is what they were supposed to be doing for the beginning. They had so many crystal arrows, so they're getting picks, but like the crystal arrows didn't seem to be being used in the way that we expect them to. Not to start team fights, not necessarily to get those picks fast and furious early on, because like they use it really conservatively in the early part. No, not conservatively, sorry. They use it quite frequently, but they didn't use it for the right reasons that would have won them the team fight, because they have the better team fight comp here if you're looking just purely at the numbers. See, they won a lot of team fights where they were supposed to lose. They would go behind. They had the fire dragon. They had all the tools they needed. It's just that too little, too late. Now already Flash already had all the tools they need to do split pushes to get tier 2 turrets. So like there's nothing they could do.
Yep, right now for the MVP, let's... Oh, okay. It's on Azizu with 7-4. But for me personally, I think I would actually give it to Teddy because of how well Lux cleared out the lane for Team Flash.
Yeah.
It was super fast with final spark towards their hand, and it's not even towards the damage toward for Persis. It was literally used towards clearing lane.
Yeah, like you said, Ludens straight up into getting that splash damage and then going straight for the Rabadons for the clear, getting the anti-heal potentially for the Renekton and like the Cinch, but like going straight into what would clear a lane instead of anything utility wise, maybe something else, but yeah, straight for clearing waves and just standing wherever they needed to, keeping them occupied. And Persis was so adamant trying to get a tier 1 turret, but like Lux just clearing. But they were so adamant. They stuck around even though they should have been leaving after realized that the tier 1 turret is definitely not going to be going down with Lux around. Or like the Nasus also piling on his zone as well.
Yeah, they tried to... Team Persis tried to force out the team fight, but it was hard. If you see by the damage, it's not that different compared to Persis and Team Flash, except for Ziggs, because of the bombarded
look at that. Look at the damage. You see that amount of damage? Like if anyone saw it, they're thinking, oh, the winning team is the one with the Ziggs on it, right?
Yeah.
No. they like it wasn't even a contest because Flash had their eye on the game, which was getting the turrets, because that's what you're supposed to do in a MOBA. Get the turrets. You're not supposed to be winning team fights.
For Team Flash, increase by the goal, we know it's hard for actually Team Persis to do anything because Team Flash very objective focus. We've seen, okay, we take the turret, took out the Herald, took out the Dragon compared to Persis. Yes, because Persis got the kill, but the kill aren't enough to actually give the goal that they need.
Yeah, it really is boiled down to the macro, and it boils down to your strategies. I think it was very clear already that Persis was a step behind when they had three people at bot trying to get that tier 1 turret. Couldn't even get it with a Ziggs. Couldn't even throw the bomb to blow up the tower. And all they needed was a Shy or like their version of Jax to go and get every single tower in the map. That was pretty much a step behind in macro and a step behind in strategy. There was nothing they could do.
Yeah, but I think for Team Persis, this is a turning point towards them. Persis is probably going to think, okay, it's a learning progress towards them, especially with the new patch. This is probably why they tried on the 4-meter enchant, but I think it's a large gamble to actually use 4-meter enchant.
Yeah.
And why did you put the meter
That's a
enchant?
4-meter enchant.
Yeah, towards Kai-6. We don't normally see Kai-6 actually use meter enchant.
But like they didn't even commit the four meteors. Like if you're gonna do a strategy which involves meteor, then why are you only putting 1 meteor and 1 Mega in front of Flash? Use all your meteor enchants. Maybe it's too far. Maybe they weren't close enough. Maybe it wasn't enough damage. But like if you did it earlier when they didn't have other items, they could have done it. But yeah, looking at the sponsors for today.
Yeah, thank you to Snapdragon Elite Gaming where winning matters. And if you guys want to like smooth gaming, check out Snapdragon Elite Gaming. And if you want more energy, of course, drink up Monster Energy, unleash the beast, and check out the website monsterenergy.com/gaming. And for those who watch Snapdragon series, want to know about our schedule, want to know more about what's happening, check on us on discord.gg at Snapdragon Pro Series.
Yeah, a lot to talk about. Come in the Discord, come in and talk about some strategy. Maybe we could talk about what Persis needs to do to be able to turn things around with Flash, because like I don't think the Meteor Enchant strategy worked out. It might have worked if they did it in the earlier game. I feel like could have. They had a pick. They could have dropped all the meteors on that guy at the same time. Would have been the kill. That's what's it's 25% of max health.
Yeah.
That's 100% if you drop 4 meteors on someone.
At least it actually Team Flash would actually move back away to compared to what happened. But who knows what's going to happen on game number 2. Don't go anywhere. We're coming back after this break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Yep, welcome back to Snapdragon Pro Series game number 2 for Team versus Flash. Back with me, Fira, and also Pondo. Game number 1 just now for the second series. I think it was highly dominated by. I don't know if it's highly dominated by Team Flash. They weren't actually playing that aggressively or like poking everything towards a team. Persis, but Persis, despite everything, we've seen how hard it is for them to use a 4-meter enchant with the Mega Infernal Bomb.
There were so many points where you're thinking like, use the Meteor Enchant, use them, use the Mega Inferno Bomb, use something. There's just a slow burn. They allowed Flash to take too many opportunities, too many like split pushing opportunities, and they had 4 Meteor Enchants which they didn't end up using on a consistent basis at all. Especially when the arrow hit in the early game, and the person that they hit was squishy enough to hit 4 meteors. You think that the meteors would come down? It didn't. So
yeah, but let's see for the key plays on game number 1 just now. It's Zissou on Fiora. Oh, 100% kill.
wow.
KP.
Okay.
Okay.
So
it's amazing.
This is why he got the 7-2 and every other member of his team didn't manage to get enough kills. Like, understandable. Look at the damage taken per minute. He was clearly having none of it with the KDA. The 100% kill participation and the gold per minute, which many pro players would die for. Look at that. That is insane. That is up there with some of the same amount of stats that we see on a good RRQ game, and RRQ game is no slouch at the top of the leaderboard right now. So very impressive for Zissou, but I do guess that it was kind of consolidated by the fact that Persis was not necessarily Meteor enchanting him enough.
Yeah, I think for team, especially we've seen how Zissou played, where he actually more focused towards, okay, let's clear up the lane, let's bully them on their own jungle, doesn't give any chances for Kai'Sa to actually get their jungles, for Team Persis to get their jungle, to get their gold, the farming. Looks like Team Flash and Zissou play it really well towards the mid game, and I love how Team Flash was playing like, okay, they have meter enchant, let's not focus any team fights.
They didn't stick close at all, you're right. And,
yeah.
Like maybe they were saving the Meteor Enchants for more of like a team fight so they could use it on more people. I guess that would make sense. But they weren't even concerned about team fight potential. They weren't concerned about having fighting or scrappiness, because on their mind, they're like, the entire point of the game is to kill the Nexus, right? And how do you get to the Nexus? You kill turrets.
Yeah.
So like, they're not thinking I want kills. They're not thinking I want to win a team fight, because they didn't even need to pick a team fight. You saw the way Persis was pushing the bot lane. You saw the way that the minions were being cleared. There's not like, they were being cleared so fast. The 2 waves come by, they still couldn't get the tier 1 turret, and it was free for Shy or Zissou to get like pretty much every tier 2 turret on the map.
Yeah.
So kind of wondering why that was allowed to happen.
And I discussed it with Pondo just now, where on the Dragon Lane, why didn't you just bombard everything, trying to actually steal the dragon? You got the Mega Inferno Ball, you got the Meteor enchant. And they're probably thinking, oh, if it's meets, then they could actually pop up the shield. They probably wanted to save it for a team fight, but they have to understand, on a micro play, Team Flash already think, okay, they probably want a team fight. Let's not give them a team fight.
Yeah. And to choose, out of all the things to do a Baron Steel with, to choose a Crystal Arrow, to choose it from here, and to angle it in a way so that you hit the dragon instead of like any of the team members at the front, that is...
It's a high gamble. It's a high gamble.
It was already low chance to begin with, but to use the Crystal Arrow instead of the Mega Inferno Bomb and all the Meteor Enchants, that was going like, woo, like this. Like anyone could have stepped in front of it to block it. You could have started a team fight with it earlier on, because they had a strong team fight. They have a Singe. They have so many opportunities to get in. Like, I'm pretty sure like they might have won if they started it off with a Crystal Arrow and some key targets, maybe 2-3 stuns, and then just gone in. It's so surprising. I have no idea what was being like.
I think for Persis, they had to work back on your communication skill, especially towards team fight. If the Crystal Arrow hits on the it's on Team Flash, it's a better chance for them to actually took on the Dragon. But look at game number 2 right now, Pix and Ben. I'm hoping for Team Persis try to get the first point, especially it's a learning process for them, but they're hunger for at least a win, a 1-game win for Team Persis. So it's for Team Persis, they have the right mindset to actually learn about the patch, but not yet well executed by Team Persis.
I think it's a bit like niggling on the cusp of being very experimental right about now. In terms of what they're doing, in terms of what they're bringing to the table, I think Persis has so much potential, especially when it comes to team fights, especially the way they order, they can pull back and like they can team fight with some of the best. It's just strategy-wise, you're left with your head thinking, why? Why did they do this? Why did they do that? So yeah. So yeah, leaving it up to chance is not exactly. I looking for the mute button or something here, but here we go on Nasus being the first ban because there's so many things left on the table here. Good that Nasus is the first ban because there's so many things they can do here. Persis maybe not going to be pulling that Nasus off for that.
I only wanted to say, production, we can actually hear you singing towards us. Thank you for actually entertaining us while we actually look at the picks and ban currently. There still might be a Senna pick, a Karma pick could actually happen. I wanted to see Cassidy today. I haven't seen Cassidy.
I haven't seen Cassidy. It might be like what Team Persis is needed, but I'm gonna trust you because your pick rate, you know, predictions have been on point. Okay, so I haven't seen them wrong just yet. Maybe so. You're saying the Senna pick could be an early pick.
Yep.
Cassidy could be potentially on the table here, but could be an Ashe. Like I'm seeing an Ashe here. I'm seeing a Ziggs. You know, with this patch, that seems to be the biggest like picks and choosers.
I think it's better for them to actually take on Ashe, and then Senna might be taken by Team Persis. But Ashe, there's a lot of combo that can be done with Ashe. Ashe with Lux, maybe Ashe with who knows. Alista is also a good pick for Ashe.
Ooh, Alistar hasn't been seen in a while, so like, but yeah, like you said, it's a good pick. I'm surprised I haven't chosen an Alistar. I would love an Alistar. Alistar is one of my favorite supports. And in this current meta, yeah, would be a good pick. But like, I think with a Morgana heavy comp, Lux, if the enemy has a Lux, it's very difficult for him to like weave in and out. So yeah, just gonna have to be seeing what they decide to come up with.
Karma pick.
Karma. Okay, I guess he isn't shy about picking Karma. That's pretty good.
Karma Ashe or Karma Senna?
Well, if it's Karma, then it's gonna be scrappier, like Garen, Fiora, Shyvana. Those are on the table. I do think so. Ashe, yep, Ashe gonna pick up by the Persis.
Senna is still wide open for Team Persis if they wanted to take it. But I think it's a good pick for Senna. Yumi is the wide open. Nocturne to help on the Baron lane.
Okay, yeah, that Vi is one of the scrappy ones. So like into the Karma would be a good pick. Definitely gonna be harder for Renekton to jump in. Oh, Fiora, yeah, that's one of the earlier picks. So back into the scrappy team composition that we've seen so far. Okay, what do you think? Prediction. Oh no, you missed a chance, Galero. Okay, fine. Well, what about Persis? What do you think they're gonna pick?
I think it might be a Senna pick or even a Rakan pick is quite okay for team.
Okay, Senna or Rakan. Oh, is it? If it's a Nunu, I'm gonna be very surprised. But it would be a good pick with the Renekton and the Ashe. But I do think it's gonna be very difficult with the Did any of us predict this?
Yeah, I did. I did tell you that.
Did you say listen? No, you did
no,
not say
I
listen.
did say before the game started on the first match. I said Persis, they are heavily relied on Lee Sin. I was hoping they don't play Lee Sin because every time they play Lee Sin, they lose a game. Because the Lee Sin,
but they haven't won any game.
No, but when they used Lee Sin, it was so obvious on the losing side compared to when they don't use Lee Sin.
Okay,
the reason I don't want them to pick Lee Sin because their composition usually isn't a good combo with Lee Sin.
Yeah, that is true. It is difficult to fit him into current meta. Meta picks. So, have they sealed their doom? Is picking the Lee Sin gonna be what like breaks the camel's back? Is it gonna be another 2-0 for Persis? Will Persis be able to bite this back? Let's hope that what Fire said about Lee Sin being the harbinger to end times does not come true for Persis' sake. Gonna be the Galio pickup with the Fiora and the Karma. That's a big combo. That's Karma with the Galio and the Fiora is disgusting. So
Yeah, they stay open for Z in the mid if they want to. Cassidine have it banned out, but I think if they let go Cassidine, Team Persis won't be playing Cassidine. I haven't seen Cassidine being played by Persis, or it might be that I can't remember if they did play Cassidine before. Shyvana is also in play for Team Flash, or will it be Zissou playing Fiora as jungler again?
could be if there's no one up to pick it. Gonna be Ziggs plus Ash, as we've seen before. With the Zed pick, could be either good. If they're doing it with the Lee Sin pickup, then it's definitely gonna be single target. They're gonna be using a lot of crystal arrows to catch people off guard. But yeah, it's Galio. Camille, right? Fun fact about Camille: she has a 46% win rate in China right now. Like, she's actually really bad in China as a jungle. Well, she might be top lane. We might be seeing Fiora jungle again.
It is for a
Into
jungle.
a Jhin?
I
No
think,
way. No way is it gonna be Jhin.
Yeah.
Yeah, no way. That would just be too. That would be too giving it away too easily. Jhin is pretty high win rate right now, but like in the context of international with this team comp, it would be very difficult for that to work out.
Yeah, looking at how the composition right now, probably Zed mid lane, like I said, Lee Sin probably is going to be the jungler. Yeah, they always put Lee Sin as the jungle.
Oh man, yeah.
That's why I'll be saying it's really hard for Lee Sin to actually land his hits.
Yeah.
Looking how, like, if Lee Sin comes in, Camille Hextech Ultimatum, Lee Sin can't get out.
Yeah, that's true. But no, but he can Dragon Rage Camille out of the ultimatum.
But at the same time, just got Zed. The poking ability by Team Flash is quite high compared to Team Persis. So why I want to see if Persis can finally actually did a good gameplay or team play with the Lee Sin as the jungle.
Yeah, they definitely need Lee Sin to be doing a lot more, but I do think that Dragon Rage on the Lee Sin would be a good peel, especially when you have the Galio, you have a Fiora and a Zed. He will be able to protect some of his backliners one time with the Dragon Rage. Kicks them away from his ADC, kicks them away from like high value targets like the Ziggs.
Yeah, but for Team Persis, I'm hoping they could fight out with Team Flash. But and Team Flash, I think this is the chance for them to actually secure their second point, because this is match for Team Flash. Team Flash, it probably be Zissou dominating like the first game, and if Team Persis does not see how well Team Flash played by using like speed pushing, it might be in trouble for them yet again for the second game.
Persis needs an answer. They're going to need it soon because Team Flash is lined up to be the winner of this if they don't pull back on this. And Persis, they have a lot to prove. They have a lot more strategies they need to invoke from the whatever strategy discussions they've been doing. Could this be the swan song for Persis, or is it going to be, you know, Rise from the Phoenix in terms of rebirth for Persis? Or is Team Flash going to be pulling themselves away from that tiebreaker and into the upper bracket?
Yeah, right now between Team Flash and Persis Zissou with a 50% win rate, but still damage per minute is quite high. Looks like a Team Persis. Oh, I love what they're doing. They know that Team Flash might come over to their jungle, so they're checking out their jungle first and then backs away towards their own lane.
Gonna be getting, yeah, like you said, deep wards. Both sides for Team Flash. So I like, you can already see the discrepancy here. There's a deep ward in for Team Flash on both the red side, the red side, the tri-brush, and the deeper brush up towards the blue side. So that is already like very concerning because like Persis needs to be watching out for these things. They should have been countering with some vision of their own, but there's barely any vision for their side. There's one ward there on the side for blue side to make sure that it doesn't get pulled away from them while they're busy dealing with the red. But just that one ward in the side of the Raptors for the red side is enough to give them info on where Lee Sin is, and that is so key. That's one thing that you shouldn't be giving away when you're up in this level of competition. But I like that engage. I like as you waited for the kick to come out before it went in to get more damage in, and now Camille is going to be kind of close to it.
Yeah, right now for Team Persis, they're focusing on the top lane, getting on the scuttles. Oh, but Team Flash playing it a little bit more slowly compared to the first game. Oh, but still deep inside. They're probably going to find the first kill. Flash have been used by the Renekton to run away. It's a good point by Team Flash. And this is a chance for them to actually put a lot of damage. Renekton, what are you doing?
No. That was pretty good. Good trade around, but like he is going to be losing. All the minions are going to be picking up by Lee, but it did look dangerous for him on the backside. But going to be getting the flash out from Team Flash, and also going to be getting a kill. So not all bad for Persis Esports, despite that heavy dive from Team Flash. A lot more resources expended from Flash's side to get in that deep, but losing a lot of minions on the tower.
Whoa! That ignite on point by top lane just now. A 1v2 kill. And the bottom lane also might be a hit. Garen, we know, can sustain nicely. Bottom lane will be taken in sooner or later because Lee Sin is come to play Renekton yet again, being killed. But before his died, the dive done by Zisu was overcommitted. I think for Persis, this is what we wanted to see for them. Play it slow, finding the key point on who should they have been focused. Backs away, almost took out a first threat.
That is all 5 plates actually on the Dragon Lane side. That is absolutely fantastic for Ziggs. He's gonna want a lot of that gold, and it's shared equally with the double relic shield comp right now. So. Oh, here comes the delivery express of the stun coming here from the Crystal Arrow, but it's not going to be enough for Tufts to get anything out of it. There's using the passive for the shields, going to soak up all the damage that could potentially have been given. Oh, and it's a Sonic Wave to finish it off. What a fantastic follow-up there from Jurl. That was quite coordinated from Persis Esports, and now they're on the up and up. That quite a turnaround for the performance that we saw in Game 1.
Yeah, I think for Persis, they now understand about their weaknesses whenever they do Lee Sin. What I've seen before on previous matches where Persis wanted to let Lee Sin 1v1 and Lee Sin loses, but now they know that if Lee Sin comes towards a team fight, they could actually won the team and also the lane, and this is what is happening for Team Persis Esports. So for Team Persis, they need to focus on the bottom and also the mid lane, while Lee Sin finally took out the capability to have their jungle farming away. Crystal Arrow moving but not hitting.
Coming up for the dive, and top doesn't quite land here. Here we go. Gonna be the pick off. So much set damage here. Gonna be forcing them away from the turret. They're not gonna be able to get the tier 1. And the Crystal Arrow doesn't quite land where they needed to be because they already passed through mid lane. They already saw it coming. So yeah, good defense there by Team Flash, and now they have what they need. But it looks like Lee Sin's gonna be caught on the back foot. So close there as he tries to get his scuttle, but gets away with his life, which I say is a very good trade. But it is going to be both objectives coming up, and the jungler on Persis' side being low, he's going to have to recall. So it gives like Team Flash access to both Rift Herald and Dragon right now with impunity.
Yeah, right now for Team Flash, Herald, Crystal Arrow, Mega Inferno Bomb at play. Carmel can't do it as he does now. A good play by Team Persis. Herald had been taken, but the Dragon might be taken by Team Persis, but Flash are on the way, stopping them towards their track, coming in for a hit. Oh, Ziggs helping in. The dragon have been taken by them. By a jump by Gylo, not enough. A team fight will become as Flash having wide up popping open. And finally, a 2 kill for Team Persis. It's a better gameplay and a better communication by them.
Persis finally using the crystal arrow to great effect, using his R to turn around and completely go back towards where he came from before. That was a good team fight coming out there. Gonna be using the Master Justice to get one of those kills, and now it seems like Persis is up by 7 kills. And it doesn't look like the macro is falling behind that we saw in the first game. So props to Persis, completely good turnaround and very good skirmishes all around the board.
Yeah, 2 meter engine have been brought by Ziggs and also Ash and Harold being called in the mid lane. They need a mid lane right now, but meter engine have been used by Team Persis just to take on the Harold. Harold took out one turret. But for Team Flash, looks like bot lane might be the second. Renekton can't be killed yet again. Crystal Arrow hits on the perfect lady Mega in front of but at the back. They almost took a kill. It's just that they overcommit on the meter engine in the mid lane just now.
I'm finally seeing some great use of the Mega Inferno Bomb, Meteor Enchant, and the Crystal Arrow, which complete opposite of what we saw from the last game. It looks like Persis was using that as kind of like a good stomping ground for them to understand how these abilities work together, because suddenly it looks like they've been doing these sort of strategies like most of their lives compared to the complete cluelessness that was prevalent in the first game. So props to Persis from learning it now with the Meteor Bomb to come and clear all the minions. I'm seeing a lot of Crystal Arrows here, a lot of clear, but it doesn't look like Persis is quite on the ball for tier 1 turrets as it is with Team Flash at about now. Team Flash has been clearing it really steadily, but in truth be told, it is 1-to-1 turrets right now. But mid lane opening for mid lane being open for Team Flash is a lot bigger than Dragon Lane being open, because mid lane is the mid spot for a lot of teams to sort of fight and skirmish. So having that open provides a lot of pressure on the map, and another Crystal Arrow going to be coming down towards the mid lane, potentially get another stun or, you know, helping out the bot lane. Here we go.
It's a nice stun. This is what we wanted to see Persis on the first game. This is what we wanted. And now Persis is popping out the correct wave towards not only on the Crystal Arrow coming in at the back. They wanted a kill. Renekton having that X-Tech ultimate have been wide open. Jumps in by a Gylo, backs away. Listen, put on a hit. Gylo took out Garen, but still won by Persis on the top lane. Top lane is going to be taken by Team Persis. Persis with another turret in their hands.
Tobu and Tuts being absolute best friends today, with Tobu delivering kills to him and shutting down Zaisu. Zaisu, the really scary one, being from Team Flash. Just getting a stun on him while Tuts waits in the bush patiently for that kill to sort of clear him out. But like, he always comes back stronger and clears a tier 1 turret now, but it looks like they want a piece of Zaisu. Zaisu already knows they're going for a Crystal Arrow again, but he uses the counter, knew that it was coming. Guess he learned his lesson, knowing that Ash has some bad blood with my friend Zaisu and the 7 kills that he earned in the last game. So wants to cancel him out entirely this time, make sure he doesn't have enough space to roam. But he's been clearing wave after wave after wave, minions after minion after minions, towers, and now he's got so much gold, it's not really going to matter how many times they stun him after all.
Has that over there at the back. They wanted a kill. Looks at him. 2 meter enchant. Looks like Team Flash walks back away. They don't want to commit the team fight, but Team Persis aggressively comes to an end. Devon having been wide open, but not enough. Flashes away. Renekton tried to take a hit all alone. I think it might be safe. Look like Zed could actually walk away, and a Herald will be towards Team Persis.
That was a good play there by Ash, waiting for the ultimate to come out before the flash away from the shurikens, managing to kill enough people in time to get back in there and help the Ash. What a brilliant flash kick off with the back insect Lee Sin, And here's the Rift Herald coming at the same time as that particular engage. Enough to pick it off with the Ziggs bomb. And that's going to be a tier 1 turret down mid. Mid finally opening up for Persis, and now they do have a bit more pressure before Dragon coming up, but they do have to recall. It looks like they're going to try their best to make sure that he doesn't get to recall in time. He's going to lifesteal off the red buff because he's not going to be recalled now because Dragon's now on the table, and looks like Ely's completely aware of this, going to keep him busy while the rest of his team is making a headway down for Dragon, because that's just how busy they've been keeping their jungle. Elise, and here comes with the crystal arrow, catching them down with the flash, but it's so fed on. Tuts is enough to keep them all down, and now that's going to be a Dragon.
It's a steal.
Yeah, it's a steal. It's going to be a push down mid them, and complete free. You're going to have to use the Sexo Ultimatum to become untargetable and get away from the Sonic Wave, which could have taken him out for granted, and he's going to have to dash away using his hook shot, and now the rest of the turret is free for the taking right about now.
Oh, Liz is coming in at the back and Dragon Rage hitting on Galio. Galio trying to run a flash, Heavy White popping open, but not enough. Destis get it. Mid lane tier 2 have been taken by Team Persis. This is what we wanted to see. The usage of Meteor, Mega Inferno Bomb, and Meteor Enchant. Finally, Team Persis understood their assignment. Deathma have been wide open, finally took out a kill. Listen have been taken out, but still, it's an advantage for Team Persis.
Jiro getting a little bit greedy there with the clearing of the red buff, knowing that the timer's already up, and Fiora is just going back to heal. Zaisu was low, but he did manage to heal back, get back out using a Home Guards enchant. And that's going to be another Crystal Arrow for setup on Tuts. How can this keep happening? My God. Shy gets taken out. The American Sniper Tobu. Wait, no, not American. Indonesian Sniper Tobu. Getting every single Crystal Arrow shot, setting things up for Tuts perfectly, giving him every single piece of gold here. And that's going to be the tier 1 turret on the dive. Looks like Techmaturgy is deep in the deep end. Here we go. So much Meteor Enchants. Crystal Arrow is already back up. Going to have to use his Counter Strike to get those damages out. Demacian Justice. Rampage down the hook shot, getting really far away. Looks like Joe's on the back enchant. Here we go with the Exile Ultimatum to keep him off his tail.
Oh no.
Grand Entrance to try and keep the backline off, but no, Tuts is too fed. It's going to be another team fight win for Persis. 19 kills versus 6. 13 on the board. 4 turrets, 2 dragons, and now a Baron up in about 7 seconds.
Yeah, I think the Baron would be started by Team Persis mid lane tier 2. Is in trouble. I mean, I'm sorry, their inhibitor is actually in trouble. Top lane, and Listen actually took out Karma. It's a good way for Team Persis on game number 2. Much more consistent, much more understandable on how their rotation being well made. I love how they started every team fight with Mega Inferno Ball and 2 bombarded Meteor Enchant, and then lastly with a Crystal Arrow. It's much more efficient compared to game number 1 and game number 2. It's a higher chance for Persis to actually win and take 1 point from Team Flash.
It's hard to believe this is the same team we saw floundering around in game 1 because they are completely killing it with the way that they're stacking their moves this time. And Ash's arrows are actually consistently hitting as opposed to the last time. And here we go, another setup for Tuts, but they didn't quite land just yet, but it doesn't matter. Lee Sin's here to back him up using the Drag Rage Hextech Ultimatum to go untargetable again. Zaisu is going to try and follow up, but Tuts is a complete juggernaut right about now. 7 kills, 2-3 downs, but it's going to be a flash shot. Stasis, here comes Jero to try and save him, but it's not enough Meteor Enchant to get the damage down. Tuts gets away scot-free, but doesn't matter. Here we go. Coming back in with Shy to come and follow that up, getting the kill. What was supposed to be 2 kills for nothing on Persis' side has become 1 kill for 2, but still, Persis on the front end, Team Flash on the back foot.
Yeah, now Team Persis is starting up towards their Baron, knowing that no more Zissou coming in, Mega Inferno Ball, while also popping out a Meteor Enchant, moving toward Team Flash. Team Flash has to back away, or are they actually waiting for Zissou to come back in play? Zissou in 2 seconds coming in, probably try to help in Team Flash. For Team Flash, I think they have to be a little bit more careful because during the team fight, Team Persis understand their assignment. They understand what they need to do, especially the damage being dealt by Mega Inferno Bomb by Ziggs alone is quite high, and they can't actually do anything because Ziggs finally...
Oh my gosh, how many times is this going to happen? It's not going to happen this time. Looks like Ely was wizened up to the ways of the Ash Sniper. Going to be kicking him out of the Ultimatum. As I've said before, Dragon Rage available. Don't know what Shao is thinking here.
Wrong
It doesn't
flash.
have the damage. It doesn't have the goal to be able to fight this out. He thought the rest of his team would be there on time, but they weren't quite close enough. Tuts so much damage. Zaisu, look at him. Look at the damage he's outputting right about now. Getting Tuts out, right? And Joe gonna get a free kill, dominating down onto Karma. Taddy was so far out, but it looks like Zaisu is super low. Gonna get in with the counter attack. Gonna get the flash out, and now it's gonna be empty, left empty and alone.
Okay, I think this might be a win for Team Versus. The Baron can be taken, only Zed is left alone. They can even take on the Dragon. So it's a correct. Chris Arrow looking on the hit, almost hit.
Enough
but
to
come
stop the
over Lee Sin.
recall and get Lee Sin to try and get back in, but it definitely keeps shy on his toes. Not going to be able to get a Baron. He's not going to be able to get it back in time. And it doesn't matter if he tries to do anything by himself. Meteor a chance to try and soften up the Baron up. And that's going to be a free Baron. 300 gold for each single member of Versus Esports. That's absolutely what they want, absolutely what they need right now.
It's a really good play by Team Versus with the Baron buff on their hands. It's not easy for Team Flash. Team Flash, they probably wanted to do on the Dragon, but I think it's going to be competitive. It's going to be a very hard fight for Team Flash, especially how fast. Look how fast Ashes putting out her damage. And even just now, during the Baron buff, during the Baron, already popping out the crystal arrow and now popping yet again.
Oh my gosh! Yep, they had to get a bandana to get all those arrows away, because disgustingly keeps getting him. Why he's trying to recall is stay in the bush.
What I can say, Team Flash, they have to defend themselves. Looks like the inhibitor is in trouble mid lane, even though all the toilet stars have been wide open. Runs away, but TV1 is not an easy battle, but still got a 1 kill. Crystal arrow right at the back, and now with Meter in hand, trying to take on a kill. It's still a good play by Team Versus. Now the doors have been wide open towards Team Flash. Mid lane have been focused right now. Team Flash, they have to defend themselves.
Only Tuts is fed enough to be able to come back from a situation as a 2v1 and be able to get a kill out of that, despite all odds being against him. Here comes the Mega Inferno, here comes the Meteor chance. Is Jar going to be able to get away with the amount of damage, and the Ignite's coming out on him with so many red buffs. He has a GA, it doesn't matter. Here comes another Meteor enchant. Here comes the rest of the backline Techmaturgy to try and get them off the back foot. That's going to be another tier 2 tower with the way that the Baron and Power Minions are coming down. Probably the Nexus, they're going to have to try and defend this, but they don't have enough firepower. The rest of the team coming into the Masters Justice, trying to get things out. But that's going to be the end game for Person, the complete reversal of what we expected from game 1.
Wow. Team Versus on... looks like my doubt about Lee Sin having to take away. I have to silence my mouth right now, because Lee Sin played his part, especially... if you notice, right, the Dragon Rage, it wasn't supposed to be used for team for actually a battle more after. Okay, let's put off Camille. Every time Camille has ultimated, he kicks her off, and that's well played by his team. And the composition of the Mega Inferno Bomb, Crystal Arrow plus with Meter each, and this is what we wanted to see, the combo being dealt yet again. The damage first at Team Flash, but sadly Team Flash could not do anything. The stun being dealt by Persis was high.
Finally going to be seeing those crystal arrows used in a team fight scenario, not for like some weird sniper areas angles on the Dragon this time. Absolutely what we wanted to see, but the picks though, completely shutting down Zaisu, and what I never would have expected to say. And Ash continually sniping to set up for his Baron laner to get kills and shut down the enemy Baron laner? The enemy jungler? If you told me that, I would have said you were insane, but here we are. Hexa Ultimatum absolutely useless in front of the Dragon's Rage. I did call it before this fire. I did say that if the Hexa Ultimatum came down, I said the Lee Sin would just Dragon Rage her out of the Hexa Ultimatum and it wouldn't be a problem. So the stats coming up here and 10 kills on Joe.
Topo!
Tobu with the 20 assists on
I just noticed
Ash.
they actually got 30 kills.
They got 30 kills versus 9 on Team Flash. Pretty much all of them on Zaisu. Ili completely destroyed. As I said before, Camille on the Chinese server, like the 40s, like ridiculously low win rate for some reason. Like hasn't been able to fit in the current meta so far. I do think she's still strong, but very, very difficult to make work in the current playing field. But yeah, Tobu, rightfully given the title of an Indonesian sniper. What a fantastic 20 assist role here. Completely helping Tufts coming back and dominating everything to basically shut Zaisu out. Zaisu, much used to having double this amount of damage, but couldn't do anything in the face of Tufts, who, you know, usually it would be the other way around, but I can see it happening this way because no Jax, just some Zaisu getting sniped with a crystal arrow from about 1 billion miles away.
Yeah, I think if we could actually look on the itemization just now for Team Persis, Tobu, what he did was reliant on how fast the cooldown is, not only on the crystal arrow but also on his other ability. It makes it much more easier for him to actually put an AoE attack, and also coming up with a slow. And look at this landslide by Persis Esports, gold difference. Right now, this is what Persis was waiting for, that one chance to prove themselves.
Yeah, this is what the cliff looks like, and this is what it looks when you're riding off of it. Persis not giving an inch to my man's here, Team Flash.
Yeah, what I can say about Team Persis, this is Persis. This is where...
This is Persis.
Yeah, what I want to say, like, this is where Persis actually finally find themselves towards the new meta, find themselves towards the new patch. It's been 2 weeks constantly trying to understand the meta. Then at first, like, okay, let's try Relic Shield, doesn't work. They don't understand it. Okay, let's try Meter Enchant. They still doesn't understand it. On the first game, they could see that happening. They could could try to do Meter Enchant 4 times, but not consistently like we wanted it to be. But on the second game, they proved us wrong.
Yeah, they absolutely deserve this win. Maybe we'll see them carrying it over to the next game. Well, I'm kind of torn between my predictions because I want to see Persis win, but you know how it is. We'll be going to a break. We'll see you for Game 3 after a short break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like wall. Time's right, and I know they see us walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
Welcome back to Snapdragon Pro Series Warif with me, Fira, and also Pondo. Looks like Persis finally. They have been finding their momentum, and today is the day they did it.
Yeah, well, put it on your 2022 bingo card that you expect Persis to be the one to get the 1-1. Nigma Galaxy versus RRQ. A lot of us put 2-1. We expected it to be a bit of a hash out, but RRQ won that convincingly 2-0. And then we looked at it, a lot of people said, nope, it's going to be 2-0 for Flash versus Persis. What did we get? 1-1. And the potential that Persis could potentially turn this around if they have another good strategy on their hands to basically shut down some of the key members of Flash, like
Zissou, yeah.
Yeah, Zissou. And yeah, key players, which going to be showing up next, so you can see the stats of what we mean here on the Persis side with Tobu.
Oh, the damage! Oh, the damage per minute, 1,400, and the damage taken only 300. Ah!
Wow, yeah, you can see the problem here. You can see how Flash wasn't necessarily getting in deep enough to get that Ash. But it looks like a lot of the major initiators were shut down. This looks like the sort of stats you expect out of a member of RRQ on their best day. So I would say that
this is Persis on their best day.
This Persis on their best. 23 KDA. Certainly helped by their 20 assists on an Ash to help Tufts get pretty much every single shutdown kill onto the Zissou, onto like, you know, all their bot laners. Shy. Like, you know, it's...
Yeah, no would definitely play better on the second game with Ash, and especially we have seen how fast Ash capability to actually put up an attack. Time and time again, Crystal Arrow, not just Crystal Arrow, the slow by Ash coming in with that large amount of damage. It's probably why Team Flash could not defend themselves. They did not have time to defend themselves. Every time Crystal Arrow pops in, someone is there to deal the damage and end it.
You remember what we said about like how Flash is basically, Flash is basically having the side profile. But before we get to that, before we get to the discussion, let's give a thank to our sponsor, Snapdragon Elite Gaming, some of the best processors you're going to find in any phone. If you want to play Wild Rift at the top of your game, make sure you have Snapdragon in your phone. So you have smooth frame rates and great graphics.
Yeah, and if you want more energy, unleash the beast with Monster Energy. monsterenergy.com/gaming. And for those who are watching at Twitch or even on our Facebook, come and join our discord.gg Snapdragon Pro Series to know more about schedule, to see what's happening. And who knows, you might see more in the next week, because not only one is inside the Snapdragon Pro Series.
You might be able to get some tidbits or maybe some extra info if you ask nicely to one of the staff members, like, you know, if you're into that kind of thing. But going back to the earlier discussion, I remember we talked about Game 1. We talked about like how they didn't have an answer to Flash doing side lanes. You know?
Yeah.
They were always like, they were always team fighting here, and then the rest of the team was pushing up the rest of it. We're going to pick and ban soon, but like to continue that conversation, we talked about they didn't have a counter, and then what did they do? They said, "All right, you want us to counter? We're gonna put our Renekton in the brush here. We're gonna have an Ash arrow come down, and then you want your counter? That's your counter. You wanted to push tier 1, tier 2? Well, too bad. Your dead Renekton was in the bush, and now you're stunned, baby. You're gone because the Renekton's gonna come and sweep you up, shut you down, get your gold, make sure you don't get to push, and now the rest of the team is free to push the other lanes because Renekton already got the kill. He moves to rejoin him in the mid lane, and Ash only needed to shoot the arrow from the mid lane. She doesn't even need to be there.
Yeah, and furthermore, with Lee Sin on their side, whoever wanted the split push on the second game, it was hard. Lee Sin was throwing out Dragon Rage time and time again just to stop any initiator by Team Flash. So Team Flash, they were stuck towards how could they actually initiate a team fight whenever Lee Sin or even a Crystal Arrow pops in towards them. Like I already told Pondo, Ash is going to be banned because Ash is the key point for Team Persis. Looks like I'm right. No more Nasus, no more Gwen. It might be a Senna Karma pick.
Could be a Senna Karma pick, yeah. Definitely going to be a lot of utility out of that pick. Gonna be tricky to get a Zigzin, Nasus, and Ash both banned, which have been mainstays for the patch. Can definitely be picked up either by Team Flash or Persis for that, you know, still for a lot of tower clear and a lot of the wave clearing. But yeah, gonna be interesting to see what the picks are gonna be for either side, because like a lot of these key picks have been banned away for that early pick and ban state.
Will it be a Jace pick, considering Jace have not been banned just yet?
I do think Jace is on the table. I do think Jace might be strong, especially since you need to be able to shut down Zissou and potentially Shy.
Oh man.
So well, no, that hole was dashed quickly, wasn't it?
Okay, if Jace had been banned away, it might be a Karma Senna pick. Yeah, I think it's a Karma Senna pick. If
Think
not,
it's Karma Senna pick? Could be a Karma Senna pick. Oh, how do you do this? How? Like, you seem to understand the state of pick and bans like really well, but
it's not that I think it's mostly because I understand the team. Like for Team Persis, I know they won't take on Cassidy and everything because they don't play that well. But right now on the current meta, a support is highly needed, highly wanted, and especially a Poké support. We have Karma on the side. Of course, they have to take on Senna towards Team Flash, but might be I love to see Ziggs being played yet again. Renekton for Team Persis.
Renekton for Team Persis with the Karma, liking that. I did like Tufts on the Renekton, so gonna be nice to see him on it again. Zaisu loves his Fiora, so gonna be seeing that in.
Okay, it might be
Could be a Rakan.
no, I think it's going to be a Ziggs and also Lee Sin picks. Okay, I think it's the same composition for Team Persis.
Maybe Jiro not wanting to chance that, but Lee Sin versus the Camille was like a good pick. I do think it was a good pick. You did say it was a 0% win rate, but now it is slightly higher. Slightly higher.
10% win rate.
Is it 10% out of 10 matches? Okay, 10% win rate. That's not bad. It's better than 0%.
I love how Team Persis, they force the champion to actually get a win. Okay, I keep on losing on Lee Sin. Okay, let me try something else. A combo or maybe a composition that made Lee Sin shines more, and it's a good play by Team Persis. But if Gragas on Team Flash side, ooh.
I do like the Gragas if they go for one of those super like chase you down sort of comps, especially with a Renekton and a Garen. Gragas is going to get a lot of pressure out if he outs you and make sure that you can't continuously chase without potentially getting separated from your friends if you get explosive cast away, you know?
Classics have been banned away. We don't know Shyvana or Kassadin in play. We haven't seen Kassadin just yet. Not like last week. We have seen few Kassadin throughout the day, but today, oh, okay.
Gonna be locking in that Gragas, man. So, looking at the Kassadin, you said potentially Ziggs. Riven gets banned away.
Shyvana's been taken
Shyvana.
out.
Okay, gets taken out. That's gonna be the last one. Well, I can see that because in the scrappy meta, Shyvana is like one of the worst ones to deal with. Last ban, Kassadin. Could be Kassadin.
If they don't ban Kassadin, I think Persis will be in trouble because Persis
Maybe
doesn't
Yuumi,
play
Oh,
Kassadin.
it's Shen. Ah, okay, okay. Yeah, I can see it. But like I don't. Shen would have been good for Zaisu, but I'm not really sure it is the ban that they could be prioritizing here.
So it's a Kassadin pick?
Kassadin, you think?
I don't know because Persis doesn't play Kassadin.
Yeah, they don't. Kassadin hasn't been seeing all that much play from a lot of teams from what I've seen. Or maybe just Persis and Flash, because I don't think they're that used to the Kassadin because it always gets banned out. Seraphine!
It's a
Wow.
Seraphine Karma combo.
How many Seraphines have you seen in tournament? How many Caitlyn's have you seen in tournament?
Only one actually.
One. Is there one?
This is the first one.
This is the first one?
This is the first one towards the...
Oh wait, it might not even be a Caitlyn. It might be a Lee Sin pick. Which is less exciting, but definitely more in line with what we're used to.
I just want to know how they're going to play around...
Irelia.
Irelia. I think Irelia is a good pick towards Team
She
Persis.
is a good pick, but it's uncharted territory. It's barely an Irelia's around. I think we did see it like earlier stage, but like
I know in WCS MYSG someone did pick Irelia for mid lane.
yeah.
But then again, is it going to be a jungle Aurelia? It's highly
Could be.
It highly going
Could
to be a jungler Aurelia.
It might be a Renekton jungle.
I don't know.
No, but yeah, more likely Irelia jungle, Renekton top versus Fiora maybe. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. But I do like this comp. This is interesting. I haven't seen quite a few of these champions before. Morgana. I do like the Morgana pick, but it's going to be hard to hit an Irelia, but it's going to be good for the Garen. Yeah, Morgana jungle. Definitely Morgana jungle. Morgana jungle is too strong to be used anywhere else, and you're going to get a lot of gold when not being in lane.
Yeah, right now, okay, Gragas, if I'm not mistaken, with Senna. Gragas with Senna. So right now I'm quite confused. How would Team Flash play it off? But we know the damage is there for Senna Gragas. We have seen the combo before. And plus with Morgana, the Dark Binding and Black Shield would definitely help them towards their game. But for Team, I wanted to see how Team Persis going to play it out with that Seraphine and Aurelia in play. Especially Seraphine, I haven't seen people play it on professional leagues.
I do personally think Seraphine is strong. Like, she is strong. It's just that...
But we never know because of the current meta, recurrent itemization.
Yeah. Actually, we never know. I do think she's strong. I just think that she's a bit difficult to maneuver around, especially when Kha'Zix and Zed were very popular picks. But I guess since there weren't any Kha'Zixes or Assassins on that enemy team, I guess they did think it was worth trying to take the chance on a Seraphine because there's not a lot that can get to the backline.
We know how large scale Seraphine damage could dealt, so I think it's a good point for Team Persis. It's just that the composition between Karma Seraphine is something new that I haven't seen at all. So will it be a good play out by Team Persis? But for Team Flash, for me, Team Flash is like the combo that you constantly see on a professional sim.
Yeah.
Senna Gragas compared to Persis. Persis is taking a risk on the third game.
Yeah, yeah. I do think Persis is very ulti dependent. They have a lot of very strong ultis. Karma ulti into the Aurelia ulti, into the Seraphine ulti. These are going to be big game changers. They have to land it very well if they want to be able to like win a lot of team fights. If they miss any one of those ultis, they're gonna have worse time.
But for the poking skill for Team Persis, it's there. They have Karma, they have Seraphine, and Aurelia also could poke towards Team Flash. But for now, what's happening in the mid lane, Renekton have to be a little bit careful because Siege could actually throw him towards the back, coming in also with the help from their teammates.
Teddy going to be roaming around trying to get something out of this. Going to be leaving our friend Empty a bit of alone for a second, giving plenty of opportunities for them to farm plates. It does look like Aurelia is here to try and help out. Yeah, slightly more roaming potential out from here. Looks like they have some plans for that top lane to try and get into the jungle, knowing that they already tried to invade on their side. So blue side should be open for consideration.
Yeah, right now they're trying to invade the stun at the back coming in. Looks like they have to be a little bit more careful. But Renekton at the back coming. Team Persis losing one, losing another. Look, I think it's a back fault towards both of them. But because of Renekton waiting in the back, it's a win for Team Persis.
Yeah, okay, so the level 5 coming out for Zaisu because of the steal away on the blue buff. So using that to try and lock them down on the bindings, but not all of them were there, so didn't quite catch all of them. And then the Tufts just waiting in the Windsor. Very nice timing there to get there on Renekton and cause havoc. So that's 2 kills out for Persis and a lot of investment from Team Flash. So many people had to roam to top in order to set that up. So they're going to be losing quite a bit of gold in terms of minions, but actually no, I could be wrong. They're still quite equal here in terms of like gold differential. Probably with the double relics coming out.
For Team Persis, I'm still looking how they would like to move towards the mid game. Will they be focusing on jungle? Because looking how Team Flash playing on the third game right now, they wanted to invade the jungle. They also wanted to invade the farm. It doesn't want to let Aurelia took in any jungle. It's a smart play by Team Flash, especially with Morgana. We know how late game Morgana is. Morgana needs time on the bottom lane. A little bit skirmish had been dealt by the replay just now. This is what happened. Maybe they overextend their state because Renekton flash in at the back to come to help Team Persis.
Definitely thinking they had more of an advantage here, being able to like get in there and try to take them out and potentially shut down Jero in the process, getting more kills. Kind of backfired on them, but it does look like they managed to keep Jero relatively lower. It looks like Morgana is still slightly higher in gold, but not enough to shut him down at all.
It's
That's gonna be better for Team Flash because like that's gonna be another turret plate for Zaisu, but Zaisu gonna have to back away before being able to reap the turret plate. But yeah, the minion's gonna be dying, and that's a lot of gold gone away for Techmaturgy. So yeah, just a little bit. They did have to invest. Zaisu walking all the way up to try and help him out, but kind of not that big of a deal. It's good that they managed to get the trade though, keeping Garen in the game still.
Yeah, Ludin Echo have been bought by both Senna and Karma and also Seraphine. So currently, I wanted to see how Seraphine will be in play. I see that's what Team Persis is doing is actually moving around Seraphine to rotate towards the jungle of Team Flash. But right now, top lane is being wide focused. A trade-off might happen. Siege have been taken down. Bottom lane might be taken towards Team Persis. Will it be enough to actually took out tier 1 threat?
Taos just absolutely carrying his weight. He's been tearing it up on Renekton even in the last game, so I love to see what he's doing here. Looks like they're going to be piling up into the Rift Herald. Looks so much damage onto Tobu. He's going dangerously low. Gonna have to try and back away. It is going to dive into the turret though. So many deaths coming out from here. Dewa is going to get taken out, and now Taddy's really low, but the rest of his team isn't here to try and back him up. It looks like Tobu's going to take him out as well, trying to dodge as many skill shots as he can. Does manage to get an electrocute proc up, but not enough to get any kills, and that's going to be a free Rift Herald together with 2 kills out for Flash for free. Absolutely no turnaround and absolutely no way to sort of go back on this. And gets put away in the nick of time. That's going to be a tier 1 turret. All the plates before 7 minutes. A lot of gold funneled into them. 26,000, and suddenly that's a 4K gold lead ahead of Team Persis.
Yeah, Persis had to put out their guts up. They had to be a little bit more careful on rotation done by Team Flash. Team Flash Siege is all alone and now focusing towards the Infernal Dragon. Both teams wanted the Infernal Dragon, so it might be a contest towards this game, towards the Infernal Dragon. Looks like Persis Esports might take on the Infernal. It's not being disturbed by Team Flash, but Team Flash is busy taking in a lane on the top lane.
Now we're seeing some of that lagging behind in terms of like a macro that we saw from Persis in game 1. Looks like Team Flash is slightly ahead. They know they can take the turret because they already got the Rift Herald. They had to take the Dragon on the back foot, so the rest of the team could converge and threaten them. But like, does give them opportunity as well, since they have to bring all the team members down to help take the Dragon, so it gives a lot of time for Shy to just freely push and get another tier 1 turret, and it's already 2 tier 2 turrets for Team Flash, and just a matter of getting another one down a Dragon lane.
Yes, currently for Team Persis, they have to be careful on the rotation being dealt. This is like game number 1 where Team Flash, they are more focusing towards split pushing, taking on the lane compared to actually take on a team fight. But we have seen Persis on the second game actually defending themselves and also putting on a turning point at the back. Renata had to be like a 2v1.
Top's in a dangerous situation here. Looks like Zaisu going to be catching up here, trying to do his best, but the poison slowly burning him down despite the fact that he has so much resistance against a lot of it, and it's going to be another fight down at the bot lane. Tekmaturgy's really dangerously close for comfort, but it looks like Seraphim's here to try and season them away. It looks like they can try and dive it here. They have 4 members here, but still so much CC available for the enemy team. Meteor are going to try and keep them off of it. Demolition charge, and that's going to be another turret. But as you can see, Flash already had that in mind. They had enough people down. Tier 2 turret down to mid lane. Going to try and get more kills here to make up for that difference, because they know that that tier 2 turret is going to go down regardless, so might as well try to get some kills here. Team Flash going to lose Taddy. Taddy's going to go down, but there's not enough left in the tank to get the rest of them who managed to get out safely.
Oh, Team Flash finally showing their fangs, clawing their way in towards Team Persis. Esports Persis have to be careful on the rotating by Team Flash. Top lane, Renekton in play. Tough actually try to help on the teammate. Find in one player, but Black Shield have been popping open enough to actually move away from Tough. I think for Team Flash themselves, this is what Flash are comfortable, where they try to actually do a split pushing while a team fight happen. And because tier 1 turret have been taken 1 and 2, they only left with on the bottom lane, but I think it's easy for Team Flash to actually took on the tier 1 on the bottom lane. Currently for Team Persis, I can't see what's happening right now. It's like they suddenly lose the communication they have on game number 2.
Yeah, it looks like they're back to their mistakes in team game 1, where like they commit too many resources to a particular objective after losing the first objective, and end up like losing other stuff that the other team is already going towards while they're too busy going after the second objective. And it's kind of like a panic state. This is not something you should be doing. You have to be like keeping your eye on the ball, making sure that you also keep your eye on the prize and give up objectives where necessary to go for another objective. And that's going to be a sort of a team fight going in with Team Flash ready for it. But it looks as the Seraphim now is going to come out. Demacia Justice, the backline is going to get torn apart. As Zaisu and Taddy, both big players on the team. But it doesn't look like they're out of the woods just yet. Tekmaturgy is going to get taken out. That's going to be 2 kills. Dewa. Tough's not going to be enough to get back in there, but Seraphim has a CC, going to be enough to keep them and discourage them from going back in there. And that's a 2 for 2. Persis versus Flash in what was supposed to be Persis' Persis' chance to turn around.
Yeah, this is a chance for Team Flash. But for what I'm seeing with Team Flash, they are playing really slow compared to what happened on game number 1 and game number 2. It might be a better pick later on if they could actually execute 2 kills within their hands. 7 or 9, but the goal difference is quite like 4k differences. And for the economic for Team Flash, it's enough for them to sustain themselves. They are not even worried if any team fight a solo kill having that. The herald is being started right now, and it's the second herald. But Team Persis, they wanted to come in not easy.
Not quite landing, however, and already you have Techmaturgy super low. Gonna be a free referral for them. Gonna be the pickup. Cinch gonna take him out there.
Flash.
Here comes the Fiora ulti. So many meteors to keep them off and discourage them from chasing the rest of Persis. And Dragon's up in 10 seconds, however. The recall has to come out real fast. So it looks like there's again a little bit of backbone. Cinch trying his best to poison them, but no, it looks like Persis has used too much resources to get out of that. Use Auto Meteor and Chance, they're all kind of low. They have to either recall. They can't fight for this. Flash is still relatively healthy. All their team members are coming back from their states. It could be a bit harder for Persis here, but they're going to have to take this. They don't have a choice. Going to be the out. Are really outie. Here comes going to be stolen. No, they got the Stain Ultimate. Here comes the Meteors. They've taken the Dragon. They've stolen the Mountain Dragon. But at what cost, though? That's 4 deaths, 1 kill on Eli, Shy. Yeah, Eli and the rest of Persis dying in the result for getting that Dragon. I don't think it was worth it. That's going to be a tier 1, going to be a tier 2. It's lucky that the minions are currently in their favor. It doesn't matter anymore because there's a Rift out, however, to sort of make up the difference.
Yeah, the inhibitor is definitely going to be cracked open by Team Flash. Sarpin can't do anything. 5 seconds before her teammate comes over to help. Bottom lane also.
The Black Shield barely saving MT's life there because of the fact that all Tobu's attacks was. Oh my gosh.
Wanted to say something, but I would really finally put out a team fight towards Team Persis. I think for Persis themselves, they had to mind where they're going. They had to mind the location towards Team Flash. Someone had to scout out towards Team Flash, but it's sadly for them, only Garen and also Renate could do that. While they wanted to do that, the damage being dealt towards their team is quite high. A team fight might be ball open, they wanted a team fight, a Senna at the back, finally helping towards the teammate. Karma having taken down, Fiora took out Aurelius, and might be a Garen pick. Siege throwing it down behind. It's going to be an ender towards that. Ooh, Siege actually put down first before. It's a win for Team Flash. The team fight by Persis is not enough to actually negate what's happening towards Team Flash, and a Baron might be in play.
Man, they completely committed on chasing back Zaisu down after Zaisu stuck around too long in the jungle, but used all their resources, got Dark Binded, didn't even manage to land the Aredia out. Everything was used up, freeing the way for Team Flash to be able to come down and basically just destroy them for using all their resources. And now it's going to be Baron up with the inhibitor open down mid lane. It's just going to be potentially for Team Flash to just barrel down mid and potentially end this game if they don't clear things out and try and stop them before they can reach the mid lane scoters. Or what did I say? Mid lane scope.
Seeing how Persis is playing right now, they are in quite trouble. Especially they could not pop off the. I think in terms of combo, in terms of team play, it's
hop off. Yeah, in terms of team play, yeah.
It is really hard because they have Serapin and also Kama, but they can't do anything else.
I think it is working out, but like I said, it all depends on whether they can land the ulti right. We saw that one time Seraphine didn't manage to land the ulti, and that pretty much lost him the team fight. That's kind of the problem with having an ulti-dependent comp. Irelia misses an ulti, Seraphine misses an ulti, then there's nothing you can do. See, that's a good ulti. not enough to catch them because they weren't close enough. So many
Oh my
meteors.
God.
Look at that, clearing out everything. So much being able to clear up. Is Tough going to be able to get in? No, they have so much CC, so much available left to them. Explosive cast. And it looks like this could be the game unless Persis managed to pull something out of a hat right about now.
No, I don't think they can do anything right now. Team Presence, they have to be defending, but look at the damage being popped up by Team Flash. It's a win. Aurora have been taken down, and finally, Gallon also double killed by Fiora, and it's a win for Team Flash. 2v1. The score sheets for Team Flash versus Team Persis Esports.
Well, I guess my prediction will stay pristine for another day because I did predict 2-1. You know, just to be nice to the guy who was asking me to take my predictions. And wow, it ended up true. It's a 2-1 for Persis. Absolutely stunning display by Persis. They had a brilliant game 2, taking a game off of Flash, but Flash with the banner macro for game 1, game 3, very convincing lead. Still no part to Persis, who did put up a really good fight, just missing some key ultimates and some key abilities. So here we go. Here's some of the replays on display. They're going to be coming in to try and go up onto Taddy, who was going too deep. The rest of the team who was getting too deep to try and get the dive there. You're seeing the Arita trying to get the outs so close, getting that landing, getting the kill off. Ali got taken out really fast, but Techmaturgy gets taken out, and Juro. Those were the key damage dealers. They got in too deep, and the rest of them were sort of funneled into the Dragon side, into the sort of zone where they shouldn't have been, and kind of catch them off guard. This is when they pushed too hard to try and catch Zaisu as he's running away, used their ultis, got dark blinded, put him in a very bad position to be able to follow up, and that was pretty much like a turnaround for Team Flash to get them the win that they needed. So
yeah,
look at this. This is the chase. You shouldn't be greedy for a chase as you're approaching the late game. It's not something you should be doing in any sort of professional game, because if they get the turnaround on you, that's it. You've lost.
Yeah, for Team Flash, the MVP would be Morgana Zissou yet again, 8-1-11. Luden Echo, definitely FK Rabadon. We know how damage dealing could be done by Morgana, but for me, especially look at Shy. 10 kill as Fiora. It's understandable because every time Shy's come in, looking for the back lead, especially toward JRL or even to Dewa, and they can't even do anything because no one is actually negating back the damages that been dealt by Team Flash. Tough couldn't do anything. By the itemization by Tough, looks like he was focusing towards damage dealing. Only Thaumaturgy actually dealt with Deadman plates, but it's not enough because look, it's still. I think it's hard for Team Persis to do anything, especially no one is in the front line towards their team. Of course, they have Tough, they have Tapi, but they can't do it because no one was there to help on the back line.
Yeah. And like looking at the Persis composition, honestly, it looks like the type of composition that does better when you're counter ganking.
Yeah.
So like you have the Seraphine out, you have an Aurelia out. So the Aurelia out gets sent out, and if they back away, they go through the blades. They get their auto attacks taken away. Karma outs to pull them back in. All of this looks like it's better for a re-engage rather than the engage. But despite the fact that it's better for re-engages, you saw a lot of times where Persis was like running up to them, chasing after Zaisu, chasing after like them in the jungle, chasing them down through mid or like the Dragon lane when the picks were coming and they missed the outs. Those are not the times you should have been chasing. Those are the times you should have backed away and said, maybe we used all the stuff, maybe we're out of stuff, we shouldn't be chasing, we should have been re-engaging. You see that goal differential, whoosh, back down towards Flash. After they decided to get their re-engages, which are much better than what was being put out by Team Persis right about that.
Yeah, and like you said, when we use champion that's very ulti dependent, if you can't hit on your micro skills, it will put a toll towards the game. We have seen Sarpin missing an ult. We have seen Aurelia. I didn't even see a good ult being dealt.
We didn't see one that actually affected the team fight good enough because they always pushed forward. They didn't go back through the blades, so it didn't really work. Like even at the Dragon Pit, they didn't go through the blades, so it's pretty much useless. She didn't manage to get any procs off of it. It's unfortunate. Yeah, it didn't really work out for Persis the way they wanted it to.
Yeah, too bad to Team Presses, but thank you for actually trying your best towards the game. It's sadly for Persis that's the end of the journey towards the game. Because they can't, they still on the bottom 8 to 7 places. But for Team Flash, who they might go to Thailand. Who?
Yeah, they might be going to Thailand. I bet they're breathing a sigh of relief if they manage to lose that out versus Persis. Persis of all teams, not to disparage Persis, just like Team Flash must have been really high on the copium when they were playing that second game after that first loss to Persis, which I didn't think they expected to lose. They could have potentially lost out on that spot because like there's only a very few slots to Thailand. They could potentially be going, but they're very close to missing out on it. But they put up a really good fight in the end. You can see the macro still better than Persis's, still better overall, and that eked them the win. Very well deserved.
Yeah, for Team Flash, what I love about the third game, for me personally, I think they were actually playing in a slow pace. They were actually waiting out team whatever mistake done by Team Persis. We've seen that whenever Team Persis comes in, they have Siege. Yep. So whoever comes in, Nectar or even Gadden, Siege will come over in front and then throw backs to get a kill. And for those who are watching, thank you to our sponsor Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters, like we said, whenever Flash wins, it's a high point for them to actually move towards the double elimination.
Yeah, well, Flash has been hankering that for a while. Snapdragon, as part of the Snapdragon Pro Series, they definitely remember to unleash the beast using Monster Energy, because go to the monsterenergy.com/gaming if you want to see more about Monster Energy. Monster Energy giving us the energy we need to cast, the energy for the gamers to play, and definitely should be your energy drink of choice if you are one of the gamer types, and Monster Energy is going to be the type of gamer for you. If you want to talk more about this sort of stuff, welcome to join us on our discord.gg. It's Snapdragon Pro Series, where some of us do lurk from time to time. You see some ESL Pro staff there, maybe some Snapdragon Elite Gaming players, or people who enjoy the games like yourself who you can discuss strats with, maybe talk to more about these games like me and Fyro like to do about Team Flash versus Team Persis. And yeah, it's a lot of times to go in. Maybe I like to go in, I like to flame a couple of people, tell you like, wow, you suck, bro. You didn't get as many predictions as I did, because now I'm 20 to versus everyone, 19, 17, 17. That's right,
mine
it's
is...
Yours is 17. I think it's weird.
No.
You're on the other side.
Okay, on the prediction for Malay side, I don't know why, but a lot of us like we tried to, okay, maybe they can win.
You guys were too kind. I was cold-hearted. I knew what I had to do to get my predictions. I knew. I was like, there's no way that team's going to win. I got to predict this. And that's how I got my VV on top. 21, baby. It's on me.
Yeah, I think for the Malay caster, the only one that actually the same point as you is actually Gohan.
Yeah, me and Gohan share minds. He knows, man. He's on the upset. You have to sacrifice some things. Like, I wanted to be compassionate. I did want Persis to win because like I love the underdog.
You put 2-1.
I put 2-1. That's the most amount of kindness Persis got out of me, because I had to be cold-hearted. I had to look at the facts. I had to look at how the teams performed, and wow, I got it right 2 times in a row. So yeah, good.
But I think because Team Flash won, right?
Yep.
We have to remember on the last game between Buriram versus I think it's Echo or Buriram versus EVOS. EVOS cannot lose the games because Flash won this. Yeah. So we can see the progress of each team, especially towards team like Persis. I love how they try to elevate how they play, especially on the current meta. But at the same time, it's a high risk whenever you try to put in a non-meta or a champion that you are not comfortable with. Sarapin pick is not that you can't play, but will it be a good combo with Karma?
Yeah, but I think that's why they were willing to pull it out. It's because we're in that upheaval. We're in the part where the meta just changed. So now everyone is trying different things. 4 Meteors, Seraphines, Karmas, a bunch of like pocket picks which we didn't expect. The Lee Sin for one, and that Lee Sin ended up winning the game. So maybe they should have gone Lee Sin for the third game as well. That might have been enough to get them in. So the meta has shifted. The teams need to shift, and Well, I give a lot of props to Persis for willing to take that step,
Yep.
and like they definitely gain a lot of international recognition, international brownie points, and I give them a lot of credit for trying new things and also building their tolerance towards international events. Maybe they'll come back with a new meta, cooler champions, and we'll see some really cool things out of them like the next time they come back.
Yeah, it's possible because we know that Team Indonesia, not only for Persis but also, if I'm not mistaken, another one is it's Echo. Echo is from
Echo Fortius, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, Echo Fortius. Like the both of Indonesian team, this is the way they learn about the current patch, learn about the current meta, especially towards other country. We've seen how dominating Philippines have been playing RQ especially, and we know for a fact in Southeast Asia, RQ is the top team. But next up, Echo versus Cerberus. Even though both are animal, but we know how strong Cerberus is.
Is Echo an animal?
And the logo is it?
Oh,
an
the
animal?
logo. Yeah, the logo is an animal. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Really. But yeah, we'll be going to a break, so do stay tuned as we go up to the next match. Will there be more exciting stuff ahead? Will I be able to keep the predictions and still stay on top? Stay tuned as we go to our break, and we'll see you next time.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know they see us walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
Welcome back to Snapdragon Pro Series. Warif with me, Fida, and also Pono. This is our third series of the day. Woo.
The third series and a long and then strange incidences of meta changes and stuff that we were not prepared for. Moving in with the amount of meteor enchantments we're seeing on pretty much like every map. So yeah, been an interesting day so far, right? Fire, like a bunch of stuff happening.
Especially right now on the current patch, we've seen how well dependent towards the spots. The team is depending on the supports. So I understand it happening, but right now let's see on the leaderboard between all of the team RRQ Rex Regulkion. So 6-1 with a win, 6 win. Then the Cerberus Esports 5-1. It might be a 6-1 later on.
Could be a 6-1. Yep. Today, right now is going to be the thing whether or not they get the 6-1. Buriram United Esports with the 4-2, Team Flash with the 4-3, which was narrowly the 3-4 because, Persis Esports was very close to uprooting that. Enigma Galaxy with the 4-3, Evos Esports with the 2-4, Echo Fortius with the 1-5, and now Echo Fortius, the last Indonesian team to try and make a dent. Would it be able to get a game off of Cerberus Esports? Wait, no, I think...
Yeah, it's Cerberus Esports.
Yeah, Cerberus Esports. Right now, it's Echo Fortius versus... Cerberus Esports? Yeah, right. Sorry, I'm getting that confused. Because there are 4 letters in both those teams right now. So Echo Fortius versus Cerberus Esports. Will they be able to pull it back from the brink? Will Indonesia be able to make another dent? That's what we're here for. That's what we're going to decide. And that's whether or not we're going to decide whether my predictions will remain untouched and clean.
Yeah, but I think sadly for Evos Esports, even though they can win, but because Team Flash won the game, they can't do anything because
so
it's
no
going to be
tiebreakers.
3-4 instead of 4-3.
Yeah.
If Team I said, Team Flash needed to lose for Evos to actually have a chance.
Yeah.
But let's check up on Echo lineup currently. Who's going to be playing now? It's Trizil, Serdam, Hanjega, Ulosai, and Ramle. That's how you could ask me to say Ramle's name.
When you're really hungry at the night and you really want something to eat, you
It's
go to
Ramle.
Ramle. But like looking at all these names, saying it all really fast kind of seems like a real tongue twister. Triziel, Sir Damhan Jager, Elisite, and Ramle. So yeah, this is Echo Fortius. This is the last in the long line of defense for Indonesian teams. Will they be able to pull it back? Will we get a game off the second top player in the league right now? Or will they be going home with their record of 1-6 of what we expect to be here? So the highlights here for Echo Fortius, what they managed to pull off here. Some highlights from Echo on what they managed to do. Here's some team fighting going on, but the stasis coming down. Here comes the meteors. Here comes so many hits on the Morgana, barely surviving. No, it's going to be 3ZL, the only one left. And there's so many things happening at Woodwork and Dragon fights. So Echo Fortius is not one to be messed with either. They have a lot of chops. Just, whether or not they can pull these chops up today is up for debate.
Yeah, right now for Team Echo, they probably want to take one win towards their belt. But for Team Echo, I think what they have to do, they have to be really careful on how Cerberus plays. Cerberus is really aggressive still. Taco, Meliodas, BM, and Genza, and Duck B. For me, the highlight for Team Cerberus might be for BM and also Duck B. Duck B knows well when to come in charge or when to backs away for any team fight, and BMM dominating on the mid lane.
Yeah, I see Cerberus Esports. I already see 3 Weeaboos in the team: Taku, Meliodas, and Genza. But very much one of these stronger teams, almost undefeated, same as Rex Region Creon. Not quite as well. What's the word? No, I don't know the word, but like very Well, they're very strong in their own right. They have so many to bring to the table. Meliodas has been absolutely tearing it up in the jungle with BMM. Like Fyra said, really strong in the mid lane. Genza and the rest doing their absolute best to keep things in a row. And Duckby has been a terrifying support. So much impact. Probably really enjoys the changes they made for the support meta this patch. So many supports enjoying their double relic meta to get so many goals. And here you can see some of their dominance here in the replays shown off by Cerberus Esports versus EVOs. Look at that. Look at that Cerberus team fighting capabilities and what they bring to the table. How destruction this is right about now.
Yeah, what I could say about Team Cerberus, they know how to, I think for Team Cerberus, they know who to like pinpoint, especially on the way how they win, and also, and I like how Duckby plays. Of course, Duckby sometimes overextend, but a lot of time Duckby actually helped his teammate to fight a really good team fight, and coming in strong for Team Cerberus, fighting on EVOS just now. We know how Cerberus actually commemorates their team fight. They know what to do, comes in backs and forths. This is how strong Cerberus is.
Cerberus, another team to fear. Absolutely phenomenal like team fighting capabilities, macro capabilities. They have the same level of play that we've seen from Rosewager and Keon, and they're another one to be feared. And today, Echo Fortius is going to be seeing firsthand just how terrifying Cerberus can be. But whether or not Echo Fortius can pull off another turnaround or whether there'll be an Echo is, you know, up for them to decide. But Cerberus, undecidedly very casual with their surroundings. But look at some of these stats. Not quite the same GPM that we see from RRQ, which is what they're especially known for, but that DPM is absolutely disgusting. Way beyond the 1.1 that we see out of an RRQ stat. KDA also 0.2% higher. And damage per minute a little bit higher than what we saw, which is the lowest from that Perseus, the 300 per minute. But that damage per minute, absolutely top class, absolutely S tier, 1.300 DPM damage per minute. And just goes to show you how fearsome Genza is in the right hands, and that right hands being Cerberus Esports.
Yeah, and with like playing with champion Lux, Morgana, and even with Ashe, we know that's the current meta, the current player where they not only have binding but also damage being dealt by their APCs, and this makes sure is making sure that Cerberus have the damage that they need. And for Team Cerberus, I was hoping if they could actually play more aggressively, but for Team Echo, they have to be really careful all aside. Looking at the damage, 300 difference, yes, and by the KPs is still towards the all side. And the GM, the goal per minute is not that large of a difference. This showcase that all side can actually compete with Genza.
Yeah, definitely no slouch. Like expecting a way bigger discrepancy, but that damage per minute is really tough obstacle to overcome. 1,300, like complete 300 below. But KD absolutely respectable. Kill participation even better than Genza's. Go per minute barely behind by much even at all. So very respectable stats overall for the Echo Fortius player Olusite, and definitely hoping to see him work it out here on the Cerberus stage to see where they can contend with Genza and see who comes out on top in this next match.
Yeah, for now, I want to see what could Ulusai or even Team Echo bring towards the game today. Will they be able to take on Cerberus, who's... I think Cerberus finally find their comfort zone. We've seen Cerberus versus Flash. Everyone was like, oh, might be Flash winning, but Cerberus actually won the game, beating out Team Flash. So for now, for Team Echo, they probably had to not only 100%, maybe 300% more on how their composition going to be. They have to take account on microplay. It is something for Team Echo. They need to find their momentum towards the game. And for game number 1, we might see an Ashe pick yet again. It might happen.
Yeah, Ashe is the top pick. As is so ridiculously like high pick now for like almost every single pick and ban. Well, you know, we'll be like it just what it is. Like Ashe is really strong. So So we'll be going into our predictions soon. You get to see my top score alongside every other person's score here. And yeah, you can cast your prediction on Twitch, cast your vote. Make sure to vote for your favorite team. You can either play like me and be cold-hearted, choose who you think is going to win, or you can, be patriotic. Vote for your favorite team. Vote for a team who you feel from the heart, has a personal connection with you.
Yeah.
Or,
our
be
personal
stone
Why
cold.
are you also putting 1-2 on Cerberus versus Echo?
Because I believe, Farah. It doesn't have to be 2-0 every time. I believe that they can always get a game. Even Perseus. I believe in Perseus.
Did you
Where
put
to take
2-1
me?
on all games?
No.
Okay.
No. Wait.
You did
No.
on you
No,
did on
I didn't.
RRQ.
I didn't. I almost did, but I didn't. Okay.
Okay, what game did you put 2-0?
I think it was like the next one. The next one. I think it's the next one. Yeah, the next one is 2-0. Yeah, it was either that or it was the first one. But if it was the first one, I think I'm
No.
too godlike now. I don't think.
It
Yeah.
wasn't. I think it was the versus Flash. You put 2-0.
No, I put 2-1.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I put 2. No, I put 1-2. 2-1. Yeah, 2-1.
Oh, okay. Okay, now I know how Pondo and also Contra they have their mind on their own about how strong a team is.
Yeah.
Because I put 2-1 towards Cerberus versus Echo, but Echo might prove me wrong with a 1 hit, or maybe Echo would actually 2-2 points.
Yeah. Honestly, since everyone has the same prediction, I'm completely fine if if Echo wins this, because if everyone loses the point, then I'll still be on top. So it's completely fine if they want to win. Echo, well, sorry, being a bit of a butt on this. So yeah, looking at predictions, pretty much everyone anonymous. Coming back to this, I do think that some teams do need to step it up in terms of the meta.
Yep.
They have the chance. This is their chance because you're not going to find an opportunity again to have something where you can adapt to. Everyone's new to this. Everyone's not used to it. So if you can be the fastest to adapt, then you can be the one to win out that team member. See, we have a guy smiling and look at the camera. How nice.
Yeah, I think for the current meta, the faster you adapt to the patch, the easier it is for you to win.
Yeah.
Understanding for 3.4 pack is actually it's a large impact toward the game, especially with the itemization, the buff, and also the nerf being done. But what being played by 3.4 is actually how well the incorporation of the item towards the game. Everyone is doing Elite Shield, Sickle. It might happen yet again today if Nasus have been banned away. I think they're confirming. Don't need Nasus, so no one have 100% win.
Yeah. Well, surprisingly, we're not seeing any sickles.
Sickles, yeah.
Yeah, because I do think because the relic shield has the healing and like it has the, if you have 2 relic shields, it's 6. You have a maximum of 6 stacks for executing minions. So when you run 2 relic shields, why I think they run 2 relic shields is because when you're clearing minions, you can clear them at 50% health, 30% health. You can clear that with your minion wave ridiculously fast. Even characters that don't have like AoE spells like Ziggs, they can just touch the minion, boom, 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 and it clears the wave ridiculously fast. So I think that's why a lot of them do choose to go for the double relic shield. And gonna be a Gwen pickup, so I do want to see a good Gwen. We haven't seen any Gwen teams win yet, unfortunately, even though she's ridiculously strong. But yeah, it would be really cool to see a good Gwen pickup because I want to see like a Gwen carrier do a lot of damage.
Okay, Gwen versus with Renekton on the battle lane. I think Gwen could actually win against Renekton. Looking how bruisey Gwen could be, and it's possible that we can see Gragas on. It might be a Gragas support. Oh, Regalia, okay.
Gragas support, huh? Fire, if that does come true, I will worship you because that's interesting. That's kind of out there.
Yeah. Because the Ashe, okay, they put out Ashe, but there's still a chances for them to take in another, like someone like Ziggs, but Ziggs is on Echo. Corki is open for Cerberus. They don't want Corki. Varus might be in play.
Varus, yeah, but like Varus wouldn't be very good against Gwen, I think, because of the zone. But I guess it depends on whether or not you're in a team fight. You can care about those sort of things. Ooh, blind man. I guess they saw drill and they wanted to be in on the action. You think so?
Might be, but also we know how strong BMM is with Lee Sin.
Yeah, he does have a good track record with Lee Sin, to be fair.
At the same time, for Team Echo, I'm still guessing who might be their jungler. There's a chance for Kassadin, Shyvana. Kaisis is also still open. Olaf have been banned away.
Could be Gwen jungle.
Gwen jungle.
I mean, I did say it's not very like optimal in my opinion, but we saw her picked up the last time though, and she was quite strong.
Okay, for now, I'm still thinking how should Echo move towards like they ban out Lux, the Morgana. So I wanted to say Kassadin, but look at Kassadin over there.
Kassadin. Well, I immediately think Cerberus is gonna win this based on the fact that Kassadin alone. But yeah, it's for some reason I haven't seen Kassadin's winning a lot lately for some reason.
It's not that Kassadin didn't win. It's just Kassadin is being banned way too much.
But the teams that do get Kassadin, like sometimes they don't win with him. It's not guaranteed unless you're like RQ or whoever was a
the only variable we can get is Nessus is the 100% win rate. Any team
I don't
with
think you've been wrong on that so far, but that's a new patch, not old patch.
No, because before the new patch, anyone who actually picked on Nessus, they won.
No, but I saw Nasus lose before.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He does have losses.
Oh,
Vayne.
Okay.
That would be interesting. That's very interesting.
Where will Vayne be put out? Mid lane?
I don't think it's, no, it could be just Ziggs been there. We could be going for like actual traditional, yeah.
Ziggs Vayne and then Galio in the mid?
Okay, Ziggs mid, Garen top, Galio support, Vayne ADC, and Gwen jungle. That's my prediction.
Okay, I think it makes sense more for Ziggs to be mid. But Ziggs meaning out Z.
The thing is, if you put Vayne in the mid lane,
it's
then,
much more harder.
No, yeah, Kassadin, it's Zed. It could be a Zed as well. Zed the bot lane.
Now I'm confused. Who's actually going to be jungle? The Kassadin or?
Okay, Lee Sin jungle.
You think we've
Kassadin's,
you got your Gwen
lane.
jungle?
I think Zed's bot lane, isn't he? Wait, no. Genza. Wait, it's Kassadin bot lane.
Kassadin. I think this is the first time I see Kassadin bot lane.
With the relic shield, is that why? And then he uses his void orb. Like no, he uses his longer range melee attack skill to hit minions. Oh, well, okay, that's interesting. Then versus the Vayne Galio comp, it could be quite strong.
Yeah, and this is the first time I see Gwen jungle. So because Pondo been asking Gwen jungle. Finally, someone actually wants it.
Wasn't Gwen jungle like two games ago?
No, it was Gwen. It was Gwen Baron lane.
Was it? Oh my gosh, I think I'm losing my mind. Okay, yeah, but like, yeah, Gwen jungle, this is going to be interesting. This is a new comp, so the exciting thing about the new patch is that we're seeing a lot of things that we don't usually see before. So a lot of things that us casters that have come across, for the first time in recent times, which is cool. Like, this is interesting, shaking things up, keeping things fresh.
Okay, what I want to see is how Cerberus is going to move with the Kassadin duo lane. I think this is the first Kassadin I've seen in our series, in the Snapdragon Pro Series, to put on a Kassadin duo lane.
Yeah, no, we've never seen a Kassadin in bot lane, no. 100%. It's always been mid lane because there's not been a lot of good answers to Kassadin in the mid lane as well. Is this because of
the relic shield? Is it because of the relic shield?
Yeah, I think it's because of the relic shield, yeah. And it's because it's easy to use your orb or to use your long range melee attack to get both mana, to get kills, and to get executes. So it's very fair. And it's also a safer way for him to farm because like you get you get a lot of gold with the double relic shield combo, and you can also rely on the support to keep him alive since he's not that strong in the first few levels. Uh-oh.
Yeah. Of course, we know it's much more easier to Echo to see how Cerberus move, but a 3-person in the mid, probably just to clear on a wave. And are they actually invading?
Vayne mid. It is Vayne mid. I think they're moving it away from the Kassadin. Okay, yeah, I think they're moving it away from the Kassadin.
So, okay, I'm so confused with the position right now.
I'm very confused as well. Because Ullyside is definitely a Dragon laner main, right? Yeah, so yeah, they just shifted it because of the Kassadin bot lane. Oh boy.
It's really hard.
Damage.
Even with Ziggs on the bot lane, probably because Ziggs have a higher chance to clear wave, and that's why they don't want Vayne to be in.
No. Vayne is a lot harder for her to deal with a Kassadin than a Ziggs. Ziggs is a lot easier for him to deal with Kassadin early game before he gets his ult.
Yeah, so I think this is a smarter move for Team Echo by putting Vayne against Zed. Is it a wise move?
It's
like
fine. Probably rush Zhonya's and maybe like when he outs you, you have to out and you have to use your invisibility roll to kind of get away, or you flash away from his shurikens. It's not horrible, but it's also not ideal. So it should be interesting either way.
So right now, Team Echo is actually putting up in a big gamble towards their movement. So looks like Team Cerberus, they wanted to focus on the mid lane. The scuttles is trying to be taken in by Team Cerberus. Cerberus have to be a little bit more careful. Echo comes in to help their teammates. Looks a team fight might start, but both stop because they don't want to overly push towards the mid game. So currently right now, I'm thinking if Kassadin have the ultimate and if Zed got the ultimate, will Vayne actually change her lane later in the game?
I think it's fine as long as Vayne remembers to harass Zed when he has his clones down, because like she just needs to make sure that she's attacking him properly, like whenever his skills are down and whenever he goes in to get like an enemy. If his health is low enough, then like then she won't be that in that much trouble when the ulti comes out. She'll still be in trouble, just not that much.
Right now for Team Echo, they have to think really through. Gwen rushes in, needs all the jungle, needs all the EXP, even the gold towards Team Echo. I think they have to focus on the battle lane more than the bot lane because it's really hard with Kassadin on the bot lane. With Gragas on side, Gragas can negate any damage, also negates their team fight if the team fight will brawl out. So for Team Echo might be on the bottom lane, Death Mark have been wide open, but not enough. Oh,
nice! That was a
nicely
brilliant
done.
explosive cast.
Jumps in by Argalio. Sadly, they could not took on the first kill.
Well, I guess we got our answer about how Vayne would deal with the Zed ulti. It just like condemns the Zed away. That was good timing. And yeah, that was very well done. They kind of collapsed on Vayne, Vayne being a bit of a squishy target. Now switching their focus, so they're definitely gonna die, 100%. No way surviving this. Oh, no, dashing away. Nope. Yeah, that's unfortunate.
They can't run away. 3v1. Echo loses on the top lane right now. Oh, Kassadin had to be a little bit careful. Try to move away. Mega Inferno ball at the back, but having said by the Gragas with Team Cerberus fighting away from Team Echo. I think what I love about Cerberus, they always negate, they always stop on the team fight. They don't want a team fight to happen. So that's why Gragas always comes in on the last second.
Yeah, they're playing babysit the Kassadin right now, and it's working very, very well. And they're going to give him a Rod of Ages first, it seems. So like he won't be online for quite a while until he gets his second item, I think. So they're just trying to keep him alive, make sure he doesn't get into too much trouble. The Gragas pick is fantastic, you know, explosive cask and body slam. Oh, gonna be just enough right on the edge of the shuriken. If she dodged a shuriken, she might have survived, but just a little bit too late. And now Vayne is back into the suffering phase versus the Zed, like you predicted, Fire, here. BMF versus, you know, Ulysite.
It's really hard for Ulysite to move with Zed. We know how Zed wanted not only that with the death mark, but the timing. The calculation did by Cerberus is much more better than Team Echo, and they also got in towards their Herald. And this might be a dragon for them, but oh, the dragon had been taken by Team Echo. Nazida Mega Inferno Ball at the back almost took someone out, but Team Echo still, I think they can't find the recipe to actually finish off a team fight.
They've not necessarily been outright losing these, but they have been giving away too much. Taking the Rift Herald, getting the Dragon, but also losing one and not getting anyone back on Cerberus, despite the fact that Cerberus was doing Herald earlier. And now there's going to be a lot of plates given out to Kassadin to sort of like get farmed up, and also a lot of plates given out to Zed as well. This is not very good for like for Echo Fortius. They don't have an answer to this. They don't seem to have any sort of counter to this. And now the turret's going to be going down. The plate's going to be going down at about like 40 seconds, give or take. And they're missing out. They're going to be missing out a lot of gold, which they need to be funneling into Vayne. They need to be funneling into a lot of the champions, but it doesn't look like they're going to get the opportunity. Kassadin is going to go mid, clear out the wave quickly, then the plates will not be up for grabs.
Right now, Team Echo, they are going to have to defend on the bottom lane. Bottom lane might be for Team Cerberus. We have to remember the bottom lane, they do have Herald in their hands. On the top lane, it's a mirror effect for Team Echo and Team Cerberus. Bottom lane for top lane right now, but sadly no minion to help on Team Echo. Renekton definitely going to defend the tier 1 trade for Team Cerberus. The Kassadin is actually taking all this farming towards the jungle.
This is the slow death. This is the death by 1,000 cuts. While they were trying to get the mid lane, get some plates off the mid lane, they didn't manage to get the focus in. The minions were not pushing enough, just some clear. And then Cerberus went down to Dragon lane to get those plates instead. So much more gold in favor of the Cerberus side. It's only been 7 minutes, but we're already 4K behind. Here we go with the grand entrance. Not quite enough here to pick anything up. And it looks like Genza is free to roam, free to get kills. He hasn't been taken out or punished for any one of his actions so far. As Sir Dom gets taken out as well. That's going to be slow bleeds and a matter of life and death for Echo Fortius right now on the back foot.
Yeah, top lane is in trouble. They Echo, they try to run away, but it's not enough to V1. Dimension Justice can't do anything with Zac. Renekton combo a little bit late for Team Echo to come in towards just support. I think for Team Echo, they can't answer towards Cerberus damage. They don't even know what they could deal, especially with Kassadin roaming around. All of the farm is actually being taken by Kassadin, and then right now at the back, a team fight is being balled out. Meteor Enchant being played in. There's going to be one hit. Listen to another person. This is going to be a mega inferno, but not enough. Ziggs have been taken out by Zed.
Going to be a lot of ultis coming out. Going to clear out pretty much Handjagger, and Ramley didn't get to do anything in between. Genza is going to receive the massive justice to get the finish off. It looks like Genza is in a really tight spot, but doesn't get quite finished off by Elisite. Did his best to try and turn things around, but the turret's not going to be enough to save his life. Sonic Wave going to be missing, but there's some out for Genza is going to pick this up really easily. Ooh. And that's just pretty much a trifecta. Nothing he could do. No flashes to get back on the counter strike back onto Genza. Genza gets the free kill, and he's now scaling up. He's got the items that he needs, the golds that he needs, and that's another slow death for Echo. They're already 1-9.
Team Echo, they have to be a little bit more careful. Another tier 1 turret have been taken in by Team Cerberus. Team Cerberus, what I love about their gameplay right now is they're constantly haunting Team Echo. Wherever Team Echo went, they know someone else will actually provide the pressure needed to Cerberus move forward, and also not only took on a kill, they also took on their objective. The goal difference is almost 10k.
Yeah, 10k goal difference at about 10 minutes. Not something you want to see on a team that has a Kassadin in it. But it looks like BMM was going to bait it to go down to the Vayne side. They're going to be here for the counter engage, but the rest of the team is here as well. They're going to be as Mega Ultimate Bomb. Here we go with the Meteor Enchant, but so much damage out from Taku. Renekton getting fed so much here. It's a Kassadin. You're not going to be able to do much, even if you even have the Gwen now. He's caught on the back foot. That's going to be Romley taken out. The Burger's not quite ready for prime production yet. It looks like it was already taken down. Going to be explosive cast. Going to be zoned to try and keep it out, but no, he's already in the zone and can use his cast to get the finish kill, and that's going to be almost an ace. Wait, no, that was an ace for a brief period of time. And that looks like game for Echo already within the first half of 10 minutes.
Oh no, looks like Dragon Rage towards Garen, trying to move away, but he won't let them. And a kill towards that Garen, and Herald in the middle inhibitor will be open. Mid lane, the doors have been opened towards Team Cerberus. Cerberus dominating toward the 10 minute of the game. They can't do anything, only protecting themselves. Wanted to take one player, but look at the meter in turn being dealt Esposicas easily to move back forward. And what I love about Team Cerberus right now, they are actually slowly not only progressing towards Team Echo. With the Kassadin Z in play by the game, they can actually switch up the lane whenever they want.
Yeah, they can swap out whenever they want to keep Kassadin wherever he needs to be in order to farm. It's just but right now it's a matter of complete utter go dominance in macro. This is, I wouldn't say that Echo has a big chance to come back because of the way that because of the champions, the selection of champions. Vayne needs a lot more go to be useful, but like when you have a Kassadin that's fed, it's a matter of who gets fed. Zed, Kassadin, 10k gold. Vayne is not going to be able to stay alive to be able to get enough gold to be even to get back into the game. So I don't really see a way Echo Fortis can get back into this unless they get a really good pick or a really good team fight that completely dominates the other side.
Yeah, look at how they pressure in towards Gwen. Can't move anything, have to move back forward. But look at Team Echo, they try to push out Team 7, push back and demanded justice by Garen, save one person. Echo, they have to be in the defending side because there's no threat in the mid lane for them to save their Nexus. What now Team Cerberus is doing is probably they're going to focus on top and bottom lane. Like I said before, top lane is in trouble. There's going to be a jump by Galio. Oh, can it be a Renekton? But that's a Renekton.
Going to be grand entrance. Here we go with the team fight, but the rest of the minions are pushing up towards the mid lane. They only have a little bit of time left. Baron's coming in about 30 seconds. They have so much more to prime for, but the ward's already deep in their jungle. They already know what's going to come out and already respawn on the 2 dead members that were coming out. And it looks like Baron's going to be patrolled by the Kassadin. He already knows what he's going to do, keep things out. Echo Fortis is going to have to fight for this if they want to keep themselves in the game. It looks like Illicite is slowly getting somewhere close. And it was a good pickup there onto Duck B just now in mid lane. If they can continue doing something like that, they may be able to stand a chance. But it doesn't look like they'll be able to get the Baron, considering all the visions being taken out. What's going in. It looks like going to be started up from Genza. Genza going to go in with the Void Walker to try and catch him out a little bit more at a time. Sonic Wave to try and catch someone, but it isn't quite enough to get in here just yet. Hunt Jaeger, and it looks like doing their best to try and do as much damage as they can, but it looks like a rotate down to Baron. They've already got what they need.
Oh no!
Going to try and dash in here with the scissors and try to get the wolves, but get a fistful of Kassadin instead. Here we go with the zone to try and push things away. Void Walker, Void Orb, spit pushed down by Taku. Now all the pressure is in on them. They're going to have to try and shift things around. If not, Baron's going to be given up for free. Things do not look good for Echo Fortis right about now.
Yeah, I think Baron have been started by Team Cerberus. They have to be a little bit careful. Garen is all alone. Renekton versus Garen, it's not a good in play while Team Cerberus is focusing on the jungle. At this time for Team Echo, I'm still trying to see how and who actually they want to took out for the game. Maybe the Renekton Flash having usage 2v1. I think it's possible for them to run away, but Renekton have been taken down because Baron is in play right now, just for them to have time to take on the Baron. Especially because right again, they can't actually stole the Baron, and this is a win for Team Cerberus.
Absolutely love that turnaround. They noticed that Taku was going to get taken out. They knew they had their chance. They were so split up whether or not to try and get in. Going to try and get the kill down onto Taku, but Ulisai doing his best, getting condemned into the LT, but it's not enough. Gonna get away from the... Oh my...
Stas is at the same time!
What? What? What the heck?
Oh,
You are kidding me right now with that. You are kidding me. There is no way that just happened. There is no way that LSI managed to survive with the skin of his teeth because of the cooldown was barely there with the mana cost. Unbelievable.
Because of the Baron buff, they don't have the Baron buff for Team Cerberus. So it's a good defense by Team Echo, but Echo have to remember, there's still Z in play, they still listen. So what they have to do, win. They have to protect Vayne. Vayne have the damage right now, and we have seen triple kill just now. And this is making sure that Echo have the potential to actually scale up towards the late game, and possible for them to actually take back 1 point towards Team Cerberus.
Well, Alexa is fighting a losing battle, but he's definitely not giving a right amount. Now, that was the most beautiful condemn I've ever seen in terms of fighting against a Kassadin for all things. They're slowly bleeding. I thought that Teamfight Win managed to buy them some time, but it looks like Baron buff is slowly pushing up upon them. Tier 2 tower is going to get taken out from Baron lane and Dragon lane. So a lot of people on the back foot, they might have to contest with a Baron buff enhanced team here. Here goes the harass coming out from the Kassadin. So much zones coming out to try and discourage him from going in. But here we go, the explosive cast to try and catch the Sir Dummy. He's so close to this, but the dragon gets spawned. Here comes Olaside. He was getting caught out there. We're trying to clear the Baron lane of buffs. And here we go. So many grenades, so many meteor enchants. And that's just a slow burn. Uliside and Ramley, both of the bigger ones here. And that's going to be probably a dragon. No, they want blood. They want the turret. They want the Nexus. It doesn't matter what's here, but they're getting taken out. Baron buff has run out. They don't have the auxiliary support coming in. Here comes BNB to try and take out that turret, and that's going to be an inhibitor turret. He's doing it best here on to guarantee ZL. So much coming up from Stasis. And is it going to be enough? Gwen, does he have the damage? Does he have the zone? No, he's not going to be taking anyone out. He doesn't quite land it just yet. His ulti doesn't quite land where he needs to be. The flash to try and get it, but he jumps away with the shadow. Here we go. And that's going to be a cleanup by Genza. That's almost a full ace, and the only one left to protect it is Handjager, and my throat is dying.
Oh no, Team Echo only 6 left in the game. Mega Inferno have been popping up towards United by not enough to actually took on Team Cerberus. Cerberus actually playing such an aggressive game, and it's only on a 17 minute. What I love about Team Cerberus, they actually forced out the team by kind of beating in Gwen. Gwen was all alone, 1v3. Yes, Team Cerberus have the low aspect of health, but towards the damage dealt by Cerberus, it was enough to actually took down a Gwen. For Team Echo, they have to defend themselves, and if possible, I think they have to take out the Cerberus and Cerberus and Lee Sin at the same time. But yet again, Team Cerberus coming in aggressively wanted a team fight.
Ramley going to be the one taking on the back foot, using his taunt to try and keep himself alive, but no, the rest of the team is not there. They were trying to protect the Baron lane from getting taken over to Tier 2, but the Tier 2 turret does go down anyway. Now it's going to be the last of them to try and support the rest of it. Sir Dom doing his best here, but BMM and the rest, Genza's getting too powerful, he's getting too strong. Here's the Kassadin scaling, and here comes the Z ultimate, not going to be enough to take down a full-size 3ZL Garen, and now Ulisai is the one on the back foot trying to do his best. The flash of the body slam, here we go, the ultimate going to fall in, and here we go, Sir Dom's going to take it over Ramley. Handjager's really close. He's going to die. Meteor and chance to try to keep things going. The minion's going to have to be cleared by 3XL. He's going to try and do it spin. And here we go, Meliodas. Genza, BMM, they're all that's left. Taku, they're so low. They won't be able to push this. And it looks like a good defense here. Is a counter engage going to come out? I don't think they have enough. The damage from Cerberus is so high. They can't even afford to go in, even if their health is a lot higher than Cerberus right about now.
Yeah, what a good defense played by Team Echo. Finally, they could actually defend this out. Team Cerberus, they don't want to force a team fight currently. They probably wanted maybe the Baron or even the Dragon right now. The Dragon might be started by Z on the bottom lane, but they have to be careful because Galio is probably going to grand entrance, a heroic entrance towards it, but it's a bit too late. Z got the dragon. So it's a chance for Team Cerberus to actually put out another team fight. Team Echo, they have to took down Kassadin and listen if they actually wanted to open up a space to them to find the ability to win the team fight. Look how Renekton won't even move 4v1, and he's just there to beat on Team Echo to come in and fight in the mid lanes.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Echo has 3 different avenues they have to protect right about now. They have to contend with the fact that there's big super minions coming down from the mid lane and the dragon lane, and Dragon's coming out and Baron's coming up. Cerberus just needs to take them whenever they decide to go for any one of these. So much damage going to Sir down, but his zone is going to keep him alive for barely a short amount of time. Elder Dragons are going to be up, and if the Elder Dragon gets taken, the game is going to be over. Mark my words.
It's really hard for Team Echo have to defend themselves while the dragon has been taken by Lee Sin. Cerberus is up there. They are actually trying to stop Team Echo noticing around the dragon, but Echo knows they have to go. Explosive gun right at the moment. Oh no, someone might be dead. And they are trying to put on a flash at the back. Sally did not take any kill. Lee Sin too on the other dragon. This is a great chance for Cerberus dominating on the team fight. They lose a Z. Mega Inferno but finally help. But Kassadin took on a double kill. This might be a win for Team Cerberus. Meteor enchant here and there, but not enough because the Nexus is in play. They wanted to put on a kill at the back. Renekton took out Galio. This is dominating for Team Cerberus, and they got on the first point.
And that's the game for Cerberus. What an impeccable match out from Cerberus today. Absolutely cutting at every little piece of weakness that Echo Fortius was displaying for the entire time. And that Genza was an absolute terror. Down at the Dragon lane, almost getting wiped out, and Genza could have been taken out at any time. They had the damage, but the true Dragon gets killed. Elder Dragon gets killed in the nick of time for him to turn around and get the execute damage down at a percentage of health, and that was the game. That was it. 100%. No way you're getting back from a true Dragon pickup.
Yeah, let's see what happened on the first game, just on the replay, where we see that Team Echo, it's really hard for them to negate any damage or actually try to pursue their team fight, especially with Lee Sin and Zed in play. A 1v1 is super dangerous when the Zed is around. Zed took down, have been taken down by Echo, but yet again, how dominating Cerberus with Renekton and Kassadin combo. Kassadin comes in, pops up, move away, and then slices down by the Renekton.
Like I said, the game was pretty much over by the time Genza was force-fed those turret platings in the mid lane and allowed to stay alive despite being in the lane with a Ziggs and a Galio, because of the fact that, you know, having Duck B as an absolute impeccable. Look at this fight, look at the stasis, look at what was supposed to be a win out there for Genza, but just in the nick of time, the flash turnaround, not quite the cooldowns I was looking for, and here we go with that replay, absolute stunning plays here. And here we go with stats. Serdom doing his best here, 6 assists, but like the Gwen was absolutely destroyed here by the Genza combo into the Duck B, 18 assists, and protecting what was arguably the most important player of the time, Genza.
Yeah, Duck B played so well. Time and time again, the explosive cast hits on the correct target, hits on Serdang, hits on Hanjager. They can't do anything. Even all side have the damage, but whenever someone tried to push towards Cerberus, Duck B is there to negate the damage. Duck B was in front, being the best frontliner ever.
Yeah, pretty much. Look at that disgusting damage. 60,000 damage. That is the highest amount of damage
40%.
I have ever seen. 42% of your team's damage, and like nothing for Meliodas and like pretty much everything else. Hanjager doing an absolute fantastic job here. 30% of the team's damage together with Alexite, but like that was something else. This is why Kassadin has been completely permabanned. This is why Kassadin is terror to behold, and this is why you don't allow having Duck B as your support onto a Kassadin, because then your Kassadin is going to scale out of control and there's nothing you can do about it.
And what we expected Kassadin to be was dual lane, it never happened, but it works. It works with the itemization currently, especially with Relic Shield for Kassadin, plus with whatever happening, Darby is there to help on Cassidy. So Cassidy free farming throughout the whole day. And at the same point, we have seen Cassidy actually invading the jungle, invading the farming, stealing everything towards Echo. Echo could not actually get their goals. Their economy was down. They were shut down on the 5th minute, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, at that point, it's pretty much bleeding everywhere because the turret's already down, tier 2, inhibitor turrets, everything. They have so many problems. The minions are already pushing on all sides, and they decided to take the minions. Cerberus were already using that opportunity to get a Rift Herald, to get a Dragon. There's nothing they could do. They're bleeding from all angles. It's like a pipe that had a bunch of holes in it. You can only like cover one, cover here, and then water will come up from here, water come up from here. There's nothing you could do.
And the thing is, Team Echo, they were trying to think how Vayne could actually sustain in the mid lane, but at the same time, Zed was dominating. BMM as Zed, we know how scary it is, and it's how scary with Snapdragon Pro Elite when winning matters. If you want to have the most smooth gaming and one more much more fun, much more easy, and with Snapdragon Elite Gaming, you can actually win your game.
Yeah, and you can unleash the beast with Snapdragon Elite Gaming too, because like when you're gaming with your Snapdragon device and you're sitting at home, you're having a little bit of a lick with your dog, you just pick up some Monster Energy, drink it, chug it all the way down, unleash your beast, monsterenergygaming.com. I'm Pondo, this is Fyra. Don't forget to join the Discord, and we'll be seeing you in the next game after a quick break as we go and fill up our Monster Energy drinks and maybe get some extra snacks or something.
Yeah, join our Discord. Snapdragon Pro Series if you want to know the next schedule, what's happening on the Snapdragon series. Not only Wife, a lot of game titles around, but game number 2 later on between Team Cerberus versus Team Echo. I love how Cerberus trying to do like all bleeding. Cassidy, Zed, listen, there's no way for you to run away.
You would, yeah. Especially with a Vayne combo, a Gwen combo, and like I think the Vayne pick was brave. You did mention that, but yeah, we'll talk more about it after the break because we are pooped, and we will see you soon.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Hi everyone and welcome back to Snapdragon Pro Series with me, Fira, and also Pondo. This is our third series of the day, the second game between Team Echo versus Cerberus.
What a match it's been. My throat is kind of sore from screaming at Ulisite versus BMM. But yeah, if you weren't here for that match was an absolute banger. Cerberus showing us once again why they are top 2 on the leaderboards. Absolutely disgusting dominance. And yeah, interesting Vayne picks.
Ban out Castin.
Yes, ban casted. This is just a lesson, ban casted. Maybe if you're the better team, you don't need to ban casted, but you gotta ban casted if you're the stronger team.
Yeah, I think for Team Echo, they probably didn't expect the Cassidin because of the Z, and also, if I'm not mistaken, the Lee Sin pick. Because if I'm not mistaken, Cassidin was the last pick for Team Cerberus. So and with Vayne switching it up with Ziggs is really hard. But let's see who's the key player for game number 1 just now is Genza. Of course, with the oh my god, the damage.
I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. We don't talk about how he's 60% of the damage. It's 67,000 damage in total. I've never seen this amount of DPM in any single key player in any single match. Not only is it a 22 KDA with mostly kills and not assists, at 81% kill participation rate with 950 gold per minute, it is almost 3k damage done per minute, which is disgusting. Not to mention a ridiculously low death rate, despite having damage taken per minute of 1,400.
Oh, it's almost 3,000 for get. So this is why Cassidin have to be banned, especially if you're fighting team like RQ Cerberus. This is why. If you give Cassidin towards players who can understand the mechanical skills of Cassidin, it's really dangerous. We've seen being played right now by Team Cerberus, and the gold per minute 900 it's quite high, but not that too high.
What are you talking? It's 900. You know, like the record has been around 800. 900 is insane. 950 gold per minute. We're going into pick and bans, yeah, soon. But like, do know that that has been disgusting. So do not allow them to pick a Cassidin. If you see a Gragas, come out at any point at the pickers and bans.
So now I think with the current patch, Cerberus is actually proving that even like a more mid to jungle champion can actually play at the bot side.
Yeah, I think in the current meta, there's a lot of champions you couldn't play before because like the gold differential will not be good enough. But there's so many champions you could play now at the bot lane with a good support because the Relic Shield will keep your gold like balance relatively equal. Because back then the support would be taking too much gold hits or like he wouldn't be very useful later on. But double Relic Shield, no, all those problems are no longer a problem. Not to mention the cooldown reduction you get from a full Relic Shield. So much cooldown reduction, and then if you get to late game, you can just sell it and get a better item later down. It's like it's all win. There's no lose.
Now, I think for Team Echo, they probably have to ban out Cassidy. If not, Senna ban, it might be Implelution. Definitely have to be banned out. But for Team Cerberus, as the first pick, they're probably really comfortable to pick any champion on their side. Now, proving the fact that Castin can not only play mid jungle but also the bot lane, it's meaning that they might change up their current gameplay towards a more aggressive bottom lane.
Yeah. Well, Cerberus is going to be banning out Cassidin this time. I think it's going to be the first pick on the side for Echo. But this does open up the possibility, though. So many champions which we didn't put into the meta now could be open to being put into the bot lane as sort of a meta shift. So we can see champions that usually have to be in the mid lane, maybe Nakali, maybe see a Zed, bot lane, just having the support that can keep them. Yeah, as soon as I say Akali, what happens? Well, it might not even be picks, they might just be hovering it, but like, I'm just saying that is a possibility. Graves, okay, Graves, fun fact about Graves in China right now, he is one of the highest win rate jungle champions at around 56%.
Ooh. Grave jungle or grave bot lane?
Usually jungle, still jungle, but like bot lane. I don't know. I don't think bot lane would be an option because like his clear is just too good for bot lane. Taco gonna be on the Gwen, so we're gonna be a switch over, and maybe I'm gonna finally get to see my Gwen who's super fed because I haven't seen any Gwens that have managed to win a match so far. And that's gonna be a Jace pickup. Jace pickup is good. In the hands of Cerberus, it's gonna be terrifying.
Yeah, right now for Team Cerberus, Jace, I think it's a flexible pick for Team Cerberus. They can really go to mid with Jace, they can go to jungle, same goes as Guan. But for their bin, for the pit right now, Lucian have not been banned, might be in play. I think it's a good play for them to actually take in Lucian.
Yeah.
If not, if they don't want Lucian, they also can take in a Ziggs, maybe a Ziggs again. But looking how Cerberus won't be hovering into any other champion, it's a Lucian play. I would love to see Lucian with Alista or Rakan. Gragas is at Echo, so maybe Lucian, Alista. I wanted to see Alista to be in play.
Well, yeah, fair enough. Could be one of those. Could be something else.
Okay, for now, I'm still thinking what would they be picking it up for both of the team, especially on the current meta. Is it possible for them to change up the lineup, especially when Cerberus know what to do on the bot lane? And I think for Team Echo, they probably have to think out if whatever happens, can they rotate it to save their teammates? Can they rotate it towards any lineup done by Team Cerberus? We've seen that they wanted to put a Team 5, but it was not easy. Lux have been picked for Team Echo. So Lux Gragas. But will it be enough to take out a Lucian? Lucian, like...
Could be. But the thing is, like, the light binding is very dependent on whether you can land it. Singe, gonna be an interesting pick. It would be a good setup for a light binding, especially if you know where they're gonna land. But yeah, I think it's good against Gwen. You can pull her out of the zone.
Oh.
Yeah.
A brown.
though. Yeah, that's interesting.
Nautilus with Lucian. I think Nautilus with also actually fits towards Cerberus gameplay, especially when there's Guan, Garen, and also Jace. Nautilus is actually a good combo for the composition being done by Team Cerberus. But for Team Echo, looking how they are taking on Grave and also Lux, will it be highly dependent damage towards only Grave? Because Surge, I don't see normal people playing it towards the damage dealing. It's more of actually defensive side towards Echo. More a tanky Siege. So okay. With a Lee Sin, who's going to be?
That could be interesting.
Who's going to be towards the jungle? Will it be Lee Sin or Grave?
Wait. Yeah.
Grave,
no, is that a lock-in? It's not a hover? It's a lock-in.
Yeah, it's a lock-in.
My god, so...
Lee Sin
could be top lane.
Okay.
Wait, no.
Okay, who's better to fight off Gwen?
Both are fine. Because they have to get in deep. And Lee Sin with the follow-up on the Sonic Wave, right? And Safeguard means he can always he can reposition away from Gwen's scissors and can Dragon Range her out of the zone. That's gonna be very good for her. But like, is that between that or Singe, right? I don't know. Kind of tricky. Hard to say.
I'm thinking it might be actually. Oh, okay. I think it was Lee Sin on the jungle. No. Okay, now I didn't saw who was at the Baron lane just now. So it's quite
we kind
interesting.
of missed the roll flashing, but yeah, we have a very interesting switch up. Apparently, some people in China are playing Graves in mid lane, so That might be a possibility from what I'm seeing.
Grave mid lane.
Yeah, Graves mid lane. Graves mid lane. Teemo mid lane is very strong.
And
right
then
now.
what? Lis is going to be the jungle for Team Echo?
Could be. Could be. So Lee Sin jungle, Graves mid.
Garen is on, of course.
It depends on the it depends on the matchup. There's some matchups which are like really good with at least with what's it called, Graves mid, because you can smoke, right, and they won't be able to do anything.
So right now, currently, I think this is the first Grave I saw while I'm casting towards the Snapdragon Pro Series. I haven't seen a Grave before.
Yeah,
I did
it's-
see a Brown last week. But the Brown was hard to be usage towards this. This is game number 2 between Cerberus Esports and Echo Photos for match number 3 before. Will it be Cerberus 2-0 or will it be 1-1? Echo Photos, they want to win, and it's also providing a stage for Echo to soak in all the knowledge, soak in all the experience they needed. Let's see by the composition. It's a Gwen.
Wow, 100% win rate on the Lucian for Genza, so that's very good to know.
Okay, it's a Siege mid and a Grave Baron lane.
Oh, okay. No, I can see that. No, with the Gwen, yeah, because the smoke still works on Gwen even in the zone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's I guess, yeah, that's gonna be a good matchup for Gwen. Gwen's gonna have a good matchup for Graves if he can pull it off and he doesn't necessarily get flanked very hard. Jay's gonna be mid lane, yeah, as expected. Versus let's see, versus mid lane Singe, right? Okay, that's interesting.
I think for if Siege versus Garen is definitely going towards Garen's side, unless Echo is going to rotate Lee Sin or maybe Lux toward the mid lane. Look how easily Cerberus clear up the lane, and I love what Echo is trying to do. They wanted to control the river right now, but on the bottom lane, a skirmish has been starting.
Pull. Yeah, that's gonna be the pull. The dredge line gonna get it the light blinding. Not quite enough to be able to deal more damage. Relics are gonna keep their health up, however. And that's most of your damage here. Sir Dom is gonna get caught out really low. That's a lot of damage coming in from both the combination BMM and Melodias. Jungle Jace, which is new to me, but already looks ridiculously effective in terms of damage and what's coming out. And already they're chasing him down. Sir Dom going for those Raptors, even though they're so close and know they could potentially be there. And now singled out here, Mr. Hun Jaeger is going to be able to blast cone. He's not going to blast cone. Knows that he's got to follow up. Potentially could be the rest of the team joining them from Dragon Lane. They know that they're coming. Dangerously bad here for BMM and Melodias, using his sweepers to make sure that they don't see him. Here comes the body slam, here comes the flash, here comes the sonic wave, here comes the light banding, and there goes the punish for the deep end on Cerberus's deep exploration into the Echo jungle.
Too bad BMM wasn't being taken down by Team Echo, but the first blood by Team Echo, it's an important point for them. Team Cerberus, I think for Team Cerberus, they are more likely to rotate compared to Team Echo, despite the Echo needed a rotation to took out anyone in Team Cerberus. What I want to see is Cerberus, they probably going to be more aggressive on the top lane, and look how aggressive they try to pull into Team Echo, and it might be a chance for Echo to pin down Lucian on the bottom lane.
Could be, but it doesn't look like Lucian wants to stick around and ready to fit space. Is going to be LT, and that's going to be an easy kill. Out to 3-0. 3-0 was not as cautious as he should have been, but both summoner spells going to be blown for Taku here with a full repeat here on Conquerors. It looks like when they go exploring again in the jungle of Echo, Fortius going to be catching anything on light banging. Not quite. 1-to-1 kills, but more going on the Cerberus side. Way more pushback, way more minions going to get picked up from either or.
Yeah, right now for Team Cerberus, rotating in towards the jungle of Team Echo. I think Reco actually saw it and lost binding, trying to find a way, but sadly not enough. Nautilus trying to come in. Oh, could not not took on the Gragas just now. If Nautilus actually took on someone, it might be easier for Team Cerberus, but Echo, they have to play really careful. Oh, on the mid lane is a little bit like final spark have been wiped upon the Culling. Put on the damage. One hit more, but oh, Flash have been wiped upon. Gragas have been taken down by the kick by Lee Sin, helping on to took down Lucian. This is a 1v1 just now. 1v2.
Misjudged line. Genza going in real deep to try and get that secured kill onto Romley. Going to take out in the process, potentially giving up some minions here, but they managed to push up the wave, so it's going to go onto the turret, but it looks like Lux is there. It looks like he's going to be there to clean it up, so not quite as big of a downer as expected, but it looks like Cerberus is making servo excursions into the Echo jungle. They've been looking for treasure, it seems, because they've been caught out multiple times there in the deep end of the jungle, but getting a lot of wards in, so I guess it is not necessarily a waste of the time, despite the fact that they might have lose, is not necessarily going as the way that they expected to. I think they wanted a bit more advantages, a bit more kills, but they're not necessarily getting it the way that they wanted it to. And now Dragon and Rift are going to be up to grabs in right about now.
Yeah, I think the Rift Herald is going to be focused by both to look at Cerberus wanting the Rift Herald first. And while Team Echo took out the Dragon, who might actually take the first objective, it probably is going to be Cerberus much more faster compared to Team Echo. And this might be a chance for them to actually took on. Oh, sadly, the Herald will be taken by Cerberus. Look at the Concussive Blast by Team Echo. That's supposed to hit someone, but it was not enough. Still, the Dragon is on play for Team Echo.
Really like what they tried to do with Lee Sin. They're going to get caught out in the middle. That's going to be 2 down for Cerberus. BMF, that's 3 down. 2 down for Echo as well. They're on the back foot, however. Serdama is going to be taken out, and 3Z out doing his best to try and keep things in line, but that's going to be another kill. That's 3 kills. Wait, no, 4 kills for Cerberus. 5-5. Or missing it out, light binding with the flashes. Gonna be enough, gonna be using the zone to make sure they can't any damage down. Flash gonna be wasted out there for Illicite. This isn't quite what he expected it to be. And yeah, I do like what Cerberus does though. They always keep a few people around to make sure they can disrupt Dragon when it happens with the trading and out. So that if Echo decides to go in on the Dragon, they're gonna have to commit a lot of their resources, make sure that they take a lot of hits. So when they transition down from Rift Herald, then they could potentially get a lot of kills. I like what Cerberus is doing because they don't really disrupt them when they're doing Rift Herald, and Rift Herald is a lot easier to get than Dragon if you don't have someone on your back.
Now, right now for Team Cerberus, I think they know what they have to do. Oh, Lee Sin, Dragon Rage at the correct moment. 1v2 is not easy for Getting to move away. It's a kill for Team Echo, but on the middle lane, a little bit more dangerous. Cerberus coming in with the calling by Lucian at the back, but look at that. Someone is actually Echo trying to pursue final spark to cut out someone, not enough. They have to be a little bit more careful with Gragas at the back, and Gwen coming in. Wanted a kill, not a little bit more, but not enough. I think for Team Cerberus, they're still lacking on power.
That's actually better in Echo's favor. They managed to get 2 kills down there with Serdum and I believe Handjager at the bottom there, getting the kills on the first getting the kill onto BMM, then getting the kill onto Melodias. While all that fighting was going on, unfortunately, Ulysses missed 2 key light bindings just now with the flash and trying to catch them mid-flash. But still good result regardless. They didn't lose anyone, and Taku didn't quite manage to finish off the. I think it was Romley, I believe. Finish off Romley because of the light shield and the light shield coming out from Lux.
Okay, I think comparing on the kills, it's still on Team Echo, but look at the gold difference. It's not a lot. Silence have been taken in. They runs away. A little bit more. Nautilus is in trouble. Gagas trying to put on a damage hit. Oh, Sposikas at the back. Nautilus might be taken down right now. Dragon still trying to put on a kill, but not enough. Getting backs away. 1 kill for Team Echo. Looks like Echo, it's actually doing better on the second game.
Very nice Lee Sin plays. I really like those follow-ups. Like I said, the Sin just setting things up for Lee Sin. After the throws, can jump behind them, and Dragons range them back, so there's no way they can escape. And the setup is so easy, it's point and click. And there you go, 3ZL. Can he take on Taku? Taku has been absolutely destroying him. And it looks like the rest of them want a piece of the pie here. Here you go with the LT. Is it going to be enough? There's so many meteors. And no, that's going to be a pickup for 3ZL. Not bad at all, considering the fact that he was about to get dived by 3 people and the rest of his team is here to make sure that there's not enough. There's already the ward there. Gets spotted out, but sense that something is wrong. Immediately dashes away. And yeah, but I don't think the turret's going to be going down anytime soon. Ulyssight's here with his light spells to make sure that it doesn't get pushed down, but the first turret gets destroyed on the side of Genza, who was very diligent, while Echo's attention span was divided.
Yeah, right now probably the battle would be taken between Team Cerberus and Team Echo. Looks like Team Echo is actually starting on the battle, but Team Cerberus definitely knows about it. They might stop in their tracks. Oh, coming in at the behind Lee Sin. Definitely took out the battle first. They wanted a kill, jumps in, explosive cast to move over forward. And the culling not hitting towards everyone. Final spark trying to take down Cerberus. Cerberus move back away. And I think it's a good team fight by Team Echo. At the same time, no one was died.
Free pickup for Rift Herald from Echo, but now a lot more mid pressure coming. Now probably trying to get something here. Lee Sin trying to go in close, but knowing that it's not going to be enough. Using the Meteor Enchant to try to get some damage on the Taku. Taku gets out, and that's going to be the ultimate down from GZ to secure it. And that's going to be a tier 1 turret to go to Rift Herald that's potentially spreading down onto tier 2. But Cerberus knowing that that was pretty much a God-given right. Now Handjagger is going to get taken out by Genza. Genza's doing his absolute best, but Handjagger is going to be clearing out the minions at the front. He's going to have to recall. There's not much he can do, but it doesn't look like they're going to let him go out of it that easily. But staying alive for that long is pretty much a win in and of itself, and that's another a lot of damage coming down. It looks like a body slam not quite landing with the flash. Explosive cloud just a little bit more, not quite the angle I was looking for. Here we go to Sonic Wave trying to get in there, and Lee Sin doing his best here. Milidas gonna use his blast to try and keep things optimal while the Dragon's up, and now Cerberus is a bit too low. They have people who need to recall, and they're not quite ready for this, but it looks like they're not willing to give this up just yet.
Yeah, they still want the Inferno while bottom lane have been taken down for Team Cerberus. Look at the final spark. Lucian had finally been taken down. Genza have been taken away. This is a fight for Team Echo. They could actually take on the Infernal. Wanted us to start a team fight, but Echo wanted to play it safely. It's a little bit dangerous for Team Cerberus currently.
That was a great pickup on Genza, seeing his opportunity, seeing that it was really far from the rest of the team. Serdum went and got him, so now they would have the opportunity of their team fight, but it's not quite the slouch that they expected him to be. BM's doing so much damage. You go to Explosive Chaos, knocks the backline off. Would he be able to get enough damage there while the rest of them have been pushed back? Here we go, the Dragon still getting picked up. Here we go with the Smite, getting it, and that's going to be the Dragon. That's going to be another kill, and that is Echo Fortius with a brilliant turnaround. 13 kills now, 42,000 gold. That's 2.5k gold in the lead for Echo. Absolute everything in the disposal to get it, and the tier 2 turret on barreling that's about to drop.
Yeah, what's happening to Team Echo? They actually playing well enough fighting on Cerberus. We have to remember, Cerberus is actually quite a strong team. Cerberus is actually one point below RQ, but Echo is fighting for their life, showcasing how strong they could actually be, especially Gragas. The explosive cuts time and time again hits correctly on point toward Team Cerberus. A 7 to 13 kill differences and the goal on Team Echo. Cerberus, they have to watch out. Echo is found the momentum, and with Grave, they got the damage. It's easier for them to split push, and here on the top lane, Lucian, the calling have will find a spark to clear off the lane. Meteor Enchant at the back, they still want to kill Lee Sin. Definitely with the kick at the back, and another bombarded bomb by Gragas. Listen took on Lucian. Genza, it's out from the map. This is a point for Team Echo.
I absolutely love what they're doing here with Serdum together with Handjagger, with the flip and the Dragon Rage in the backline, getting whatever champion they feel like grabbing. And now as the back foot pushing it so much, the Baron up for grabs, but looks like BMF caught what they've been up to, but is he going to be able to do anything? Here we go with that. Stone Plate Gargoyle. Is it going to be enough? No, it's not going to be enough. Going to get taken out. Melodias is going to try and follow things up. They're also low. The Baron buff gives them so much damage. Debuffs here. They could get taken out, so they decide to respect it because Melodias has enough damage to be able to destroy all of them if they decide to stick around with the Baron debuff on them. So wisely decide to back away.
Yeah, looks like both they have to reset on the Baron buff, but I love what Team Echo is doing right now. It's like a two times more, double the damage from Team Cerberus, but on the top lane, a little bit more dangers coming in at the back. Flash might have to be used, but Gragas come in a little bit too late. One Nautilus, and Nautilus will be taken down. What an outplay with the explosive cast by Gragas. Ooh.
Man, poor 3XL cannot catch a break. Taco has been absolutely destroying him, despite the fact that this should be a very equitable matchup in theory. So very sad for 3ZL right there, but nice good follow from Ramli. Ramli has been absolutely destroying him with the explosive cast and his body slam. So props to Ramli. You are my favorite types of broker in town. And gonna be Genza clearing things out again with his culling, but it's not going to be enough to stop them. They still have a cannon minion up. They still have enough to be able to get down on this. With the Handjager follow up together with the Surdom, they could potentially get BMM or anything they do please. Lux putting down his thing to try and catch things out of contention. Light Jar doesn't be enough. They've gone too deep. Surdom, you went in too far using the safeguard, but it's not quite enough just yet. Gonna be get the Dragon quick, but not quite the placement they wanted it to be. Gonna get the Dredge line. They're also low. Gonna be Meteor Enchantment. Things are looking bad for Echo 40s right about now. When we get out of it, Surdom gets in, gets the kill, however, and now suddenly it's Cerberus on the back foot. It looks like Echo 40s has enough of a foundation to get back in there with the gold. They're not gonna die just yet. They have so much at their disposal, but this tier 1 tower is about to go down. There's no way they're gonna be able to get this out of the way. Taku, the culling. Here we go now. The spin, the minions, but they're not done just quite yet.
Looks like it's still on a team fight right now. Team Cerberus had to be a little bit more careful. Cerberus in the mid lane loses one more to Echo. 3 turret on their hand versus 3. All the tier 1 have been taken down. Not only tier 1, tier 2 on the mid lane. Looks like Grave is in trouble. Have been taken down. Final spark to save the flash. Have been wide open, but not enough because of the damage being dealt by Gwen. Cerberus is, I think Cerberus like, they don't know what to do right now. Look at the double kill differences by Cerberus and also Echo. Echo definitely know what to do in terms of team fight. I love how Gragas been well played. All of the explosive cast hits toward the correct damage, hit towards the correct person, and giving the opportunity, open up a door towards Echo winning on not only the lane but also the team fight.
Yeah, looks like they are still out for blood. Poor 3XL. 3ZL gets taken out again, kind of looking, waiting for a fight there at the mid lane. But they've already got the setup, they've got the Scuttle Crab, they've cleared out most of the wards in the Dragon Pit. They might be setting up for it, just want to get a nice good light binding, potentially find something out of position with using Ramli and then explosive casting, or potentially your Handjager jumping in there, flipping with another follow from Surdom if they could possibly do so. But it looks like 3ZL still has his own plans of being the split pusher. That is probably what they were going for. And it doesn't seem to matter because they have so much damage in and of itself. Is Echo 40 is going to be picking this fight? They're still looking for something. They're still finding something deep within the Dredge line. Doesn't quite land just not. And now that's pretty much free reign for them to do whatever they want. Dragon Rage into a flip. And now it's going to get taken out. That's already BMM. That's already Duck B. And now so dangerous for Genza. Genza is the backline of this. He can't afford to go down. The culling is going to be keeping them away. But now they are close. Too close for comfort. Oh, there's going to be a flash on the light band. There's going to be a catch. And that's going to be the Sonic Wave. And now too far here from Melodias. He's on the back foot. They could be able to get this dragon. Sorry. They're going to be able to get this middle turret with the demolition rune. And that's potentially the game for Echo 40s on game 2.
Oh no, looks like Cerberus loses a point towards Team Echo unexpectedly. I think for today, it's like the high rise for Team Indonesia. They know that they can't actually go towards the grand finals or even towards the Thailand. So this is where they try to execute well, and it did play well. They finally understand what they need to do, and I don't know how Echo does it, but Echo actually control the team fight. Whatever happened, Gragas was there on the right timing, releasing with the Dragon Rage also. So let's see on the replay just now what happened toward game 2 for match 3, where we see the final spike again and again by Lux, and the hit towards Lee Sin is on par with the help of Gragas.
My God, those pick'em comms were pretty much disgusting. Look at that Dragon Rage, and then the flip back. He couldn't escape. There's the dredge line didn't do anything. He wasn't able to land anything. And then you saw. I love whoever thought of this like particular comp. I love the way that Han Jaeger can just flip someone and give access to Sir Dum for him to be able to go in front to Dragon Rage someone backwards for them to kill. So it's what a comp. What a way for them to be able to stack this all together. Did you see that? And the way that they use the explosive cast to also catch people running away.
Yeah.
Like, wow, look at all those follow-ups. Look at all the picks. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, Ramli was on point, but look at the damage dealt by Sir Dum. 10 kill, only 1 single death is definitely showcasing how strong Lee Sin is, especially whenever Ramli actually isolates a player, you can't do anything. How does Cerberus want to run away? When Ramli isolate a player with explosive cast, got Sir Dum. Trizel is also there. Uloside will also with light binding. They can't run away, and look at the damage being dealt by Taku and also Sir Dum.
It's like Taku did so much damage. The 30% was absolutely insane. And like he was doing work, and he was pretty much bullying 3Z out of existence. But like you saw, they countered Cerberus' style of play perfectly. Like,
yeah.
You know how Cerberus likes to do the three-man dive onto towers while someone else is pushing in the bot lane? Well, Echo was like, oh, we know what you like to do. So what we did is they put 3ZL to push, even though he kept dying, but he did what he was supposed to do, drag attention away. So then Cerberus did what they usually do, which is 3 people diving onto the turret. And you know what happens when you have 3 people diving onto the turret? You have Han Jaeger, flips, Dragon kicks away, kills one guy, and then the 2 people are running away. Then after that, Ramli comes in and is just like, hey,
Pew!
where are you going? Pew! Explosive casts them into the wall, and it kills another guy. And the last guy is like, oh no, I'm alone.
Yeah.
So they saw it happening and they countered it perfectly. I love it.
Yeah, and look at Echo, the goal difference right now. I think this is how Echo should play. And this is what we wanted to see, how Echo plays. And for Team Echo, not only they defeated Cerberus, which is a strong team, but they also they could actually come up an idea and also a gameplay that can negate how Cerberus plays. We've seen how Team Echo, at first we were like, oh, how does Echo have to win it? Then Echo showcasing themselves with Grave. I think Grave was only done as a bait. If you saw on the first game,
It's just a bait. That's horrible. I mean,
if you see on the first game, like, okay, take me, take Trizel, take me. But at the same time, Lee Sin was lurking around. Gragas was waiting for the opportunity. That's how strong Echo was.
Yeah, that Echo showed us a complete convincing overturn. I absolutely loved the follow-ups. And like you said, no, actually, no. I kind of agree with it. 3ZL was not a throwaway. He was so key to that. He did so much work.
No, because Trizel has smokes, so that's why he can beat himself. Okay, come take me into the threat. That's where Lee Sin was waiting. Search was also waiting. Coming over with Gragas, you can't run away.
Yeah, well, yeah, okay, fair enough. If they had to sacrifice someone, I guess they did decide to sacrifice 3CL. But like, I was a little bit suspicious because you know there was that point where he got the tier 2 turret for the mid lane.
Yeah.
And he should have been backing away immediately, but you could see me waiting. He was just like, oh, I'm going to pick a fight with the next person that comes up to meet me. He just stood there by the Raptors. He saw someone coming, then he was like, okay, jumping now. He dashed over, and Gwen just got him and killed him again. I'm just like, why would you do that? It's not like you're going to be able to win that. But I guess he was kind of confident. Anyway, thank you so much for watching us for Game 2. We'll be going to Game 3 soon, where the Echo 40s can pull something out of their hat, or whether or not Cerberus are going to show them why they're the king of the roost. We'll see you after a quick break for Game 3.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming. and Monster Energy.
Here we go. Back again, same scenario. Win, 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 win. Yeah, we on a roll. Yeah, 2, 4, 6. We like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was down with nowhere to go. Might have been down, but we didn't fall. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd. Hey, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing up the ones. Like they was always rapping. Yeah, believe them if you want. Now they show love. Came with a dub. It is what it is. It isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh.
Welcome back to Snapdragon Pro Series. Wild Rift with me, Fira, and also Pondo. Game 3 and also match 3 between Echo versus Cerberus. Something unexpected. Echo did so well on game number 2, and especially with the combo with Siege. Not only just Siege, the explosive cast by the Gragas. Let's see who's the key player on game number 2 just now. Oh, this was so dumb.
So dumb, yeah. Well, it's not completely unexpected, as Lee Sin was absolutely insane the last game. In fact, Lee Sin was so insane, my voice is about to break from all the screaming I was doing. That GPM is really good. We're seeing 875, only surpassed by that legendary Genza Kassadin in the last game. And yeah, that's a pretty good damage per minute. Some of the upper ones we've seen, RRQ style, this is comparable. And that's a great KDA. That's 15 KDA. You don't really get to see that all that often.
Yeah, what I love what Team Echo Fortress was doing, they definitely know, I think they know who to focus on. They know who to engage and disengage whenever they try to put on a team fight. And I love how the team fight been done is where, okay, if Team Cerberus was focusing on bottom lane, they're going to focus on top lane. So it's a back and forth game, but definitely more towards Team Echo because of the kill. But and not only because of the kill, the execution toward the plan for Team Echo was better than Team Cerberus.
Yeah, which is really nice. It's really out of character for Echo. Like, forgive me for saying, but like, they played a really good game. They played a really good setup. I think there was some fantastic strategizing around that sort of team comp, and they played that perfectly. Now, whether or not they can keep it up for the third game and manage to beat out Cerberus with the second team on the team tier ladder, that is to be in contention. I'm certain that Cerberus might ban out or take away the Gragas in some form or the
Yeah, I
other,
think
or
they,
maybe
they
an
should
Lee Sin.
take out the Gragas.
They should take it out if they're being smart, but like, who knows? Maybe they feel like they could take it on the second time if they choose some different champions or something that's a little harder to like pick and flip and kick, you know.
Yeah, I think for Team Cerberus, it's probably going to ban again Ash. Okay. Okay, right now I'm still thinking what Echo is trying to pursue. Nasus is still on play if they want to, so...
Well, I don't know if Echo is the type of team that would like to go for that sort of meta champion. It doesn't look like they've been playing anything like that so far. But them banning their own Gragas means that they do have another strategy in stock, it does seem like. Or they might want to redo it. They, might have accidentally chosen their own champion. So I might see them going for the switch around this time instead of going for Gragas again.
Yeah, Ash is still wide open. They could also take maybe Cassidy. But I think generally, what I know about Team Indonesia, they really love their Lee Sins.
Oh yeah.
They really love between Echo and even Perseus. They really love their Lee Sin. So it might be a comfort pick for Team Echo with the Lee Sin. Looking at Jace and also Zed having been open. Senna is wide open. Also with Nasus, but okay, set first pick.
Sad. Yeah, that's gonna be interesting. Might be 3ZL trying to do another champ with a really good push play style again, because Set could just run things down if he needs to. So I do think he's also a good initiator, especially if the Nasus is gonna be coming out for Cerberus, because it looks like they're gonna be going by the book this time.
Okay, with Ash being free. Okay, this is a very hard combo towards Team Echo. Nasus Ash combo. So Set, will it be Set Lux? If not, Set.
Could be Set Ziggs. Well, I don't know. It always seems to be I always see a Ziggs whenever an Ash is in play. So like, yeah, it should be interesting to see how that works out, especially with a Set.
Okay. I could definitely see how Set could actually move towards Team Cerberus, counter with Showstopper and also Face Breaker. But a Siege, it's going to be a Siege mid lane. So Echo is trying to play like their first game, except without the Gragas. They change it up with Set.
Wait, are they okay? So if they didn't get a Lee Sin, they're gonna go for a Set, so that when Hanjigger does a flip, then Set goes behind and does the ulti backwards?
It might happen.
Wow, okay. I guess that's another way to do it if you can't get Lee Sin, so that's interesting. Well, gonna be the Shyvana.
Okay, who would be the jungler towards Echo? Cassidin is not in play for Team Cerberus. It might be... I haven't seen... I wanted to say Olaf, but they banned out Olaf right now.
Yeah. Actually, you're on point. You knew Olaf, but I didn't think Olaf was going to come into play. Cassidin... Wait, what?
Will it be Kha'Zix for Team Echo? Oh,
Kha'Zix might not fit into their comp though, but like maybe... Okay, maybe with the Hanjigger it might be good. You can just pick off whatever that Hanjigger flips to you.
okay, so right now... It might be a Fiora jungle.
It could be Fiora, could be Ruin.
Okay, if it's not Fiora Kha'Zix is still in play. But considering Shyvana is on Cerberus, I really like better. Still thinking who's going to be.
Oh my gosh, you were on point again. Here it's a Kha'Zix.
But who's going to be on the Baron lane, on the top lane right now for Team Echo? It might be a Garen.
Oh.
Oh, okay. A set on the top lane? I haven't seen a set as a Baron for quite some time.
Yeah. Maybe, like, I've actually seen him, like, Dragon Lane as well, so. We could be seeing a Singe top lane, Kha'Zix jungle, Ziggs mid lane. Well, no, actually, they could go either way, but it could be, it's going to be Ziggs Rakan at the bot lane to deal with the Nasus Ashe. And, yeah, then the usual for the other. Singe mid lane to set
versus
Baron,
Camille.
Yeah. Camille jungle. So, no, Baron Riven to Camille jungle?
No, Camille mid lane.
Wait, oh, Camille mid lane. Oh my gosh. Ever since the new patch, I've been seeing champs and lanes there. I never thought I'd ever see them in. So this is going to be real interesting.
Yeah, it's really a flexible pick, especially towards the patch 3.4. We normally see Riven versus Set, but Set on the Dragon. Oh no, I mean Set on the Baron lane. I don't know if it's a good pick. I actually wanted to see Set and Ziggs combo compared to Rakan and Ziggs.
I think, but it would be fine against Nasus, even with Withering, because it's a lot easier for a Set to get into a Nasus than any other comp. For example, like it was Gragas, it would be really, really difficult. But yeah, I don't think Set is that bad against Riven because of his Haymaker. If he saves it long enough, yeah. And if he knows that the Riven's dash is down and the Riven's dash is down, he can use Haymaker and then he can win some fights against Riven because of the Haymaker shield.
Okay, so for now, okay, in your opinion, Pondo, in terms of the composition, who would you lean more towards who?
Right now, Echo seems to be running the same pick comp that they did for the second game. So they're going to be relying on Hunjaker to do flips for Kha'Zix to get a pick off, or for Set to use his ulti to push backwards into.
Yeah.
Or they might even get a pick onto a tank and then use Set to flip the tank ulti into them for like a lot of damage. But Cerberus has like, we've seen Cerberus's comp before. They've got a pretty standard comp for the Nasus Ashe. So they have a lot more setup. They have a lot more initiation, which could stop a lot of like, they could stop Singe in their tracks, for example. If they run the Ashe as a 20-second arrow, right, Singe might never be able to touch them because every single time he comes close, he gets crystalled arrowed.
Yep. So what will happen right now for game number 3? This is the last game between Team Cerberus versus Echo. Look like Serdar with 75% win rate with Kha'Zix, and damage per minute only 900 right now. So currently for Team Echo, I actually like the composition because they can actually it's very, for me personally, I feel like they have very good combo, especially with Rakan, Ziggs, Siege. Everyone can actually CC. For example, Siege throw. If Siege can throw, they always set to throw. And if the set can't throw, there's always Rakan to help on the initiating.
Yeah, Rakan can just flip up whoever Hunjaker decides to like flip over. So like, there's so many different ways that they could potentially pick people out, which is what Echo 40 seems to like to do. They like pick comps, the ones that single like champions out. But it looks like Cerberus is more of what we call disruptor comp. So Shyvana and Riven getting deep into this, if they get deep enough, then there's nothing that Echo 40s can do. Echo 40s has not a lot of disengage, they have a lot of engage. So it would be interesting to see how that works out for them as well.
Yeah, I think for Team Echo, they have to focus on the early to mid game, especially if they want to win the matches. Look at the damage can be done by Team Echo on the top lane. compared to Riven mid lane 2v1, still standing tall for Team Echo. But right now Cassidy is in play only just to help clear up the lane in the mid lane. I think for Team Cerberus and Echo, but both of them know they are trying to control on the early aggression, but they probably wanted to play it more safely.
I'm gonna have to flash away. Really dangerous to getting that double hit on there from Genza and Duck B with the watering and potentially in the zone as well. Oh, gonna be diving, getting it anyway. Unless not gonna barely get away with his life. Well, I called it too soon. Ramley already used his flash, and that was kind of key moment for them to go really ham on them in the bot lane.
So right now for Team Echo, they have to be a little bit more careful. Top lane, sad. Don't think you should overcommit, especially Cerberus will have the damage later on towards the game. Wow, Cerberus, controlling the farming on the bottom lane.
Always going to be the Krauts to be picked up. Going to be the Crystal Arrow, already hit level 5, already so far ahead. And here we go, Hunjaker is going to be deep in there, using his toxic pool to try and get back in there. Shyvana, however, going to be able to get away scot-free. Not much of a punish that they can do because there's so much strat coming out. And still looks like Cerberus is here at the front, but the advantage.
Yeah, for Team Echo, they have to be a little bit more careful on how they would rotate. I would love to see how on the mid game is going to happen, especially with all the CCs can be dealt by Team Echo. While Team Cerberus, the only CC that I could see is by Nessus and also Ash, which we know are the late game and the mid game. Crystal Arrow is going to be popped out again and again by their team. And looks like they would be using double relic shields. Oh, okay.
Well, I find it interesting that the meta seems to be everyone coming to mid lane to make sure that it doesn't get pushed onto the tower plating. So yeah, that's interesting. Maybe it's the way they changed. The minions coming up. Here we go with Serdam trying to get in there with gank, but getting a flash out of the Riven's good. I'll take a flash any day. Especially since now it won't be able to get away from anything that's too serious.
For now, for Team Echo, they definitely going to play it slowly until they have their utilities and ability to actually fight compared to Team Cerberus. Mid lane is in a little bit trouble. Sanghui, they did not hit, but coming in at the back, Mega in front of about one hit. They wanted on a kill. Echo, Sally could not took down any players from Team Cerberus.
The Meteor enchantment coming out a bit too late. The idea was good, but the execution was a little bit too far behind. Good quickness, good knockups. The Crystal Arrow missing is absolutely unfortunate for Genza. Genza trying to get something on the side, expecting them to move up to dodge it, but moved down instead.
Right now for Team Echo, they're moving in a little bit better on minute number 4, but the gold differences is not high. Only 1k difference between Team Echo and Team Cerberus. For Team Echo, I think they need to focus on farming before execute any team fight. Especially right now, they have the composition to put on a good team fight. The header is coming in. Team Cerberus is moving towards the header, starting on the header. Wow, Echo is being on pursuit at the Dragon lane. A little bit too careful. Jumps in, might steal, but Kasi took in the Dragon. They runs away, put out a team fight, and probably one of them almost been taken down. Only one teammate by Team Echo is being taken down. Header also being played in the top lane. Top lane will be in trouble. Shyvana's come in. They wanted a hit set. Have to flash away. Will she flash away? Looks like he won't flash away. Doesn't mind, just to protect the tier 1 threat.
As we talked about before, it's Cerberus's like calling card. Like, I can't believe Echo didn't have any like what's the word? Counters for this, like any response for this. Like we said before, Cerberus likes to do the thing where they have 2 people or 3 people at the Dragon Pit to fight it out and make sure maybe they get a kill if you're getting weak from Dragon, while they have one person getting the Rift Herald with absolutely no way to get it back. And they go to quickness. Here you go with Round Ranger getting in. They get the kill on Genza. Genza gets taken out. Duckbee's getting really slow. They're going to be the Grand Engines, and they're going to be taken out. And that is a cool 2 kills out from Echo. Free 2 kills, and something they desperately needed to get back into the game because they were slightly behind and potentially could have bled out. And here's proxy farming coming out from Handjigger to make sure that Camille doesn't get too comfortable in her lane while they push it up. Only 20 seconds to go, however, on this turret.
Yeah, Camille is all alone. There's probably one on bottom lane. Turret will be taken in. Tier 1 turret will be fighting. Has the automator have been wide open, but not enough to put on the damage. Meter enchant, 2 meter enchant is going down, but look at Mega Inferno Bow taking down on Camille, while Camille still took out Siege 1v1. It's I think a standstill for both Team Echo and Cerberus.
I absolutely love what Handjigger did there. That was absolutely incredible. He had the flip primed already, so when BMM decided to do the hook shot, he would be able to flip her over as soon as he decided to reach him, not being able to kill him before he got there, despite him being really low. The Ignite did kill him, but he got the kill onto BMM, and that's them regretting their choices in life. With Meteor Enchantment coming down, here we go with the quickness, turning the situation around despite being so low beforehand. And there we go, that's a fantastic kill out from Sir Dom, being able to get that, and another Grand Entrance to basically secure that, and that's when they got those 2 early kills. Another fight going down the bot lane. That turret is so dangerously low. Meteor Enchant to try and catch him out on this, but it looks like Cerberus won't be able to push up top because the minions aren't exactly pushing their way. And I think Echo might be able to turn this back into a mid lane push or potentially get something out of this. The Crystal Arrow so close, not going to be enough. And that's just Rakan taking quite a bit of hits, but not enough of a follow-up from Cerberus to do anything about it. But they've got the minions pushed. They've got a Canyon pushing up slowly. They might be able to get a little bit more on the minion if it were not for that Relic Shield.
Yeah, right now for Team Echo, they tend to on top lane or bottom lane. Has to have it wide open, but only to run away. Not enough leap by Cassie. Going to put out a 4th kill on their hands. Not only that, they also got a free turret on the bottom tier. Tier 1 turret have been cracked open, top lane and mid lane for Team Cerberus. They have to be a little bit more careful. Will they be pursuing a team fight? Looks like they do. Shivana. Oh, look at the damage behind them with Ash coming in through. It's going to be a hit towards Sad. Tier 1, I think it's going to be Team Cerberus going to focusing on taking every farming materials towards Team Echo.
I like that. I like that they knew that it was coming out in about 30 seconds, decided to put all their attention on Enthusiast, who happened to be at the front too far for comfort. No other team to back him up. And now they're going to have to contest with the fact that they don't have to EZL for another 5 seconds, and it's going to be slightly out of there. Going to be trying to catch him out. Sir Dom getting it so close, but not quite enough to get Genza. Genza's super low, but no secure kills over here. Trying their best to try to dash in and out. Use him in super rare. Oh, going to have to flash out. No flash for Genza. That's definitely not what they want to be seeing once that particular Rift Herald comes out. And Dragon going to be coming out around the corner. As we see things coming to Dragon Enchant, the Meteor Enchant, sorry, so slow. Here comes the dive. Here comes Handjigger trying to do his best to try and get them out with poison, using the Crystal Arrow just in the nick of time, but not quite enough to get it. Dashing to get away from the Riven ulti. What a dodge. Tier 1 turret now for the Rift Herald that they just managed to pick up while everything was going up in utter chaos. And Echo is like a completely new team here. I did not expect to see this type of Echo right now. They're playing up a great fight against Cerberus.
Yeah, Team Echo definitely put out a fight 4v4, but the goal difference not that much different. Only 1 key difference. What I love about Echo playing right now, they know that they can actually win a team fight because of the composition. They have the CC, they have the damage, and what I love is Ziggs can combo with anyone else. Rakan could actually help not only Ziggs but also Siege or even towards Kha'Zix. On the mid lane, look like Cerberus trying to crack open on the tier 1 mid lane, but it's like hard glue for Team Echo. But on the Dragon Inferno will be in time of Mega Inferno Ball coming in. There's going to be a game. Has the automated, not enough coming. Have been taken down. Zen also have been taken down, but Shyvana at the back wanting a kill. The Infernal is still in play. Double kill toward Kazi Rampage right now. Causing havoc at the back. Siege have been taken down. They have to be a little bit more careful. Infernal on Casey. Echo dominating right now. Moving back forward. Ash in places. But sadly, it was not enough for Cerberus to actually take in the Infernal. Crystal Arrow had been hit, but one more damage. Not enough to took down K6.
Wasn't quite far enough to proc that stun long enough for him to be able to get that Meteor enchant down and kill the Kha'Zix. Serdum so slow on the activation with the 2.5 seconds. But here's another fight coming down.
Oh my
gosh, the smite to come down with that particular twin bite to kill him out before Serdum could do anything. Serdum thought that he had the upper hand using the isolation prop, but it wasn't quite enough. And you're gonna have to pay the price for his folly. But that is a dragon pickup. What I would have said that Echo 40 is the definite pickup. Here we go with the quickness trying to get them up. Grand Entrance trying to do something. The ultimate Mega Hextech Bomb. Here we go with the Meteor Enchant to try and smooth things out. They're taking so much damage, but the Tier 1 turret's gonna go down. So much coming out. Headjacker's coming in. He wants some blood. He wants some Grand Entrance. Wasn't quite close enough to get it. And now like Taku wanted a little bit more on his plate, but there's not gonna be anything out of this. Just a Tier 1 turret for Cerberus and potentially a Tier 1 on for Echo, but Echo is not behind in the least. Have the Dragon buffs to be able to equalize this, even though they're behind in terms of slightly gold. Here we go with the bombs coming out, however. So many of them. Crystal Arrow
hitting someone is a little bit more dangerous right now. They're coming in. Shyvana coming with dominating damage. Ziggs have been taken down. They walks away. But at the back, look at Shyvana. And finally, Cassie actually dominating with one kill. Look at Ash helping on the double kill for Team Echo. They move away. Echo probably trying to come in yet again. A triple kill. It might be a quadra kill. Will it happen? It might happen at this. Oh my god, the first Penta kill for Team Echo.
Wow, what a beautiful return around using the Grand Entrance. Knowing that they were there in the brush zone of what they were thinking, despite the fact that knowing that there was a Rakan there for the re-engage and just setting Serdum up for some beautiful turnarounds. And now Echo's being free to get a Tier 1 and a Tier 2 turret with a complete gold overturn and so many dragons coming out with a minion advantage at the Baron lane as Hunjaker managed to get away scot-free. The Rakan was doing absolute work here. We talked about it. We talked about the flips. We talked about how it would allow the Rakan to be able to get so much more out of it, but we didn't expect it to be to this extent. We didn't even get to see 3ZL do it with his ulti to push back whoever got flipped, because Rakan has been doing such a good job doing 3ZL's job for him in terms of getting those picks.
Yeah, Serdum definitely outplayed towards Team Cerberus, and I love how actually Team Cerberus was the one who started on the team fight, but Echo ended the team fight with the combo of CCs and CCs. Not only one but twice CC coming in with a large damage by Serdum. Crystal Arrow had been hit, but there was no one close enough to took on Team Echo. Set scatters free. And this is a chance for Team Echo. They might take on the Baron in if they got someone. So they have to. They definitely wanted to take down Shyvana first.
Definitely want to be getting Shyvana out of the picture. Love that Crystal Arrow. Reminding me a little bit about what Tufts was going through when his Ashe was sending arrows across the map for him to get the Fiora out of the picture. But it does look like Taku wasn't nearly close enough and didn't think that the arrow would hit, but just another missed opportunity. Baron's going to be on the table for them. They've already got so much vision, they've got so many deep wards, and there's not enough clearance from Echo's side to be able to move in confidently without getting spotted out. Camille is already waiting for her prey, knows that she could potentially get someone. I think Echo might want to take a step back here, and it doesn't look like Cerberus wants to commit on the Baron either, because that's going to be too much resources to give away. Well, Camille can potentially just clear out and push the minions towards the Dragon Pit lane.
Yep, right now for Team Echo, they're definitely going to pace themselves better. They don't want to overcommit. They don't want to overextend. They're going to find the weaknesses for Team Cerberus. for Team Echo, they need one good team fight to shut down Cerberus, and they're probably going to fight it. Here it is where Shyvana comes in, but the damage negated by Echo was larger, definitely by the leaping by Classics more. And then for Team Echo, 12v10, and the goal difference is still on 1k, so it's a close call for both of the team, but it looks like they still want a team fight. However, the have been pumped up by Shyvana at the back, but Mega in front of bomb, also bombarded at the mid lane, and the Meteor coming in from the back. Look at that, 6 coming into half, jumps in with a cousin, double kill for Ziggs, and coming towards the mid lane. This is an end game. It might be a win. No, it is a win for Team Echo.
Don't have the minions with them right now. They're kind of judging by the clock here. Just Duck B here to clear things up. If he doesn't manage to get the minions in time, probably could be an inhibitor turret, not necessarily be able to save things, but he will have the armor up for the early game Nexus, but is it going to be enough to save things? No, quite a lot of things going down the zone. Duck B is doing his best to try and kill them, but it's not going to be enough, and it's going to be the game for Echo. 40th in game 3 in a complete upset for the Indonesian team.
So what I could say is all caster did not get the point for prediction
All
just now.
casters born equal. Who would have thought Echo 40th completely with their own style of the meta, just dominating and defeating the second highest ranked team on the ladder. Cerberus getting knocked down an entire peg off of their very high perch.
Yeah, Team Echo definitely. It's for me personally, I think it's good that Echo won because it's going to be a confident boost toward themselves. Say, oh, I'm actually quite good in the internationally. I only don't have experience, and this is the experience that they need to actually grow as a team. And definitely, we saw how good Team Echo played just now. Looking at the highlight, of course, Team Cerberus, they started on the team fight, but they could not end up the team fight. It brings out the Echo to actually comes in, put out another team fight and a double kill toward Kassid. And I love how Team Echo play. When they don't have the ultimate, if they don't have the CC up, they won't come in unless they needed to. And this is where Saddam got his penta.
That was absolutely beautiful, absolutely fantastic phase. Absolutely love the way that Rakan could dash in and out without necessarily getting killed at all, and the Kazakhs being able to dash in and out, and then having the Hunjager be able to keep them on their own foot so they won't be able to do anything in return. You could see that, you could see the Shyvana doing his best to try and get in and disrupt as much as possible, which he said is the winning condition, to get deep into their backline as much as possible. Melodias doing his absolute best, but couldn't break down the wall. That was Hunjager, who's absolutely insane when it comes to those cinch plays, and Serdam was hopping around like an absolute madman to secure those kills where they needed to be.
Yeah, I have to agree. Echo played well, and I think they didn't actually overextend or force any team fight. We've seen how Echo played, and they know because they are counter-reacting towards Cerberus, they let Cerberus all of the first initiative. Whenever Cerberus comes in, we see Surge popping up throw behind. We see Ramley coming in with a grand entrance and also set Fist Breaker, Showstopper yet again, giving the chance to Serdam 10-3-6. The MVP, of course, had to put on Serdam.
Yeah, Serdam. I am also gonna give it to Ramley because Ramley absolutely had some incredible setups. I know they definitely strategized it beforehand with Hunjager. I didn't think they'd be able to repeat the success of their Lee Sin Dragon Rage combo with the Hunjager, but they did it to absolute perfection here with the Ramley in the front corner, flipping people over for Serdam to be able to pick up, to be able to just casually destroy at his own leisure, at his own pace.
Yeah, right now what I've seen how Team Echo played, it's a good play by Team Echo. Of course, they didn't want, they can't proceed to Thailand, but it showcased they did grow towards the series.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Like you said, they might not be able to make it to Thailand, but they're going to be telling all their friends about how they won today versus the second highest scored team in the league today, and taking down Cerberus an entire notch, making RQ the new top, undisputed top team in this league. So very good results from Echo. They can walk back with pride. I hope to see them next year in contention with some of the bigger names out there, and hopefully with renewed sense of purpose and vigor.
Yeah, congratulations also for Team Cerberus. They did try to comprehend towards Echo, but the growth by Echo definitely skyrocketed on the third game, which we didn't even expected it to be towards Team Echo. But they finally understand, and the communication being well played by Team Echo, giving them a chance to win it. For Team Cerberus, this is where they have to understand. They have to push up their games, especially it's going to be an offsite event at Thailand. So if that happens, we know how hard it is fighting, competing again. Who knows, RRQ yet again. But at the same time, I think for Team Indonesia, they can go back with pride, especially on the last day, how they well played between Echo and also Persis.
Yeah, honestly. They deserve this win. They should take it back. And Cerberus put up a great fight. New meta, new shifts, very interesting playoffs. And I love this Singe comp. It's disgusting. And if I played against it, I'd probably be super mad, but I really like watching it because it's really fun. It's really cool.
Yeah, and they actually understand how the composition works, where they don't even need to initiate any team fight. They were waiting for the team fight. They don't even have to initiate any team fight. They don't have to go to the front line compared to what Cerberus was doing, and they won the game. And I think it's a prideful way for them to get back. Okay, this is all the experience. Let's all soak in, and who knows, next time they might even could be the next contender.
They could be very big contenders in the end. Like you said, I would have liked to see this on Persis actually, because Persis also had a really good comp to re-engage. They didn't play the same way that was being played right here on the hands of Echo. And we're going to see the MVP. We're going to be seeing who is responsible for some of the biggest stats changes for Echo. And as you guys know, Ulexite, he done some major jobs. Some congratulations to Ulexite for doing an absolutely stellar job, despite the fact that his Vayne might not have gotten the spotlight that he wanted it out of it.
The damage 1.4k. It's quite high damage per minute, and the damage taken only 600. For Ulexite, I love how the way he play with Zed, with not only Mega Inferno plus with Meter Chan, and because of that, they actually dominated any team fight and negates any team fight happening. We saw time and time again, Mega Inferno not only save his teammate, it's also where they can actually control the movement towards Cerberus.
Yeah. It's just to get it when you cascade it with the Meteor enchantments. It's what are you supposed to do? I think I remember when Shyvana went in, and then together with Shyvana, and then you had Nasus. They did their best to go in, but there's so many things raining down upon them. Meteors, Mega Inferno bombs, a lot of poison coming out from Singe. So there's so much they could have done, but so much they couldn't have done because it was just so ridiculous to sort of dance around. I think with the current new comp, right, it's very risky to engage first because of the meteors that come down and how you'll be forced to engage in the meteors.
Yeah, well played by both other team. Congratulations towards Team Echo actually getting their second win. But still, Team Cerberus, congratulations, because you will be still competing towards Thailand. And thank you also to Snapdragon Elite Gaming when winning medal. Want a more smoother, better gaming experience? Take on Snapdragon.
Snapdragon is going to be fulfilling all your special needs, and if you need the energy to win those games, good ranked games, good legendary games, unleash the beast with monsterenergy.com/gaming. Thank you so much for providing us the energy that we needed. You want to talk more about this, you want to find like-minded friends, you want to meet someone to be your lifelong rival, to be in an anime together with you, discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series.
Lifelong rival.
Lifelong rivals. Yeah, lifelong rivals.
So they're going to discuss I want you to be my rival forever.
That's so awkward. You just have to be naturally into it. Like some guy takes your vein, you're like, you a vein main? Is it, I'm a vein main. Are you like, I'm a better vein main? No, you're not. And then you get into a heated argument. That's when you make a lifelong rival. Well,
Yeah.
you know, if you wanted it to be anime, the rival turns out to be a girl, and then you know, happy go lucky. the fanfic is just like, you were a girl. Well, yeah, girls can be gamers too. It's 2022.
Yeah, but I don't next game it's for Evos and also Burira. Burira probably just wanted their point right now. But what's going to happen on the last game, last series between Burira and also Evos? Don't go anywhere. Coming back after this break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
that with no extract. Like, look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see beating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Ay, sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts, you always that. My truth lurks, saying y'all collapse. Now scoop first, where your homies at? Come my team with me right now. My team's on me right now. But what you mean y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, Nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Nah, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone. Man, cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me.
Get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I
Welcome back to Snapdragon Pro Series. Warif with me, Fira, and also Pono. This is the last match of the day, and possibly there won't be any tiebreakers considering it's going to be Buriram versus EVOS.
Well, yeah, they've been saying lately that EVOS has been a little bit on the rusty side. Buriram is certainly no slouch either, but like with the new 3.4 patch changes, anything is possible. And like we said, it could go to another game 3. You know, our voice is a little bit hoarse, but we'll do our best for you guys to try and shoutcast some of the exciting matches up ahead. And Buriram EVOS Esports might be putting up a good fight, so we're going to show you a refresher to refresh your memory on what the current standings are.
Yeah, the standing right now, RRQ 6-1, while Silver's Esports 5 to Buriram United on the third place right now 4-2, while Team Flash, Nimangkasi 4-3, 4-3. EVOS Esports and Echo 2-4, and Sally for versus Esports, no win for them. But if Team Buriram actually loses a game, will it mean they're going to be tiebreaker between 3 teams?
Well, I think no. I think that it just like yeah, there's no tiebreaker because they're just gonna be the first top 5, yeah, head to head. But like now we have a definitive list. Cerberus has been knocked from the 1-1 position that they were in before in a tie with Rex Region Keon. So Rex RRQ now reigns supreme at the top, and Echo Fortius with a very, very, very nice record of being able to leave this particular championship with the record that they beat Cerberus Esports, which is second on the list.
Yeah, so currently right now for Buriram, can they get the 5th win for themselves between them and also for Team EVOS Esports? Buriram versus EVOS, same countrymen, probably they want to fight it off. We have seen when RRQ meet Nigma for the Philippines, so maybe for the Thailand, the aggressiveness will be there towards each other.
Yeah, good. Well, they might know each other's strategies, in fact. They might have been skirmishing a lot, so we might see... Well, we're going to be seeing the roster to see what exactly it is that they're up against and who they'll be fighting for. So I've always thought the shirt was kind of interesting.
The color combination of it.
It's the rainbow in the middle of the darkness, you know. We are the shining light in the middle of the darkness. You can even tell by the names, Code and Feet. Code and Feet. Okay, Code and Feet. Archony, Bank, What the Jess, Noel, big names on the scene. You should have heard of them before. Buriram Esports, one of the stronger teams that has been around since the beginning of, you know, what is Wild Rift.
Yeah, and then we have seen What the Jess play a good role despite everything. His support on Team Buriram definitely helped to negate some of the wins towards Team Buriram United. But what I would like to focus is Golden Feet, a player that likes to play slow, like to play scaling tough of champion, and in addition to play a more late game. And because of he can actually let go of the lane, because Noel and Bank can definitely hold on their own while Golden Feet scales up.
So yeah, that is interesting. But for the current patch though, scaling junglers. Thinking about scaling junglers, Lee Sin is quite popular now. Probably, maybe you're looking at Morgana if we're talking about scaling junglers, but it's been quite difficult to find scaling junglers because without the kills, they don't necessarily scale as much as they do. And here's a little bit of reaction for Buriram Esports versus Team Flash and what they're capable of. Quite the terror here with the dives and getting it out and securing the kill there as the rest of the team comes in, but they go in for another fight which is pretty definitive, with the 17 kill lead versus the 6 that is on Team Flash's side. So
yeah, if I'm not mistaken, this was when Team Flash actually beaten Buriram. If I'm not mistaken, because I've forgotten because of the Alista. But at the same time, Buriram wasn't giving it easy towards Team Flash. They know when to come in, especially when Zed is being played in the mid lane. They've definitely put on a toll towards their enemy. They're getting on the Lux, getting on everyone. Gragas have been taken down, and it was, this was Buriram won with a backdoor.
Oh, okay. That's cool. That I didn't expect it. So having the What the Chess here, on really good KDA for the support. This is the kill participation rate. You should be seeing 77% if you're rounding it up. With the go per minute 623, which I'm sure has probably changed now with the 6.4 patch and the new items, which allow them to collect more gold. And yeah, some pretty solid support stats all around. It's clearly not just the Enchanter Nami as per the old patch. We've seen some match supports with the Crystal Arrows. We're seeing some sets. So going to be a lot more there's a lot more options for him actually if you take the double relic strat, because then he can scale up a lot easier using those 2 shield relics, because now he's not just limited to support type champions.
Yeah. So for Team Burn Esports, I wanted to know how would they actually move towards today's game, especially with what the Jazz. I love how consistent what the Jazz play, even though like for time to again, I see that what the Jazz will actually been kill off yet again, but they still constantly can get into a good team fight. While for Team EVOS Esports, we have Tipper, Valdus, and 6-4, G4 and VVV and supporter. We know Tipper for the WCS MYSG as one of the good shot caller, but within EVOS Esports, it's really hard for Tipper to be more aggressive because his teammates is not the type of team that actually want to play too aggressive. So right now for Tipper himself, I think the communication between Tipper, like Tipper have to understand he have to change his gameplay towards EVOS, especially if he wants the support by his teammates.
Yeah, I do remember Tipper being quite the threat in the WCS series. And I love supporter's name is definitely more on the nose as him being the support. He's a supporter. But yeah, definitely want to see Tipper return to form someday. Remember him tearing up the WCS scene back in the day. Going to be seeing our neck and diving in way too deep here, not necessarily knowing that they had the flash or no flash here. Could be Cerberus diving onto EVOS doing their absolute best here. And yeah, seeing some pretty good outplays, some pretty good team fights coming out from either side.
Yeah, for Team EVOS, they definitely have to put up a fight towards Team Buriram, especially if they want to be a little bit more consistent. Since for Team EVOS between Buriram, let's see on the head-to-head right now for Golden Feet and Valdus. Definitely move towards a Golden Feet with the damage per minute 9,074, while the KP is on Valdus. But the KDA definitely have been hit towards a Golden Feet.
Quite like the stats of both of these, very comparable. Just looking at the specialization, you're seeing some Riven on the Valdus for more of a skirmishy type combination. That's more in tune with his team. Definitely going to be an EVO style there. And Kodenfi definitely getting a lot more on his stats with like the type of carry champions that you see, like Kha'Zix the Assassin, Fiora, the type of scaler that you can really get ahead with. So yeah, it's pretty solid across the board, very comparable stats, and I can't wait to see how they face off when we get into game with EVOS versus Buriram in a bit.
As for Team EVOS, they probably want to prove themselves to be one of the best team, but this is men's they are competing against each other, and both are Team Thailand, so they definitely want to make their fans proud by giving them all today. But will Team EVOS can actually beat Buriram? That is the question of the day, and especially EVOS, they've been in and out, not that consistently towards how their gameplay played. But for those who are watching, for the Thailand people watching, don't forget to actually put on your prediction about today's game between Team EVOS and Buriram.
Yeah, if you feel like there's a team that you support, if you feel like you have a feeling that this team is going to be winning, feel free to throw in your predictions. We certainly did. We kind of threw in our predictions for the last match, but Ecofortius proving pretty much all of us wrong. So very much props to Ecofortius. That was a brilliant game. And I think we can definitely see something out of a hat here. We've all voted for, I believe,
Buriram.
Yeah, we've all voted for Buriram, but I feel like it's definitely not set in stone. Ecofortius has shown us what can be done regardless of it. And 3.4 is an exciting patch where anything can happen. So, EVOS versus Buriram. We all put our hats in for Buriram as the natural pick, but anything is up in the air. Our predictions can always be wrong.
Yeah, right now what I'm thinking, whether team EVOS, what would be the comfort pick or what would they actually do? It might be an Ash ban today, and it might be I think right now for picks and ban, it's more to a support ban.
Support, yeah, the support impact has been huge. The amount of gold that you've been earning. But like the thing is, they don't even put supports in the support roles nowadays. You'll be seeing a lot of like flex picks, a lot of champions which you don't really expect to see in the bot lane. So the entire definition of the support lane has been thrown up in the air, and like I can't wait to see what exactly they're going to be spinning around from this. Maybe see the Nasus, maybe see the Ashe combo, or the Ziggs if we're going to be seeing something that we expect to see. But if we see something off meta, it will be exciting to see as well.
Yeah, Nasus have been taken away, banned out by Team EVOS, and also Ashe. We know the Nasus Ashe combo is deadly, so they don't want to fight between these two champions. For Team EVOS, it might be a River first pick because I seen EVOS actually prioritizing Ivan or Renekton, but for me, EVOS definitely you should prioritize a support. At least on the Dragon lane, they can actually take in, who knows, maybe a Lucian. I wanted to say Lucian, but Lucian have been banned away. Probably a Lux pick.
You have a really good feeling for like what's about to come, but then they get banned. So like, I think there's a really good sixth sense when it comes to picks and ban. You have a real knack for this when it comes to the champion selection screen. But what do you think is going to be the next ban here for you, boss?
Okay, Senna or Karma ban?
Senna or Karma?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, how do you do it?
Okay. First of all, for Lucian, Senna, Karma, there's like the top ban towards Snapdragon series. But Nessus and Ashe are actually the newest ban towards the current patch.
Yeah, specifically for the current patch. They've been ridiculously strong with the amount of CDR. Gonna be the Gwen pickup on Tipper.
Okay.
So yeah, that could be pretty good.
I think Tipper would play
Tipper
Gwen.
would like to play Gwen, but you can definitely see on Valdis as well or G4. Yeah, actually could be a possibility. Kassadin pickup. Ooh boy, Kassadin pickup on a particularly strong team is a nightmare scenario for a lot of teams. EVOS has a lot to have to contend with. I do think Gwen is a good pickup for that because the Kassadin will need to dash forward in order to get into the zone for Gwen. But it always remains to be seen, and how this sort of stacks together is all up in the air.
Yeah, right now what I want to see is for Team EVOS, who would be their dual lane? Considering Raven, Yumi, it might be Yumi Vayne pick. I can't see that happening, or it might be Ziggs picks. Ziggs is also good for Team EVOS.
Yeah, Ziggs pick might be the play here. I do think Yumi has been a lot less useful since they reduced a lot of her the shielding that she got, so she can't pop out anymore as sort of like a makeshift shield to like block attacks. But like Meteor Enchant on the Yumi going like relatively AP or getting a Scythe maybe. I don't think she could go double relic shield comp, so it would be interesting to see how that goes.
And Rakan pick. Kha'Zix ban. They're definitely looking for Team. I think for Team EVOS, it might be Gwen as. It might be a Gwen jungle, but at the same time, it might be a Riven jungle. So the mid lane Zen is still open if they want to play for Team EVOS. They could also play in Siege, but Fiora have been taken out. They know it's probably going to be. I think it's going to be Gwen at the barrel lane, top lane.
Gwen to top lane versus Renekton. I do think that's a good matchup. So that would be interesting. See if Fiora gonna get banned out to Kha'Zix. So Zed. All right, that's a lot of assassins off the table now, and a lot of the popular skirmishers off the table as well.
We haven't seen Olaf being played yet toward the Snapdragon series towards these last 3 weeks. But so what's going to be happen to Team EVOS? The last ban focusing towards Shyvana. So it's focusing towards the jungle. No more Cassie, no more Jace, no more Fiora, and even to Shyvana. Olaf is open towards Team Buriram. But I don't think Olaf will be in play.
Olaf won't. He might not be a priority pick, but it's gonna be very hard to tell unless we see the 2 last picks, because it's gonna be a very CC heavy for Olaf to be consideration. Because right now it's not that CC heavy. It's not like Gwen is ridiculously CC heavy. It's not like the Yuumi out is something that you have to be very, very concerned about. Riven does have disruptive CC, but not long enough for Olaf to be problem. Oh, and suddenly, Olaf could be a possibility.
Okay, a Morgana pick. It might be a Morgana Yuumi.
Morgana dope.
I don't think it was be playing.
I was thinking that would be a really interesting pick. Like, then I would have gone the Alistar support, to be honest. So, Morgana jungle, Yuumi bot lane together with Camille. Oh my gosh! How do you do it?
It's literally Olaf pick. Okay.
Yeah.
I haven't seen Olaf being played for quite some time, so I wasn't sure. I was just eyeballing it right now.
So, wait, it's a Morgana Yuumi bot.
So
Olaf jungle.
Olaf jungle. So the mid laner will it be Gwen or will it be Riven on the mid lane? Or
I think it's Riven mid lane.
Riven mid lane.
But no, if they're targeting Kassadin goes mid, they might go for Gwen mid.
Okay, what's a better option towards Kassadin mid lane?
It's hard to say. Riven, the thing is Riven can't keep him in place long enough to like destroy him, but she does a lot of damage.
Okay, is Kassadin side? Kassadin is on the dragon lane.
Kassadin's top.
Yeah, Kassadin is top. Or Renekton in the mid.
So it is gonna be they could swap out, like depending on whether or not they prefer the Kassadin to go against the Riven or the Gwen.
Okay. Will Olaf be in the mid lane?
Yes.
Okay.
I guess that's good for when Renekton does the stun. I like this. We said that we get some interesting comps, so we're seeing it firsthand. I absolutely am on board for this. 100%. This is fantastic.
Okay. In terms of the usage of the champion, I think it's fair enough for both the team, but the laning of each champion, a mid lane Olaf, and then a Kassadin on the barrel lane is not something I watch in professional scene before, especially now looking at this is the last game before their finals at Thailand. So
yeah. No, we have to throw out all our preconceptions. We've seen so many things.
Everything's out the window right now.
Everything's out the window. We are building the Lego blocks from scratch. You can't even remember. And like that's why this has been the most interesting day of games I've had in a long time. So can't wait to see how any of this plays out.
Yeah, right now I think for Team EVOS, they definitely want to win. They want to show the consistency how they played. But like I said, both of them are Team Thailand, and we know how strong Team Buriram could actually be. But because of the composition and the laning of both team, I don't know who's have the better comps right now.
All right, so gonna be game 1, EVOS versus Buriram Esports.
So is Olaf in the mid lane?
Yeah, Olaf.
Oh my god.
Interesting. I quite like it. I think it's pretty cool. I also like it versus Renekton because Olaf versus Renekton is something that happens on PC. You do see it a lot in the top lane, but yeah, you don't really see a lot in Wild Rift. So this is nice. I like this.
Yeah, and the fact they put Kassadin on top lane to fight off Raven, it's something unheard of that I haven't seen that at all. And look how aggressive EVOS warding in towards Team Buriram. It's a nice start for Team EVOS. For the bottom lane for Team Buriram, they have to be a little bit more careful, especially with the Morgana Yumi combo.
Okay, I will tell you something that Riven's level 1, level 2, level 3, and level 4 really, really good against Kassadin. Just because Kassadin has no dash. Once he gets his dash, then it's a lot more even. But like, early game Riven is so much stronger than early game Kassadin.
I think right now for Team Buriram, it's either they focusing on controlling mid lane or top lane, considering it's hard for Team EVOS, especially with Olaf in the mid lane. So they probably wanted to control mid lane while EVOS controlling on the Baron lane.
Oh no, gonna be going into deep there. G4 gonna get taken out by rarely anything. Here's the zone, here's the turret, but is it gonna be another? Nope, it's just what the Jess coming by to say, hey, what's up? And wow, Valda's surprisingly sticking around to try and get that Scuttle Crab, despite the fact that it's really dangerous.
Yeah, right now for Team EVOS, what are their plan towards Team Buriram? Buriram focusing on having the jungle while dominating on the river lane. I think for Team Buriram, I love how I think very unorthodox on how their gameplay would be, especially with Varus and Varus Rakan combo with Lee Sin as the jungle. Compared to EVOS, very synergy where we can see that combo being played. But right now on the mid lane, like I said, Team Buriram probably want to focus on the mid lane. They wanted to control the mid lane easily because it's not easy for Olaf to fight off Renekton in the mid lane.
Yeah, once he got the Phage, well, Riven getting that early level 5 because of the pushing and keeping Kassadin out of the lane. Actually, no, she about the same, but deciding to use it to try and get out to Kassadin getting away. But you know, once the Renekton got the Phage early, then it was pretty much lane dominance over Olaf. It's going to be very difficult for him to contend unless he gets some extra gold as well. He could have traded back before he got the Phage by immediately using his true damage ability, his E attack, his third skill. But with the Phage, then yeah, Renekton wins the trade, so it's very difficult.
Yumi putting on a hit, but sadly doesn't connects to Team Buriram. It's still an off and on fight between EVOS and Team Buriram. Buriram focusing to have their jungle currently. I think for Team Buriram, they know what they are doing. And for the top lane, it's more definitely for Team Buriram, they are only considering to control or hold off EVOS on the top lane while they try to control mid and bottom lane. It might happen where, okay, Buriram on the top lane, Kassadin, your job is mainly to just safeguard the turret.
Just keep it alive until we get things going, especially with Kassadin. Wait, he doesn't have a Gragas to protect him like we saw in the other game. But yeah, it doesn't look like he's doing too bad for himself. He's not getting disturbed by the Riven. He's playing very, very cautiously, so he doesn't really have to worry about it until he scales up. I think should be the case for that. Oh, Yumi did go Relic Shield, so I was wrong. I thought we were going to sight for sure. Here we go down there. Going to be catching out the Olaf, going to using his Ragnarok, try to get away, but that's not going to be enough. You're not too close, not too far. And now going to be Gwen to try and make things equalize, get the zone to try and get things around, but the quickness comes out. They're going to have to try and do something about it. Varus trying to get him with the Blighted Arrow, and now that's going to be a spawn up for Dragon, but they're already on it. It's going to be taking it too close without EVOS being able to do anything about it, because a lot of them just came up. A lot of them are too far away from the Dragon. There's not much they can do, but gonna go in with the Sonic Wave. Didn't expect them to go in quite as fast as they did. Here go the Yumi ultimate, gonna get it away. They're just gonna back off despite the fact they get basically lost bank there. And that's just one death for one dragon, perfectly acceptable, especially for the Infernal Drake, which is what they wanted in the first place.
Oh yeah, Buriram definitely controls the map currently, but for Team EVOS, they're probably thinking what should they do for in terms of EVOS. I think by team fight, it's really hard for them to do it without Morgana. Like, who could actually compete in with their frontliner? Will it be Riven or will it be Olaf? At the same time, Olaf definitely have the damage. So will it be like no defendance movement, no armor, and most likely that Team EVOS is focusing on damage, just to hold off Buriram? It might happen because. Right, looking at the comps right now, I can't see Yumi or even Olaf being in the front liner for Team EVOS.
Yeah, they don't have good initiation, they don't have good front lining, so they will have to do a lot more re-engage. The only good initiation they have is the Yumi out, but the Yumi out and the Morgana Dark Binding, but it's not guaranteed, it's very hard to hit, and like it really depends on what you'll be able to do, because if you don't land the Dark Binding, then what's the point?
Yeah, so right now on the Herald, it might be hit by Team Buriram. Will Team EVOS stop them on their feet? Looks like Buriram is still waiting for Team EVOS. It might be a bit being done by Team Buriram. Looks like, and Buriram is actually stopping towards the Herald right now.
Man, the power of the Relic Shield that Yumi can get that early Ludens for the amount of damage that she's doing right now is pretty ridiculous. The double Relic Shield comp. It looks like EVO's going to be making their move here while so much going on there. Valdez was trying to get the top tier 1 turret, and it looks like she's... Wait, no, it's going to be Tipper, sorry, he's trying to get the tier 1 turret. They're trying to get the Rift in the meanwhile, but the rest of the team is already onto their chicks. Going to get it. Gonna slay the Rift Herald. It's not gonna get away from Buriram, but at what cost? Losing 2 people versus 1. Maybe it's not quite just out just yet, but no, that's another for them. And it's gonna be 4 pickup, and that's completely unworth it now for what they wanted to get on a Rift Herald. They won't even be able to get the plates because it's 50 seconds past plate time. Won't be able to get enough gold. They're gonna have to settle for using on a tier 1 or a tier 2 turret if they can, but I don't see them being able to use it on a tier 2 turret anytime soon.
So right now for Team EVOS, they have to be a little bit more careful, especially Buriram competing very hard on Team EVOS. And looking at the instant replay just now, where they actually focusing a team fight 1 by 1, Listen took a Riven, and the Herald beating by Team Buriram was actually the game changer. Just like, yes, it was towards Team EVOS, but it's still a win for Team Buriram considering how much kill they got. And the gold difference is still key towards Team Buriram. Buriram have a better advantage right now coming in. Yumi can't do anything. Look at the damage. Guan have been taken down, but Olaf, we know how strong Olaf is, and finally shutting down towards the jungle to Team Buriram.
Yeah, I don't know if you noticed just now, but during the team fight at the Rift Herald, Yumi angled her out downwards, and in order to try and get them, you saw Valdez move into the Rift Pit to try and hit some of them. But then that severely put her out of position. Yeah, because she had to move upwards to try and get them in the ulti. And so they just surrounded her in the Rift Pit and they killed her. So, like, there's these little mistakes are what is ending costing EVO. It's just little things that can build up into a huge sort of thing.
Yeah, so for now, I still thinking what can EVOS do. I think it's a slow pace for both the team. And I understand why they wanted to wait up for their goal for economy to actually increases. But currently, I'm still thinking what can Team EVOS do. Mid lane is in a little bit more trouble. They almost saw each other. Hera is finally being taken to the top lane. It might be a 1 tier for Team EVOS. Looks like, yep, it's going to be 1 tier for Team EVOS. Sadly, casting a little bit too late.
Looks like Tipper trying to draw attention away from the Dragon by trying to get that tier 1 turret, hoping that they wouldn't respawn in time, but already sent Null up there. and they didn't have enough control with the Dragon, so Dragon looks like going to be taken away. They didn't put any vision, they didn't have themselves going deep enough. They tried to get some pressure down onto the tier 1 turret in mid lane. Gonna be them trying to get Archony. Archony gets caught out trying to get that tier 1 turret. He does get that Dragon tier 1 turret, but at what cost now? They've lost one person, and it's going to be very difficult for them to get in the Dragon because they've lost like a pretty key member in terms of initiation.
Oh, no.
But it seems like it doesn't matter. Yumi gonna get the outdown.
Oh,
Gonna
Yumi.
get so much CC here comes in, and Tipper's gonna try to get in as deep in as he possibly can, but it's not gonna be quite enough. Just yet they're trying to follow in here. Gonna get the Dragon, gonna get out cleanly, and EVOS finally getting a much deserved break, but it looks like they're not done just
Oh,
yet. Sonic
no.
Wave to try to catch it. Sun before he manages to get in there. Yumi doing so much damage with just a small little arrow coming out from her at any point in time, and that's a small victory, but a victory nonetheless for EVOS, who are now surpassed them in terms of gold.
So right now for Team EVA, they have to play slowly casting, have to be a little bit more careful whenever Gwen is moving around. 10 seconds towards the second herald, and I think for Team Buram, they can't be too aggressive. They have to watch over what's happening. Olaf moving on the bottom lane all alone. It's a gamble right now, and the heralds have been popped in. It might be taken by Team EVOS and Team Buram. Looks like both the teams are focusing towards the herald. This is an important herald towards both of them. And seeing how Gwen is trying to move in with Yumi, I think it's a smart choice that they are doing.
I don't know if you saw it just now with Archany stopping the recall on G4, but that was pretty big. It means he didn't manage to get into position, but it looks like he still managed to get in time because the Rift has managed to be pressured away from it. Tipper is going to try to do his best to try and keep the minion wave pushed up so that they have more pressure. Mid lane is sort of losing out for EVOS Esports. They're going to have to play this a little bit more carefully, and Vera's going to try and hit them from a distance with his blighted arrows.
Yeah, Hera have been reset yet again by both of their team. Look how Gwen is not even penetrable because of Yumi. And now Team EVOS is going to take this chance to start out on the Hera, but they have to be a little bit more careful. Comes in with a Yumi ulti. Not enough, not hitting towards anyone. Morgana have been taken down, come in from behind. Look how dominating with Varus on the Buridam side. They are going to feed in a team fight. But sadly, Yumi actually defends towards them, but it's really hard for EVOS to defend this. Bruda took out a tier 1 in the mid lane, they took out a tier 2. Herald will be competed, but I think for Timuran they wanted the Dragon.
The Herald didn't even get taken. It disappeared because Baron was about to spawn. So EVOS giving up two kills and also a mid tier 1 turret for absolutely no reason, because the timing was completely off there, and that could be a very bad mistake for them moving forward. Buriram is going to use this opportunity to be able to get back, and the mid pressure is not going to be fun for them because there's going to be a lot more objectives to take as Dragon comes up, and Baron becomes a sort of like something that they put on the table.
So yeah, right now for Team EVOS, they finally took one track from Team EVOS, but at I think it's a nil because Team Brutal is doing the same thing. So 2 versus 3 objective. Currently, and the top and bottom lane is being highly pressured by Team Brutal. But looks like they wanted to 1v1 again. Not enough. Yumi yet again doesn't hit towards anyone for Team Brutal. I love how Brutal actually kite away EVOS to waste their ultimates.
Yeah, it's the adventures of the best friends Valdez and Supporter on the Yumi stack to try and get something out with Gwen. I do like the idea here because of the slow and the ulti, but it's very tough and you can't start up with the ulti. If you start up with the ulti, the chances of you hitting it is very low, especially if they have all their dashes, their flashes, then there's not really much point. You give a lot of opportunity for Buriram to take more initiative on the sides, push up the waves, and you also kind of like give up a lot of the skills that you could use to stop and engage. So if you're gonna use it, better be a lot closer. Make sure you have flash, or maybe hide in the bush until you're close enough to be able to get them by surprise.
Yeah, looking how Team Evos is playing around, I think for Team Burra, they know who to pick it off, pick one by one, so that they can actually control the objective, especially on the mid lane. If considering mid lane is actually towards Team Burra compared to Evos, that's why it was a high gamble, high pressure in the mid lane comparing to others lane. And by looking also towards the itemization by both of the team, we've seen how Buriram slowly stacking up their damage, scaling in level, and this might be a dragon who will be started by Team Buriram. Will it be noticed by Team Evos? Yes, but can Evos compete the dragon right now?
Gonna be the red buff taken away and prep for the battle that's inevitably gonna happen. Looks like Gwen is close by. Potentially good get grand entrance, but things don't look very good for them. Their engage is gonna have to be swift, gonna have to be fast. Here comes the closer. No, Dragon's gonna get taken real soon. They're gonna have to go in right now. Gwen's gonna come in with the Uni ulti. Not quite the angle they're looking for. Again, towards the Dragon, could be stealing it away out of her. Yumi using her skills to try and get it. Here go, all of them getting in. G4 getting taken out early. That was a lot of damage output, but it doesn't matter. We have Tipper. Tipper's really low though, not enough to follow things up. And there's GA already on Lee Sin, not enough to pull things together. And they're already here to come back and get them. But Vada's gets taken out as well. Now that's Tipper. And at what cost for the ace on a Dragon that could potentially have lost them the game now on a 30-second timer, and that's probably going to be the first game for Buriram Esports.
Yep, it's a highway for Team Burra, especially no one is available to defend on Team Evos. It's a win for Team Burra right now. Looks like Team Evos, they are back at the drawing board with the composition that they have done. Like I said, it was really hard towards how their composition, especially with no frontliner for themselves.
Yeah, it's the team around was based entirely on whether the engagement would work, and their engagement was based upon the Yumi, based upon Valdez on the Gwen, and at that point it was very, very difficult for them to be able to make it in a way that sort of made an impact. And you saw the Yumi, you can see the Yumi out being put on the Dragon to keep them off the Dragon so they could steal it. But at that point, you gave up all the CC and the initiation that would come from using the outs that way. So in order to secure the Dragon. So you secured the Dragon, but now you don't have any initiation for the team fight itself, and the rest of your team just gets mopped up by the Kassadin and the combination of all of them working together to get to your backline. Like this one. Look at the ulti. Gonna be trying to get in there, but like they had to back away. The Gwen had to back away because he was being attacked, and now the Yumi out doesn't manage to proc anything, and that's an entire initiation gone. And this is that last fight by Dragon. See, putting the ulti on the Dragon so that they can't secure it, so they do secure it using the Yumi, but at what cost? The rest of the backline is gonna go to them, and now they're getting cleaned up, and they don't have any initiation, barely any CC because it's all been used up. They do manage to get one golden feed, but he's got a GA. It's already over by that point.
Yeah, for Team Evos, they probably, I think the composition played a role. Their comms was not manageable in terms of team fight, because even though there's Yumi, like I said, even though there's Yumi and Olaf, it's not easy for them to negate any defensive move towards Team Burra. And the stats currently, wow, golden feed 716 by the MVP.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of like Lee Sin's making it up there recently, and I love to see it because Lee Sin's one of my favorite junglers. But yeah, the Gwen has been suffering a bit. We're seeing a lot of Gwen picks, a lot of Gwen priority, but she has not been able to make her mark this in the same way. She's so squishy. She can get in there, but she needs a dedicated initiator. And I don't think like Morgana is it. I don't think Yumi is it, because
I think if they pick on Alista or even a Galio pick, it's much more better compared to a Yumi Morgana combo. Because G4 was playing Olaf, it's really hard for G4 to protect himself or to do a 1v1, considering there's no one to actually built up a defense for Team EVOS.
Yeah, indeed. And like using Olaf to sort of overcome the stone wall and all the CC is secondary to getting to their backline, but your backline is suffering and you don't have enough like HP to overcome it. You don't have really have enough initiation or CC to sort of stop things in their tracks. And once Noel got off the ground, once like Varus is very good at just kind of shooting you from an arrow, he doesn't even need to go in. You only needed like a few people to go in, Lee Sin, Renekton, and the Kassadin, and that's it. Your backline was melted and there's nothing you could do.
Yeah, it was soft like butter for Team Buriram, especially Team EVOS. They wanted to play around the composition, but at the same time, they have to take account what Team Buriram was playing. There was Kassadin, there was also, if I'm not mistaken, they bring in Asena also. So it's really hard for Team EVOS to do anything. And with Ash on their side, this is definitely a better pick for Team Buriram.
Yeah, it's a lot easier. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you now. Maybe a bit of a stonewall might have been able to say that, but the gold swing is pretty definitive. It wasn't a complete wash, but there was a lot. All those skirmishes, every single team fight ended in what we saw was a very large skew towards Buriram Esports. They played this very well. The micro is very good. So, you know, as usual, let's talk about the Snapdragon Elite Pro Series, the only processor that's going to give you maximum performance for your phone when you play Wild Rift. Honestly, go with the phone with Snapdragon. You won't regret it because you get the best performance per buck. And remember to keep some cans of like Monster next to you because you can unleash the beast, and that's going to be your ticket to playing some better games, getting that Taurian in you, getting the energy and the focus that you need to play your games really well.
Yeah, and if you want to know more about Snapdragon Pro Series, come towards our Discord.gg Snapdragon Pro Series, where we uploaded latest schedule, the latest update, and even if you want new friends for all around Southeast Asia, come join us on our Discord and wait for our second match, which is Team EVOS versus Team Buriram. Buriram with 1 point. It might be a second point for Team Buriram. Looking how Team EVOS risking it on their gameplay. So what's going to happen on game number 2? We'll see you after this break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
They don't want it with me. You got a problem with me? Love, you don't want it with me. Man, you won't ever stop me. Who y'all really got a problem with? Who y'all really trying to solve it with? Who don't really like the sound of this? Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down where you best step. Better check that with a fresh map. Get lost now with no extract. Like, look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see me eating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Say y'all collapse, now scoop first where your homies at. Come my team with me right now. My team so mean right now. But what you mean y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Nah, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone. Man, cause now you alone. Love. in my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me.
Welcome back to Snapdragon Pro Series with me, Fira, and also Pondo. And I think it might be the last game. Who knows? It's between Buriram and also EVOS, two team Thailand fighting it off currently. And despite everything, Buriram actually compete quite well with EVOS, and I love how they actually took an initiative of putting Cassidy wherever they want.
Oh my, yeah.
We have seen
yeah.
Cassidy on the dual lane, and now Cassidy is on the battle lane.
There are Cassidins in the mid lane. There's Olafs in the mid lane. there's a freaking. They're everywhere. We have so many champions which we don't expect to see in one lane going to a completely different place. Thanks to the shield meta, the relic shield meta. So excited to see what happens next. We do think that EVOS did lose in the draft.
Yeah, I do think so.
Yeah, so maybe we'll see a comeback from EVOS as they pick some better champions, some particularly better comps. But I guess we'll have to see as we go into the pick and bans. But for now, we're going to look at the stats. Wow, that is a very impressive 92% kill participation.
Yeah, while gold per minute is 800 and the damage per minute is 900. I think for Golden Feet, I didn't see a lot of Dragon Reach.
Yeah, we were seeing a lot of skirmishes, a lot of Sonic Waves. Yeah.
Yeah,
I guess that
Sonic
explains why like his DPM is a little bit less than the usual. I think he was setting things up for his team or securing kills where like they were getting away. I think that was what he was doing.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. And despite everything, Team Burn United actually give a lot of chance for them to do a team fight. And this is the picks and ban for Buriram and also EVOS. For me personally, in terms of the comps just now, I would definitely say EVOS was too ambitious to putting on Olaf on the mid game. I could okay, they probably say Olaf probably can be like Cassidy, but Cassidy can go all lanes. But at the same time, you have to understand the composition that Burda is bringing in before you pick Olaf in the mid lane.
Yeah, but I feel like anything that would have had more solid, like engages initiation, like you said, like they didn't have a very good solid frontliner or like a way to get in. And like for any other team, like it's okay to have enchanters, it's okay to have a full enchanter team, it's okay to have like a very ADC heavy team, especially in previous patches. But like for their team in particular, I think they needed an initiator. It would have like helped them a lot.
Okay, for now, looking at how Ash been banned away, Jace, Lucian, and Nessus, it might for me, Team EVOS, it's not like they can't play Olaf, but if they want to take Olaf, I think they need a more, I don't know, maybe it's something much more sustainability for Team EVOS. Who knows? Maybe I want to say get it in mid lane, but at the same time,
I would okay. Like the thing is, they don't need to force to make the Olaf work because in a lot of situation he would work, but that's not a situation he would work in. And the thing is, like there are very strong champions, very strong comps that would work a lot better. And trying to make the Olaf work would mean getting a lot of like champs, which is not necessarily going to be the best pick. So I do think that Olaf is viable. I just don't think that they should force him to work if they can't get him to work.
The Karma is being in play. There's also a chance for Senna, but Gwen?
Ooh. Have we seen any Gwens win yet?
No.
Yeah.
So like, it's like when we say Nas is 100% win rate,
And Gwen is the opposite.
also-
She's 0% win rate. Yeah, even for the Persis matchup, which we didn't think would be a thing, but yeah, that was a 0% win rate. Okay, that's very interesting. Gonna see if like Buriram can turn the statistic around. But yeah, gonna be depending on what EVOS goes for their next pick. It's gonna be very important that they win the draft this time because like they do have the chops. They just need to have more strategy when it comes to their champion selections.
The Fiora is wide open, but Siege is in play. It might be a Siege mid or Siege on a barrel lane. Oh, Darius? I haven't seen Darius for quite a while.
Yeah.
I prefer if they took on Siege.
Yeah, I don't think Darius would be the pick though. Like it would usually be set if they were looking for a stronger Darius like alternative. Ooh, okay, we're going with the Kazakhs, Riven with the Karma, so going to be a lot of pulling, and that is going to be the set on Buriram's side, which is not a bad pick. Not a bad pick.
I think it's going to be a set support.
Set support.
Set support.
Well, you've never steered me wrong before, Fyra. Like your guesses seem to be spot on when it comes to pick and bans. So yeah, let's say set support. I would be really interested in a set support.
I think Jimura might take in Lux or
Could be Lux, maybe Ziggs.
yeah, Ziggs and Sex combo.
Did you say sex?
I said combo.
Okay, yeah.
Sex combo would be a better pick, especially if they were fighting on Karma.
Yeah, that it would be okay. Yeah, actually, that would be not bad. If you get into the set with the Karma and the Ziggs, it's harassment city, and they're not gonna have a good time. So I can see that happening.
Oh, but and Akali ban.
Ban, yeah. It would be bad for their comp, I think. So I guess it does make sense.
Garen have been take out, but so right now Team Buriram is still looking for their Baron lane. It might be
Could be Fiora.
It could be Fiora on a Baron lane.
Yeah, so it could either be Gwen in the Baron lane and then Fiora in the jungle, or it could be, Fiora in the Baron lane and Gwen in the jungle.
Shyvana is still wide open for Team Buriram. For EVOS,
Oh, Akshan! Oh, my boy Akshan! I have not seen it. Oh no, I'm so sad. But yeah, it could be Diana. Diana could be a pretty good pick, but I don't think Diana's been a big pick as well. We've seen her once with the
one
Moonfall.
twice, yeah, only one twice with Diana.
Could be the Senna.
Senna set.
Senna would be a better pick because, like, yeah, then their support lane, the Dragon lane would not be as horrible, not as bully heavy if they decide to go with the Ziggs Karma bot.
Okay, for now, currently, I'm still thinking for Team Gragas Karma.
Gragas Karma. The Cassidy Karma. No, sorry, the Cassidy.
Having bad way,
yeah. Ah, okay. Gragas support into the Senna set. No, like maybe set doesn't go to. He might be going mid lane. Because like that matchup looks like it would be a little bit fishy. Camille, Fizz, probably not Fizz. Jax. Oh.
Okay, Jax.
Jax would be good for both Gwen or Fiora, so that would be a pretty good pick actually. Interesting.
Okay, Jax on. I think it's going to be Jax on the battle lane. River might be the jungler. Oh no,
Yeah. So Jax
mid
Baron,
lane.
Kha'Zix jungle, Riven mid lane, and then Karma Gragas spot.
Oh, yeah, I have to agree with that. And they still take on Diana.
Yeah, Diana. Well, okay.
But I actually
okay.
like Diana whenever Set is around because of the combo.
Yeah. It's very nice. Especially if Set manages to get the ulti into the enemy team for some damage props, and then you stack them all together. Diana goes in for the Moonfall together at the same time. So Diana mid lane.
Showstopper, Moonfall.
Yeah, I was right. Riven the mid lane. Riven the mid lane. Karma Gragas bot. Set Senna bot as well. Okay, that's interesting. Gwen jungle, Fiora top. Okay, yeah. That's very...
I think for this composition, it's better for Team EVOS compared to game number 1.
It's a lot better, yeah. But, yeah, Buriram's no slouch either, so this is going to boil down to good micro or good macro, like you said.
Okay, I think for Team EVOS currently, I wanted to see... Will they be focusing on early game, or will they be focusing on actually take up late game to stack out towards Kha'Zix? At the same time, if they could actually play how Echo played when they were using Gragas, which is isolating a player for them to actually win the matchup.
Well, I think it will be the same. So, like, from what we've seen in the current meta, it seems that the strategy is top. The middle lane invades into Krugs to try and like catch the jungler during his like shift, because now junglers prefer to apparently start that, and then gonna be a shift into mid lane. The jungler will come and support the mid lane, push up the minions or clear the minions if the minions are pushed up. Then there's a rotation from Dragon lane into mid lane if there's a chance for turret plates before the Rift and the Dragon spawn. And depending on whether or not they get the minion priority or like they get a good push going, then 1 to Rift, and then if they do it like Cerberus Esports, Cerberus is 3 to Dragon, while 1 is taking Rift, and then yeah, it depends.
I think for Team Buriram right now, for Team Buriram, I definitely wanted to see will they be more aggressive compared to game number 1? Because game number 1, I think it was a slower pace for Team Buriram United. We know how early game is what Buriram love to do, but on the first match they didn't do it towards Team EVOS. While Team EVOS, within the new composition, I'm hoping they could actually rotate a lot better compared to game number 1, and including how they're farming, because they were left behind around 2 to 3k before Buriram pick up the pace and finally shutting down EVOS on the late game.
Yeah, it was kind of a slow advantage take, but like it was basically them winning objectives and getting some slight advantages.
Yeah, and definitely for Team Buriram, what I love about them is they definitely think it through towards their how the composition work out, and this is it.
What is this? What is the start? Who looks in the brush like that? It goes. Oh my gosh, the Counter Strike. That is
I'm
so bizarre.
confused.
Wait, so it's Jax Dragon lane now? Okay. I guess the Counter Strike to deal with the set. Oh, so Tipper is in Dragon. Okay, this patch is all sorts of confusing for me.
Yeah. At the same time, they actually understand that how it works, where they switch up the lane for both of the team, not alone. So I think Team EVOS definitely are on par with Team Buriram, but they can't make any minor mistake if they want to take 1 point from Buriram. And currently for Team Buriram, they probably going to play in the mid game, a little skirmish on the top lane, but I think that skirmish won't do anything significant because of Senna.
That is true. Gonna be seeing more of a lot easier for G4 to deal with in the mid lane versus the Diana, because Diana needs to be walking out there to get those minions. She can't be using Moonfall to get every minion. But yeah, just easier for a general. And there you go. There's the mid thing where they go get the minions.
Oh no.
Jungle coming up for that, and that's gonna be secure there on Eva's side.
Oh, but at the back, Gam instead also took out Kasid, and it's I think it's for the battle. It's won by Buriram because they took down a jungler.
Yeah, but the minions gonna get pushed up into their turrets, so like they're losing an entire wave. So that they do lose a lot of gold in that, but yeah, I think the current meta is that all the teams want mid supremacy now. So they all rush mid, and whoever wins the mid push tends to win the game, which seems to be how it's trending right now.
Yeah, I have to agree with you, Pondo, and especially Team Buriram, they wanted to take control on the mid game like game number 1, but currently I'm still thinking Evos, what can they do? Looks like Kasi is at the back. They have to be a little bit more careful.
Just Raven things, but miscalculated the damage. Just one more hit would have done it, but also would have killed him under the turret. So very unfortunate for G4, but that's a very good read. I really like how he knew that he had enough damage to be able to deal with the Diana. Looks like Diana's going to be losing in mid-pyro again, and then another entire wave going to be going underneath the turret.
Yeah, right now Team Evo's focusing on their lane, also taking out the farms by Team Buriram. I think for Team Buriram, they might play it's a little bit more passive compared to how Evos needs to be, especially right now. I think this is the first time I see people focusing on the Baron lane, especially with a Karma support. So it's quite interesting, but now Karma is back on the bottom lane.
I don't know what's going on. But yeah, that's the Dragon lane. It seems that they've made some sort of tacit agreement to bring two people to the top, because they both went to the top to fight it out, tried to catch each other off guard. And now looks like G4 is a little too deep in there to try and deal with the Diana, and he's going to get taken out for free by Buriram, who's going to say goodbye at 90 Nights. But they're barely ahead right now. It's still only a 200 gold difference, but they do have mid-prior right now. And Dragon and Rift Herald come out in 1 minute.
Yep, right now for Buriram, they probably want to take on the bottom lane. A little bit late for Senna. But it might happen right now. They only have to push it in. It might come into play. A stun or flash has to be hit, but Senna was a nice hit. One more hit with flash have been wide open, but no! Karma actually took on Fiora. Sadly, it's an outplay by Team Evos.
That was did not respect the Jax. The Jax with the jump back up and the jump back up and the second skill. You have to respect the amount of damage that can come at you suddenly and out of nowhere. If you're like, it seems that Noah is to have forgotten about that, but did a really good job putting up the counter right before the counter strike from Jax ended. The repulse, sorry. I don't know why I keep calling it counter. Using the Fiora's repulse to try and counter the stun that came out from counter strike, and almost nearly did so, forcing Jax to flash away. But like going back in when clearly there was a lot of damage to be given away, it's very dangerous. Evos going to be going for that Rift Herald first. It looks like some of them be making their moves towards Dragon to get it in exchange for the Rift Herald, because I guess that they feel like they can give up that early play target.
Yeah, right now for Team Buriram, they're going to take on the Dragon, but looks like Herald is being called upon. They want to slow down. Team Buriram comes into it right now. Evos took on a hit, but at the back, Explosive cuts right directly towards Buriram. Buriram is in a lot of trouble. The HP is quite low, but comes in from the back, led by Kasi. Dominic took out a kill. Another person had been taken down by Moonfall. Double kill by Diana. Actually, and I think it was stunted by Evos, but yet again, Buriram, they are so aggressive. They can actually won the team fight.
That was actually a very good, equitable team fight. They both traded out some very good trades, both sides. You can really tell in the gold difference. Still only a 700 gold lead, gold differential between Evos and Buriram. But Dragon get taken away by Buriram there, and the flash given away by Riven, who tried to flash in to try and get the Dragon. But the Rift Herald taking a lot of that plate gold, but it didn't seem to be able to catch EVOS up to Buriram, who still goes ahead.
On the mid lane, they have to be a little bit more careful. It's too bad. I think for Team EVOS, they actually put out the Herald too fast. If they wait a little bit while Buriram was focusing on defending themselves, it might be a good way for Team EVOS to get the mid lane. Mid lane haven't been shut down by Team EVOS just yet. But looking how Buriram is coming back on the mid lane, but on the bottom lane, Flash have to be wide open. Ziggs coming in. Looks like they have to move away. Fiora is still safe a while in the mid lane. An aggression have been made towards Team EVOS. Buriram, they probably going to be on the bottom lane. A certain beat might happen, but they don't want to lose as the mid lane. No tier, don't want tier 1 to have been fallen just yet. So right now it's either mid or bottom for Buriram.
Guess the Buriram were making their way towards the bot lane to try and save Noel. Did notice that the Sweeper caught 2 wards, not enough to be able to clear them both, so deciding that since EVOS knew they were coming, decided to back away and then just clear up the waves to make sure that it wouldn't be pushing up towards the mid turret while they were gone, recalled, and now pushing back towards the mid turret. And all is right with the world again.
Yeah, so for now, I was still thinking what it was trying to do. I did going to force a team fight in the mid lane, considering look at the tier 1 turret. It's 2 more hits, but on the bottom lane they have to be a little bit more careful. For Team Buriram, looks like they are calling each other. A team fight might be an outbreak right now. Thankfully they can walk away, but the damage being taken by Team EVOS is so big. Buriram have to walk backward. They have to defend themselves while Black Mist is come in play. Senna at the back. Looks like it's a good call by Team Buriram. Monfort in the air. Double kill by Diana. And Rampage mid lane is in trouble. Triple kill. Aquada might be taken in, but thankfully tier 2 turret was there to help on EVOS, but tier 1 is in a lot of trouble.
That was a brilliant execution. Some really good pincer attacks coming from Buriram. They did decisively, they did it quick. It looks like EVOS wasn't necessarily on the up and up when it comes to what that was. And now with the mid-tier 1 turret down, a lot more minions pushing up. The recall is going to happen, but it looks like that's not going to be the greatest of ideas. They're trying to disrupt the recall because Rift Herald's coming up. And now EVOS is going to be able to take it for free because the recall, all the members had to recall due to the amount of damage that they took in the last team fight, and that's going to be a free Rift Herald for EVOS.
So I think for Team EVOS right now, the Herald is still towards Team EVOS. So I think it's a good trade for Team Buriram and also EVOS. EVOS is not actually backing down in terms of their gold defenses. The Herald will be on the top lane, but on the bottom, Flash have been wide open, have to back away. Black Mist coming in, Gragas, Esposicas just to move away from Team Buriram. On the top lane is a free turret for Team EVOS.
EVOS still not out of the woods, not out of the game just yet. There's going to be another Dragon coming on 30 seconds. It's going to be more of the Buriram side. They have to make sure that the minion waves are pushing up towards the mid lane, but it looks like the ward control from EVOS has been absolutely stunning. So many wards over. Had to clear 2 of them already from site alone, pushing it back. And it looks like 2 recalls, so maybe Buriram can make something out of this, but they have no idea that the recalls are coming out, so they have no idea that they're outnumbering this middle team by 2.
So yeah, for right now for Team EVOS, looks like they had defending themselves, but out of the mid lane, oh no, Senna! Showstopper Haybreaker might be in play, but Esposika coming in at the back. Senna saving on the day. Look at the Meteor bombarding on the mid lane. A little bit more careful. Buriram is in trouble. They want people that have been taken out. Looks like Diana have been shut down finally. And yet again, Senna have been taken down. EVOS are in play. Finally, Gwen's come in a little bit too late, but Senna one hit was casted. They are losing 2v3, and it's an outplay by Team EVOS, but considering on the goal differences, is still a good way for Buriram to stay close to EVOS.
We're getting a lot of their money back with Gwen coming in to clean up like 2 of the members to make sure that they don't completely lose out in that last encounter, because the staggered team fight that was pulling out EVOS a lot more decisive with what they were trying to push out in that team fight. But it doesn't. Buriram's not out of it just yet. Dragon's been reset. Everyone's recalled. Too much damage is given, and now gonna get caught out on Supporter. Supporter gets pulled in, ready to set. Gonna be throwing over the ultimate, and he's so low. But he managed to get away with the flash because he got pushed away with the Supporter roll. But the rest of the team is not out of the woods just yet. Here comes the Jax. Here comes the Dawning Shadow. Here comes the explosive cast, and the rest of them are trying to go in. The back line. Gwen using his out to try and get it, and the Moonfall coming out from Diana. That's gonna be a free Dragon for them, and that's gonna be Inferno Drake, which is perfect for Buriram's state of mind right about now. And it looks like they're still not done yet. They know that 2 people are enough to take that Dragon. They can feel free to get the tier 2, while the rest of EVOS can only look out in despair.
Yeah, top lane might be the way Buriram wants to take on the top lane, while the Infernal is free for Buriram. EVOS got caught in a heavy CC with not only Showstopper, Moonfall, everything was crumbling towards Team EVOS. EVOS had to be careful. But in terms of how the rotation is being made, if Diana could actually take on top lane, but sadly it's been saved by Team EVOS. EVOS have to be a little bit more careful on the rotation being held by Buriram. Buriram definitely, when a team fight breaks loose, they definitely put up their punches up towards Team EVOS. It's an encouraging point though. I'm still looking how EVOS tried to put on a team fight. This the same thing was happening on game number 1, where EVOS definitely tried to initiate a team fight, but they could not win the team fight. Right now on top lane, a little bit more careful. Senna coming in with another hug, but look at the jump. Senna took out Riven, they're also going to took out Gragas. Oh no, and top lane is definitely going to be taken down by Buriram. Tier 1 turret, all tier 1 turret have been taken down by Team Buriram.
Buriram's running into Cybercom that you can't afford to be too deep in or like get caught out like that, and you have so many people wandering around. Here we go to Moonfall to try and get them out of it, but it's going to be the bind coming up from Karma. Not quite enough to do anything, but that's a tier 2 there open because the rest of them diving in. It looks like Jax Tipper is trying to do his best to try and keep things manual by pushing up towards the tier 1 turret, but it doesn't look like he's alone there. Noah already know he was coming, waiting for that counter-strike, flashing away because know that the stun was about to come up, and that is a tier 1 turret, which is not too bad for EVOS, but they're already 5k behind and can't afford to have people getting caught out by the Wheel of Death that is Buriram's very stackable team fight composition.
Yeah, right. I think for Team EVOS, they definitely have to secure the team fight. Every time they started the team fight, they could not actually end it well for themselves, but Buriram definitely, with Senna on their side, HP is going up, popping out a shield, coming with also a black mist, definitely helped on towards Team Buriram. But at the Baron, will they start the Baron? I don't think they would. Probably just to beat in Team EVOS, so EVOS had to be careful about it on the mid lane. Gragas.
Black be the catch out. Gonna be Senna trying to get it in there with the stun, but they're not all quite there yet. Meteor coming up with the enchantment. Gonna be reading Slate set. Here we go. Valda's supporter get taken out again. It doesn't look like Gragas is going to be able to do much with the explosive casting. He tries to separate them, but it wasn't enough. That was the 2 kills on G4 and supporter. And now they are free to potentially maybe make a foot play for Baron or try pushing up the minion waves to get a tier 2 turret in the form of mid lane.
Oh, looks like a blackmail yet again, and a stun. He can't go anywhere. He was losing another player. Oh no, I think it's really hard because Jax is not in play, while only Karma alone. Can Karma actually... I don't know if Karma and Kasi can actually defend themselves for the inhibitor. Look how hard pressure Bruda is pushing towards Team EVOS.
Yeah, they do have the clear, they do have the AoE, they do have like the mantra to be able to clear a lot of that minion wave, which will keep them alive a little bit longer than the inhibitor. As long as the inhibitor doesn't go down, they are still in this. They are behind by about 8,000 gold, but you know, it's something that you can deal with as long as you manage to play this correctly. Baron is still on the table. Looks like Buriram might want to make a play for this, try to set up some vision, get some deep wards within the jungle of EVOS, but it's all relative as long as other minion waves are pushing. It does look like the minion wave at Baron lane is on the up and up, but the Senna with the engagement coming in, that is such a disgusting combo with the way that they all go within the shadow, try to get in within the stun, maybe they try to bait this out within the Baron and pretend that they're trying to take it.
River is in a lot of trouble. Oh, look at that showstopper Haybreaker. And then loses a Gragas. This is a chance for them to actually do Umbara, but they don't want to bet. They want another kill. Where are you going? Come on, have been taken down by Team Buriram, and this might be a chance for Buriram to start on the Baron. We've got 2 players in Team EVOS.
Supporter, you can't be caught out like that. You can't be in there. You should have been having the vision up way before that. The opportunity was clear. Giving a lot of Baron up. They're going to be the rest of the team going to try and clear out the rest of EVOS. Make sure you can't get anywhere close to the Baron because the Baron is ours, and that could potentially be the game as they end it because they just need to get this team fight up. Dragon is up, but it doesn't look like EVOS going to be able to do anything with it. They're just going to try and delay their Baron pickup, and he's doing the best he can. Valdez just trying to keep hanging there. EVOS might be at the last slain limb here. Dragon is up, but it's going to be an easy pickup for Buriram because there's not much that they can do. Already Tipper got taken out before the Dragon got put up. They could have had a last stand, but the goal differential is now 10k, and it looks like the EVOS might need to say goodbye.
I think for Team EVOS, it's really hard for them to defend themselves. If Gragas get caught yet again, I love how Senna initiate that team fight. Every time a Black Maze is popped open, they're going to find someone. This is where the Team EVOS have to be careful. Look at the damage being dealt by Team Buriram. They are waiting to isolate a player. Jumps in by Akazi, but I think it's too ambitious. Look at Senna coming in with the punches. Backs away. Kazi actually dropped dead just now. EVOS, they have to take cover because they have to defend for their life, but it's not even now. Black Mist is over here. Inhibitor have been cracked open. Mid lane is in trouble. Right runs away. They couldn't do it, and it's a win for Team Buriram.
Buriram, what a completely decisive victory. It looked a little bit bizarre to see what the just walking up like it was just a lazy stroll Sunday afternoon. They couldn't even do anything about it. It's just like, hey, what's up? What's back? Outies in backwards, and that's pretty much the catcher. And that is a 2-0 for Buriram. What a convincing win for the team.
Yeah, especially the combo being dealt by Team Buriram was so good. Not only did whenever Black Mist was in play, Set was ready to gun-ho towards anyone in front of them. And we have seen, I don't understand why did Kasi actually leap over towards knowing there's actually Set. Set was, okay, thank you, Haybreaker backs away.
Yeah, it's just there's not a lot of respect being given to the potential of that engage because Buriram has a really strong initiation. They have a really strong follow-up, and I'm getting flashbacks to the Singe Lee Sin composition that we saw in one of our last games. You could see the way the Set was priming and the way the Senna set up these kills for it. Diana going in hand. There was so much initiation that they had to be able to win this team fight. Look at this. Just goes forward, uses the belt to go fly forward and outie backwards, and that's pretty much it. Tipper was doing his absolute best here. Jack could only do so much, and he wasn't winning against Fiora the same way that he envisioned at the start, and that was it. That was so much gold in the form of Buriram. That was the Baron, and that was pretty much a win team fight and another takedown.
Oh, what's an amazing play out by Team Buriram. I think it's a comfortable for themselves, especially on the last few seconds. I think EVOS wanted to lose the last hurrah, but they have to remember there's a Baron buff in Buriram.
There's a Baron buff in Buriram. There's a Baron buff in all of us. You know?
Send up for 022. Oh my god.
4022. You want to see the highlight reel? You want to see all the titles that she gets? She gets, jump in the bucket. Oh, she gets like my best friend and I, the one you get 10 assists with someone. The list is so ridiculously long. It's gold in color. It's just like, I'm the MVP. I'm BRU. Look at all my titles. Look at all my icons. I did better than 99% of Senna's in this rank. I did like 59 seconds of CC. Look at all those titles. Feel proud about it because, oh my gosh, that was insane. This is why you ban out the Senna.
Yeah, definitely with the Senna set combo, we see how aggressive Buriram could be. And like we know, if EVOS comes in towards Team Buriram, they have to remember, Moonfall is ready for them. Showstopper is also ready to take out Team EVOS. And not even Phrase Maker could actually be the contending moment. But in actual moment, Buriram actually put on the frontliner as Senna. We have seen Black Mist time and time again. I thought Senna will actually get killed off or die because Senna was actually being not only the frontliner but actually aggressively pitting herself toward EVOS, and EVOS got baited.
Yeah. And it was just the amount of times that I'm seeing like supporter being put in a position where he doesn't necessarily have to be. It was a bit it was a bit hard to watch because like there was a point where supporter got caught out in the bush waiting for a sort of initiation so that the rest of his team could follow up on him, but they were always checking their bases. They didn't face check. They made sure that Senna sent her stun into a brush before walking in there, and the supporter got caught like that twice in that brush at the side lane by the dragon. And then it was the Baron thing where like face checking into the Baron. I understand that you need to check to make sure that they're not doing it, because if they're doing it you will lose the game, but supporter walked right into a very, very obvious bait and trap when there's a lot of opportunity to put those wards before those Barons went up, or like potentially using a redemption, using a meteor to get some vision off the place.
Yeah, look at Buriram, it's a landslide toward the goal on
Landslide.
20 minutes towards Buriram. And we have to agree that Buriram played really well during the second game, especially towards the combo. The combo Black Mist with the Moonfall, we are all ultis on Buriram's side definitely shines way more than EVOS. We have seen EVOS. It's the same as this first game. EVOS wanted to take on the first initiative, but on the first initiative they could not secure anyone, and because of that, it's much more easier for Buriram to bully EVOS on the lane.
Yeah, I'm calling it now. The new meta is the pain train. We're seeing it so much. We're seeing a Singe throw an enemy back for at least Dragon Rage back. We're seeing a Senna using Black Mist to basically have an entire stack of sets to come in and then throw someone back with a Moonfall to put them back even further. The pain train is in the name of the game. The meta is the pain train. If you've seen it before, you've seen the way the Singe pulls them back and then kicks them back.
I feel like
this
it's a reverse cut, like, come here!
What? Did you catch me? No! Flips him all the way back, and then oh no, I got out of position. How did that happen? And like you saw EVOS with their version of the pain train, the Yumi on the Gwen. What is that? That's not a pain train. That's a cat going meow. And then you try to get close. Every time you get close, you just walk away.
The scissor was not sharp enough.
The scissors wasn't sharp
scissors wasn't sharp
Don't be
enough.
carrying scissors when you're holding a cat. That's horrible. You're a horrible pet owner. You have no responsibility. Don't hold a scissors with a cat in your shoulder. But like it's just like comparing that like feeble attempt of the Yumi ulti with the Gwen dash with the scissors that don't even reach to like the pain train that was the Black Mist Senna.
Yeah, at the same time, the Yumi and Gwen combo, it doesn't work because it's really hard for them to pinpoint directly towards Team Buriram. On the first match, we have seen they wanted to like pinpoint in front, but we know how aggressive and how fast a game pace can be. So they usually like by a millisecond lead or doesn't even hit at all. So it's really hard to combine with Yumi. And with the Yumi nerf, I think Yumi is not that viable currently on the meta.
She's suffered a lot. She's no longer a permaban in my eyes. And we'll be looking at the MVP. Of course, it's my man Coden Feet with that ridiculous decent play, and now back into the Gwen. I believe this is the first game that we see with the Gwen win, right?
Yeah, this is the first game.
Nice. Coden Feet has broken that curse. You the man. You got 18 KDA as a jungler of all things, 90% kill participation with a gold per minute that puts a lot of other gold per minutes to shame. DPS, which is also rightfully up there with some of the best, like an RQ, and very fantastic stat sheet all around. Congratulations to Coden Feet.
Yeah, what an amazing play by Team Buram United, and also congratulations for Team Buram. They are going to compete offside on in Thailand for the double elimination in the nearest future. I think if I'm not mistaken, it's next month.
Next month, yeah, it's exciting time. LAN for a bunch of teams that didn't get to play LAN before because we're finally winding down on the pandemic, and now they can finally meet all face to face and stare each other in the eyes as they do horrible things to each other in terms of like the team comps that they pick up. So yeah.
Yeah, at the same time, Buram probably going to be like more. I think in terms of the on-site, people have to watch over Buram, and this is the top 5 leaderboard currently. This is the 5 team that will be competing on offside, which is Rax, Dragon, Rokyon, Cerberus Esports, Buram United Esports, Team Flash, and also Nigma Galaxy. And definitely for Buram Thailand Pride, they're definitely going to have a booster mode. I think a booster because of all of the fans from Thailand will be there to support their team.
Buriam carrying the hope of Thailand on their shoulders. Rex Regime Kyon once again being the unstoppable juggernaut. Go show them what we're made of, because in the international stage we will be needing some strong teams to put up against the best of the best. And I believe Southeast Asia is going to be one of the stronger regions. And now we have the chance to prove it in a LAN tournament to show them who's on top.
Yeah, so what will happen on the showstopper? But congratulations for EVOS, Echo, and Persil. You still won $2,000. And thank you for your effort to actually from the opposites. Come on, they're fighting a lot of teams
They're
to be
fighting
a
a
top
lot of
top
really good
8,
teams.
going to the group stage, and also on the challenge weeks. It showcase that EVOS Esports, Echo Frontiers, and also Persil Esports have the energy, have the this is not the limit for them. There's still chances for them in the future.
Yeah. If anything, I think Echo Fortius would definitely get to take something home with pride, because they managed to beat Cerberus Esports to basically put a dent in their very shining like prestige. You know, they were up there with Rex Region Kyon. They got taken down by the second last person on the leaderboard, which is no easy feat. So congratulations, Echo Fortius.
Yeah.
But once again, before we go any further, let's talk about Snapdragon Elite Gaming and how this is the best thing you have for playing your games on your phone, because you get some of the best graphics, you get some of the best things. When winning matters to you, get Snapdragon, because you'll have some of the best performance around. And, you know, coming up with Monster Energy. Who's the monster here?
Yeah, unleash the beast when you're gaming. Also, if you need a lot of energy, go towards Monster Energy Drinks / gaming. And for those who want to know what's happening in Thailand, what's going to happen in the future, join us in Discord.gg Snapdragon Pro Series, where you get the latest update, the latest friend. Who knows, you might have newest friend for all over Southeast Asia.
Yeah, Fire might be your friend.
Yay. Hi.
Yay.
Please be my friend.
If you do catch her on the Snapdragon Pro Series, she will send you some Monster Energy drinks. Yeah, but like it's been a long day, long day with some crazy team fights. We've been screaming nonstop for a lot of those hours, and you know, contending with some really crazy new metas. So that was an exciting day, even though killed our throats. But thank you so much for coming out to see us today. I'm Pondo, this is Fyra, and we will see you soon, maybe tomorrow, when more matches come up as we pass the group stage over to some more exciting games of Wild Rift.
Yeah.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse, suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fly through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional, working devotion. We put in this time. Look. You want